Hey guys, it is NCS Fan 001 here, and today we are going to be looking back at my trophy list from Platinums number 701 all the way through my semi-recent now, even though it's been a couple of months, Platinum number 800. So, as always, this is probably going to be a fairly long video, though hopefully I can try to keep this one a little bit shorter than some of the previous ones, because, let's be fair, some of these probably drag out a little bit more than they need to. But yeah, so let's go on and scroll on back down to the 701st Platinum. So go ahead and just sit back, relax, get something to eat and drink. You're probably going to need it. And let's take a look at our list. Alright, so Platinum number 699 was A Day Without Me, and then Platinum 700 was PowerWash Simulator. However, PowerWash Simulator, both versions of it, have had DLCs released since then, so it's gone a lot higher up on the list, and we will talk about those, with their DLCs at least, quite a bit later. So the first Platinum in this new 100 Platinums era is Family Mystery 2 Echoes of Tomorrow. This is an Artifacts Monday game. Artifacts Monday games, I do them about once every 50-ish Platinums. They're generally pretty quick and easy Platinums. A few of them are a little bit tougher, but most of them are quick and easy. They're hidden object puzzle games with some point and click thrown in with them. So this is one of the ones where you have to finish a hidden object puzzle without making any mistakes, but I'm assuming that this might have been one where the puzzle's the same every single time. Usually not all the puzzles are going to be the same every single time, at least the hidden objects aren't, but most of the games have at least one puzzle that's the same on each playthrough, which is pretty nice. And then just Without a Hint, and all of them, Without a Hint is going to be a trophy further on down here. Let's see, where is it? Or at least I assumed it was on there. Do I not? Was this not one of the ones where you had to do all of them? Huh, this might have been one of the ones where you didn't have to do every single hidden object puzzle without a hint. Huh, interesting. But you had to complete one in less than a minute, which was super easy if you just do the quick clicking method, just click around the screen really quickly. Then you have your mini games, which are all sorts of different kinds of sort of puzzles and mini games. They're all usually pretty easy. There's occasionally going to be tougher ones that are more randomized, but that's usually a pretty easy thing to do, and the guides will usually have some sort of solution to them. There's usually always at least a couple that are doable in less than a minute, so that shouldn't be a problem. 3 hidden object puzzles without a hint, as well as 3 hidden objects within 3 seconds, which is very easy if you just quickly click around the screen, or if you have any puzzles that are set every time you play them, it's very easy that way. And then this one I'm still not fully sure how these work. I guess it's 10 minutes of real time, or 10 minutes based on your PlayStation clock or something, but most people get this trophy, so I guess it's not easy to miss, but just keep in mind that it's there. Like I said, I don't fully understand those, but they're in several of the Artifacts Monday games. Finish all the mini games without skipping them. That's a pretty typical trophy for an Artifacts Monday game, but yeah, it looks like there isn't a trophy for finishing every single hidden object puzzle without a hint, so that's kind of interesting. And then you have collectibles. There are digital articles in this game, as well as morphing items. I don't remember exactly how many of each there are. Usually it's something like anywhere from 15 to 50 collectibles in a game. It's usually like 1 or 2 collectibles per screen. They're really easy if you have a guide pulled up for them, but if you don't have a guide, they can be a little bit tough to find. Then the 5 minigames without skipping them, that ties into that all minigames without skipping. And then you have a bunch of trophies that are either story-related and unmissable, or potentially missable things that you might have to do. But I think all of these trophies are story-related this time, they're just not in the exact order. So yeah, I think that every trophy from Sci-Fi Healer all the way through to the end is unmissable and story-related. But as long as you're following a good trophy guide, you should have no problems. There are PlayStation trophy guides, and there's a lot of Xbox achievement guides as well for this kind of stuff, so usually it's pretty easy. Next up, we have Flowers by POWGI. Again, this is the kind of thing that I do about once every 50 Platinums. I like the POWGI games. They're fun little word puzzle games. I'm one of those weird people that sometimes plays like puzzle games on either the computer, at work, or on my phone and whatnot. So this one, if I remember correctly, what would happen is, let's see if it actually gives a picture of it. No, it doesn't. But what would happen is you would have like 2 letters in the center of a flower, and you would have 6 to 8 petals sticking off of it in different directions. And you had to use the letters in the center combined with a pool of other letters you were allowed to use to create words on like straight across, on like horizontal, vertical, or diagonal lines. So if you had like, I don't know, like hostile, and it was ST in the middle, and then you would need to have HO on the left side and EL on the right side, something like that. I don't know why I picked that as my word for that, because that's a horror movie and a very strange series of horror movies. But anyway, with this game, like with most of the games, you get a trophy for solving your first puzzle, and you have to spend a minute considering the next move, which is just wait on the answer screen for a full minute without clicking anything. This one's nice because it's one of the ones where you only have to solve 50 total puzzles, including the very first and very last puzzle, so you don't have to solve all of them, because POWGI games usually have anywhere from like 100 to over 200 puzzles. Then you have to solve a puzzle without making a mistake. As long as you follow a guide, this should be no problem. Most of the POWGI games have text guides and picture guides on PowerPix's website, I believe it is. Yeah, it's PowerPix's website. So that makes them pretty easy to do. Then you have to fill in all the gaps in a puzzle incorrectly, so obviously just use all the wrong letters, and then use fix to correct all of them at the same time, and you can get pretty much all 3 of these trophies at the same time. Solving a puzzle in under 60 seconds is obviously very easy. If you're just following a guide, you can do a lot of them in under 30 seconds, which is nice. And then reset a puzzle back to the beginning. I think that this is sort of like using the fix feature, but you just have to hit a different button instead. And then the remaining trophies require you to complete flowers with specific words in the middles, or just combinations of letters. So we have no, hi, I see, go, ta, n, ui, af, ee, so, see you, it, low, iv, re, oo, on, fo, and at. So there are specific puzzles where these letters are in the center, and those guides will tell you exactly what to do for those. This is, again, a pretty easy one because you only have to solve 50 puzzles. This is one of the very few of the POWGI games, though, where there isn't a trophy for plugging in an inappropriate word somewhere. That is almost always a POWGI trophy, but surprisingly, this is one of the few games that doesn't have that trophy. So I did both the PS4 and PS5 North American versions, and they were both equally easy. Again, just follow a guide. This game, I would assume, took about an hour to do if you were playing it straight through from start to finish. So let's see, actually. Okay, no, I did this over the course of a couple days, never mind. So yeah, you can do this platinum within probably an hour if you're following a guide, but it took me a couple days both times, I guess, because I was trying to space out videos or something, or might not have been available for some of those days. Now we get to our first legitimate platinum good game out of this whole 701 through 800. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. This game was a lot of fun. It is an old school action, platforming, collectathon, whatever you want to call it. It's that kind of a game. It's like a Mario 64 type of game. And it's actually pretty fun. It's also a pretty quick and easy platinum trophy. Definitely would recommend playing this one. I know that there's a second one that's apparently a bit harder, or at least has way more collectibles in it. So with this one, you have 2 unmissable story trophies right here at the beginning, and then these first 3 here are all unmissable story-related boss fights. This is a side boss, but you still need to beat him to get the 100% completion, so you'll have to fight him no matter what at some point, but it's technically not a story-related boss. This is the final boss of the game, and then 100%ing everything is basically you have to find all of they're called like orbs or something that you have to find in every level. There's about 8 of them per world, so you have to find all of those, which includes finding other types of collectibles along the way. So all the time attacks, that's one of the things you have to do in each world. There's a time attack you have to do. Those are all, for the most part, pretty easy. The rainbow scales are found only in the hub area. There's 25 of them. I would definitely recommend pulling up a guide for that one because a couple of them are actually pretty well hidden. Then you have to get all of the different rangs in the game, and most of them are unlocked by collecting cogs or gears. They're called either cogs or gears. And when you pick up enough of them, you can go trade them in the hub world for a new boomerang. So, for example, this one is like this is the one that is basically like a sniper rifle. This one's sort of like a shotgun. This one allows you to see in, like, darker areas and see items through other items. This one is just like a bigger one. This one is explosive. This one, I think, can slow down time or something. Then you have to find all the bilbies. There's 5 of these per world. There's like 45 of them total. Most of them aren't too hard to find, but occasionally you may want to have a guide pulled up for a few of the levels if you just get stuck somewhere. But for the most part, they're pretty easy to find. For the most part, you really don't need a guide for this game. It just might be handy to have one nearby just in case you get stuck somewhere. The picture frames, there are over 300 of these, and 2/3 of them are found in the 2 bonus levels that you get after beating the game. The picture frames actually do not count toward the 100%, but they are kind of hard to find. You need to have that infraring available, and they're in like invisible boxes throughout the levels. The opals, so that's what they're called, that's the main collectible. That's like the stars in Mario 64 that you're trying to collect in each world. Shadow is another boss fight. I don't think it's a story-related one. I think it's just one that you need to do to get one of the opals. Then you start getting some various miscellaneous trophies. So, for example, this one is in, like, the jungle level, I believe it is. And you have to throw boulders down at enemies or something. If I remember that one correctly, I think that's the one that had, like, weird motion controls to it on the PS4. Or, well, PS5, playing it on PS5, the PS4 version. Lenny is a certain bird character. You have to hit him with the Flamerang 15 times. That's pretty self-explanatory. Shaza, you deal with her during that first jungle level toward the very end of it. That was one of the last trophies I got, actually. This trophy is potentially missable in sort of a way. Not truly missable, but it kind of is. Because if you set really good times on every time attack, then you might not be able to set a better time with the Chrono Rang equipped, and therefore you would have to start a new playthrough. It's very unlikely, but just keep that one in mind, that one might potentially be able to be missed. Then you have to watch the secret ending, which you get by getting the 100% completion and then doing the final level, but you can replay the final level if you didn't already have the 100%. Getting 9 lives is pretty self-explanatory. Running out of lives is pretty self-explanatory as well. The Leech, I think you can do this in the first jungle level. This one, anytime that someone asks you to help, just tell them no for any of the opals and you'll get that trophy. Most of the boomerangs are tied to those COG upgrades, but a few of them are separate from that. And then Rainbow Cliffs is the hub world, just die there. It's a little tough to die there. You have to jump off a really high ledge and take enough damage from it. And then Dennis's answering machine is in one of the early, like, first half of the game levels. He's in, like, a little shack in the middle of a cave somewhere. And then this one you can do, there's only a couple of instances where you can do this, and that first jungle level is the best place to do it, but most people apparently, including myself, didn't know the Super Bite was even, like, a thing in the game. But, hey, it is a thing in the game, it can be fairly useful, and it gets you a trophy. Then 200 enemies with Bite is pretty self-explanatory, as is 75 kills with Zappy Rang and 100 with the Flamerang. Just, get your kills with your specific weapon, nothing to worry about with that. The Cricket Bats, this one might require just a little bit of grinding at the end of the game, because the only place you really see these are in, like, the final couple of levels, and there's not quite 50 of them in a single run through it, so you might have to replay one of those levels a couple of times just to get the rest of them. You have to use the Flamerang on the enemies in order to burn the bats. But it was a fantastic game, had a lot of fun with it, would highly recommend playing that one. I still need to play the second one at some point. Next up, Horizon Forbidden West. So by this point, the Platinum and the first DLC had been done long before that. But then we had the official, like, story-based DLC. So with this DLC, you had to complete all of the main and side quests, of which there were only about 10 total in the DLC, I think. Maybe, like, 5-ish side quests and 5-ish story quests. It wasn't a particularly long DLC. But yeah, it was just finish all of the story and side quests. You could do it on the easiest difficulty, so it wasn't too much to worry about. I think everything through here was story-related out of those first, like, 4 trophies. Then there are some new skills. There's one, like, whole new skill tree you have to fill out, so, like, maybe 10-ish new skills. Reach level 60, so that ups your maximum level to 60 from 50. Brimshire is a new type of, I guess you could call it currency that you can use to purchase outfits and weapons. So that's pretty self-explanatory, though. Equip an elite coil on a weapon or an outfit. That one's pretty self-explanatory. Just either find or build one and equip it. Pretty simple. The Spectre Gauntlet is a new weapon. If I remember correctly, it's like a machine gun type of weapon, if I remember correctly, and you just have to fully upgrade it, which might take quite a few parts to upgrade, but it looks like this is a more common trophy compared to some of the others, so it must not have been that difficult. You have one cauldron to clear in this area. It's just like the cauldrons in the base game. Then you have to focus scan all the new machines. There's maybe, like, I don't think there's that many types of machines in this DLC. I don't think it's a significant number of them. I think it's less than 10. Then you have to collect the Pangea figurines, of which I think there are maybe like 8 or 9 of those, and then complete a quiz with them. The trinkets, there's less than 10 of those, but I don't remember the exact numbers. The aerial captures, there's probably like 5 or so of those. That's sort of like the Vista points. Then the grapple strike on 5 different machines. These machines don't have to be DLC specific. Any 5 different types of machines will count for this. This one can be a little bit annoying because you have to do it against enemies that are pretty weak, so you might have to go back into the base game and kill some really weak, low-leveled enemies in the starting areas, because you might not be able to glide for that long in some cases in the DLC. And then you have to kill 5 of the Bile Guts and 50 of the Sting Spawn. The Sting Spawns are pretty easy, the Bile Guts take a little bit longer, but again, there's nothing too much to worry about with this DLC. There's nothing like overly difficult as long as you play it on the easiest difficulty. But otherwise, you remember the base game. I'm not really going to go through this like too much, but you had reach level 50, you had a bunch of story-related trophies, you had a few side mission-related trophies that were all through there. You had to do all 6 of the tall necks. You had to clear all 4 of the rebel camps, I believe it was 4. You had to reach the core of all 4 non-story related cauldrons, plus the 2 in the story. You had to earn a decent rank on all of the hunting grounds. And then you had to kill one of each type of machine. You also had to scan each type of machine, which was initially missable, but they later updated it to make it unmissable because they automatically fill in the couple of missable ones if you don't get them during those specific missions late in the game. And then you have to ride 3 specific machines, so just override them and then ride them around. Gliding just off of a really high ledge is pretty easy. 2 of the 4 quests that require a flying mount. 2 out of the, I think it's 4 gauntlet runs. All the contracts at any one of the salvage contractors, there's maybe like 4 or 5 of them. The outposts, there's over 10 of those, and you only have to clear 4 of them. The Relic Ruins, I believe there's 9 of those. There's 5 arena challenge sets. The arena's probably the worst part of the game. There's something like 15 or so machine strike challengers, so this one's really easy. You can fight the easiest ones. And then 1 weapon from every class is basically unmissable as you play through the game. Then every elemental state, that one's also basically unmissable as you play through the game. The melee combos, you should get these while working on a later trophy that I'll bring up. Stealth kill 10 machines, that's pretty self-explanatory. That's probably one of the first trophies you're going to get. Detach 100 components from machines is also very easy unless you're playing on a higher difficulty to where it's a little bit more of a challenge to do so. 5 different heavy weapons. There's between 5 and 10 total different ones, so that one should be pretty easy to get. Then the overrides, you have to purchase something inside of your main base to be able to do this for some of the machines. Like some of them you have to unlock through cauldrons, other ones have to be done another way. So this one is the melee pits. You have to complete all of the melee pits. There's like 3 or 4 of them around the world, and then you challenge the final enemy of it, but that's a good place to use all of the unlockable melee combinations. Valor Surges are like special abilities tied to your different skill trees. Fully upgrade one of them. Fully upgrade any 3 weapons and outfits is pretty self-explanatory. You can upgrade the cheap ones that are really easy to upgrade. Upgrade all of those items once is very simple. Just use, again, the cheaper upgrades. Any item with 2 coils should come naturally because you kind of need them to beat some of the tougher areas of the game. And then the weapons techniques, I think that's something in the skill tree. And then all the available skills on one tree. There's 5 or 6 total skill trees, so plenty of room on that one. And then get one of each of those type of collectibles, and then just use dye flowers to use a dye with it is pretty much all you have to do. The New Game Plus, this has actually gotten easier to beat on Ultra Hard because people have found better strategies for it, so just keep in mind that there are probably some better strategies now. Plus, this one might be a little bit easier now just because there's now a whole DLC to go play as well. So yeah, Horizon Forbidden West, it was a good game. I wasn't as big a fan of it as I was the original, but it was still a pretty fun game overall. Next up, we have Geometric Sniper. So this is a game that I bought because it reminded me of like old Flash games, or at least I thought it was going to remind me of old Flash games, and it really didn't remind me of that at all. In fact, this game was pretty bad in my opinion, and I will not be doing any of the other ones. So adventure missions are your typical types of missions where you just have to snipe various targets, sometimes killing them in specific ways. But the problem with this game was that, for one, the controls are terrible, and 2, sometimes even if you hit something, the bullet will just phase through them. That happens several times. And then most of the levels give you very, very little room for error, maybe only 1 extra bullet, if any extra bullets at all. Then you have the find missions. These were really, really annoying because they're completely random. You have to shoot a bunch of specific objects, but you don't really have any bullets to spare. Once again, they might give you 1 extra bullet, and you're also timed on these, so you have to shoot them all really quickly and accurately, pretty much without missing. And those actually gave me quite a bit of trouble because some of them were really difficult because of how open the areas were and how big they were and how little time you get and how little room of error there is on it. So, like I said, was not a fan of this game, honestly. The elite missions are just harder versions of the regular story missions, just with maybe more requirements, like killing the target in a specific way or moving them to a different area or something. Nothing too much to worry about with those once you've beaten the game your first time. And then you have to eliminate a few different targets in specific different ways. So with this one, I think you had to like drop an air conditioning unit on the person's head. This one, you had to destroy the hot air balloon they were in instead of shooting them. And this one, I legitimately don't remember what it was you had to do. It was just an alternative form of death. So yeah, I was not a fan of this game. Would probably not recommend picking that one up. Next up, we have Drowning. Oh, that was I think I hit square there at the same time. Anyway, this is a game I've done like 3 or 4 times already, and I did it. This is probably the last time I'll be doing it, because I think I did a couple of EU versions for this game. This is a pretty decent little walking simulator game. It deals with a lot of, heavier subject material, but it was only made by like 1 or 2 people, so that's pretty nice to see when games are like that. It's a good game. I would just say, if you're sensitive to some of those types of material, suicide and self-harm and everything, you might want to avoid it. But basically with this game, you get your first 5 trophies here for completing all of the game's different endings. There's a secret ending in one of the early levels of the game. And then the other 3 endings are for, I think, walking into the cabin and going to the very end after that. Then I believe there's one for walking past the cabin and then going through a portal, and then one for walking past the cabin but skipping the portal and going down another path. I don't remember what the exact criteria are, but the playthroughs are very short because the game is divided into about 5 different years, but you can actually skip the years on the ones where you've already finished them, so that makes it a lot faster. You can get the platinum in under half an hour that way. Start a new game, so this is an unmissable trophy you get right at the beginning. Then we get into a lot of the year-specific or level-specific trophies. They're all pretty easy, but you might need to have a guide up for the collectibles, because some of the collectibles are a little bit tougher to find. So year 8 is the first year, just turn around at the beginning, try to go swimming in the water. Year 11, just try to walk off the side of the bridge 10 times. Turn around at the beginning of year 12 and try to climb the rock. And then this is like midway to the second half of year 12. There's a specific mountain that you're supposed to try to climb up. And then you just have to find collectibles in specific levels. So like probably like years 8, 9, 10, 12. Those are both in 12. And this one I think is in one of the ending pathways. So as long as you have a guide up for the collectibles, because they are a little bit tough to find, they're fairly well hidden if you're not really looking out for them. As long as you have a guide up for those, you shouldn't have too much of an issue with getting the rest of the trophies. A single playthrough can be completed in only a few minutes. And like I said, you have that feature to skip through levels once you've completed them, so that makes it significantly easier on later playthroughs. So yeah, decent game. Would definitely recommend picking that one up as long as you don't have any problems with watching the subject material. Then we have a sketchbook about her son. So this is a visual novel type of game. I have tried to cut back pretty heavily on doing a lot of these shovelware type of platinums. And you'll see that after a certain point in this whole video, you will see sort of a bigger cutback on it. I still do them occasionally, and for the occasional, like every 6 months, I'll do a platinum dumpster dive stream because they tend to do well, and they're kind of fun just to drink and talk with people and play some really crappy games and laugh at how bad they are. So with this game, it is a visual novel game, and almost all of the trophies are unmissable and story related. Every trophy except for the last one will be unlocked simply by beating the game. So everything through score here is unmissable and story related, so it doesn't matter what decisions are made to get all these trophies. However, for the last trophy, you have to simply not make any decisions at all throughout the game and just let the game basically play itself. It's a really weird trophy, but that's literally all you have to do is just sit the controller down and let the game play itself for 30 or 40 minutes. Yeah, it took me about 40 minutes to beat the game, or no, 35 minutes. And the PS5 version took about 32 minutes. So basically just start the game, set the controller down for 30 to 35 minutes, and you'll have a platinum trophy when it's all done. It's as simple as that. Again, I've tried to cut back on these kind of games, but there were still quite a few, especially in the first half of this, 701 through 800, so they're still there. But again, tried to cut back on them more, especially recently. I haven't been doing anywhere near as many. Next up, we have from the first of 2 or 3 Platinum Dumpster Dives I did during this time period. You're going to see quite a few crappier games here. Speaking of crappy games, these were mostly bad, except Hot Tentacles Shooter was actually a decent game from what I remember. It was sort of a, not a Galaga type of game, it was sort of like some of those old Rataleka games like Full Blast that were actually kind of fun, where you sort of just, it's a side, not a side scroller, it's like a vertical scroller and you just have to shoot stuff that comes after you. Not that bad of a game actually, especially considering some of the other ones I have played during this time period. So you have to complete stage 1, so the first level of the game, that's pretty self-explanatory. Beat a boss, that's sometime during the first few levels. The barrier is a power-up, the bonus is a power-up, and the weapon is a power-up, so 3 different types of power-ups to pick up at some point. Then you have to unlock different outfits. I think you had to play as different characters maybe to do this, but I don't remember exactly what it was, or it might have even been story-related. And then you had to complete the first 5 stages of the game in order to get these couple of trophies, unlock the full first map. And then these were just specific types of enemies that I believe you encounter on, like... Actually, no, you might have had to go past stage 5 in this game. Yeah, that's what it looks like. You might have had to go to, like, maybe stage 10 or something to be able to destroy this last type of enemy. But I did this game twice, and it was definitely the highlight... Oh, not that game. It was definitely the highlight of that live stream, because this game actually was not half bad. But that's not really saying a lot given the other games in there, but this game takes about 20 to 25 minutes, so it's not terrible compared to some of these other ones. Now we get to games that are actually legitimately terrible, and true shovelware, and this is the type of game I have not played in quite a while now. So, Hungry Monster, this game, all you do is move left and right, back and forth across the screen to collect points. It doesn't matter if you die at any point or fail at any point because your points carry over. So just scroll left and right for about 4 minutes and you get your Platinum Trophy. It is as simple as that. It takes about 4 minutes, like I said. So that version took like 4 minutes and the PS5 version was also about 4 minutes. So just 4 minutes of going left and right, back and forth on the screen, and you get the Platinum Trophy. There's literally nothing else to say about it. Let's move on and not give it any more credit. Don't Fall Aleph. This is a true dumpster dive kind of game because it barely even works as a game. Basically, you just have to get this character, like, guide it through, like, a path through levels by either creating a new platform or a bouncy pad for it. It barely qualifies as a game, same with some of these others. But all the trophies are super easy. All you have to do is clear the first 9 levels, because you're going to have to create a block and a bounce pad just to be able to beat those first 9 levels, so literally beat the first 9 levels of the game and you have your Platinum Trophy. It only takes about 5 minutes to do. There's, once again, not really anything more else to say about it. It's another pretty crappy game. Elves Jigsaw Puzzle Collection. So, I actually don't really mind puzzle type of games, and if it's like a jigsaw type puzzle, because that's something I used to do a lot when I was younger, like playing, you know, well, I say playing, but like doing puzzles and stuff. So I actually still have a bit of a soft spot for that, and therefore I don't mind jigsaw puzzle type of games as long as their trophies work. And this one was really no exception. It took about 10 minutes to do. Well, the first version took 11 minutes, and the second version took about 8 minutes. I'm sure you could do it a little bit faster. Basically, you just have to complete the first 11 puzzles in the game. The first 8 or so are super, super easy. Once you get toward the later ones, if you're going for a super fast, like, leaderboard time or something for this game, you're probably going to want to save, like, all of your hints for the last 2 puzzles and use those, because on those last couple puzzles you have more pieces and you have to, like, rotate them and everything, so you might want to just save your hints for the last couple puzzles, just because it'll make your life a little bit easier if you're really going for a fast time on the leaderboard, or if you just get to a point where you just don't want to keep playing this game, you can knock it out a little bit faster that way. So, again, about a 10-minute platinum each version, nothing more, like, really else to say about it. It's just a jigsaw puzzle game. I do them every now and then. I really don't mind doing those type of games. So, yeah, let's move on to the next one, which is Frogo. It doesn't get better yet. So, this game is really dumb. It's like a single giant level of Frogger, and I say giant as in it takes about a full minute to complete. Basically, all you have to do is get through the level while collecting 15 of the 20-ish strawberries that are scattered around it, and that includes getting across 5 different roads and a river, and then going into a village and a forest, which are both story-related trophies that you get near like the halfway point and the very end of the level. So just literally cross like 5 roads and a river while collecting 15 strawberries and you get your platinum trophy. Like I said, this game takes about 1 to 2 minutes per version. It's the only one of these I'm going to do because there are like 4 more of these, but that's the only one I'm going to do. And this is one of those developers where they don't make their games cross-buy, so you actually have to pay for them twice, which is really dumb, even if they're only like $1, but I think that's just a little ridiculous. Next up, we have Venus Improbable Dream. This is another visual novel game, and with this one, I believe there was a very specific set of choices you had to make to get all the trophies, but the game was super short, and you could turn on the fast text and skip through everything. But you just had to make a few specific decisions for certain trophies. It was something like the first maybe half of the trophies or the first third of the trophies were unmissable and story-related. And then the rest of them were related to making certain decisions, but you could get through a playthrough within like 1 minute, so it wasn't really a big deal. So you probably had to get all the different endings, if I had to guess, and just see all the different chapters or something. But as you can see, with the PS4 version, it only took me about 3 to 4 minutes. PS5 version only took me about 2 to 3 minutes. So you could probably make a couple of saves somewhere to make it even faster, I'm sure. Nothing much more else to say about that. Again, that's not how visual novels are supposed to be played, and I did play one fairly legitimately later on in this list, which we'll get to because it's a longer one. And then the final game from that first dumpster dive was Black Death, A Tragic Dirge. This is a walking simulator game in which all 20 trophies are earned by interacting with certain objects throughout a medieval village in the middle of the Black Plague. That is literally all that this game is. It takes about 10 minutes total, so 10:19, yeah. So this version of it took me about 10 minutes. I did another version much later on in a later dumpster dive. But yeah, literally all you have to do is just interact with about 20 different objects around the village. There's no enemies, there's no combat, there's no dying or anything like that. Just interact with the objects. It's supposed to be like interactive history, storytelling or something. And just interact with everything, you get your platinum trophy. It's, again, as simple as that. Now we get on to something that requires at least a bit more effort, that being Minecraft PlayStation 4 Edition Set Number 2. So, for those who don't remember, I actually did Set Number 1 for the PS4, as well as the entirety of the Vita and PS3 versions. Legitimately, I didn't use any realms for any of it or anything like that. The only thing I technically didn't do truly legitimately was having to boost the multiplayer in all 3 versions, because there's no way you're going to do that legitimately. So I did have to boost those, but otherwise I did all the other stuff legitimately, almost entirely in my own worlds. Back when I actually enjoyed playing Minecraft. Now once we got to about update 11 or 12 was when they switched over to Bedrock, and I really don't like Bedrock. I don't feel like it plays as well. I kind of always preferred having more finite worlds. I felt like that was a little more interesting. So with Edition Part Number 2, whatever you want to call it, we had a trophy list come out in June of 21. We had December of 21, then we had June of 22, and June of 23. So following this listing, we can expect that probably around the time this video comes out, there may very well have been another Minecraft DLC by that point. I don't know if I will have done it yet. But the good thing about all this is that thankfully there are people out there that have realms or worlds or whatever they're called set up, and they will let you go into those worlds, and they have them set up specifically to earn trophies. You can't do it for every single trophy in the Minecraft base game, like the 33-hour trophy, the 100-day trophy, whatever you want to call it. That one you still can't do that way, and I think there's still the toss diamonds to another person I don't think can be done that way. But thankfully all of these expansions can be done in those worlds, and it makes life significantly easier, because like I said, I don't keep up with Minecraft anymore. I don't really have any enjoyment of it anymore on Bedrock Edition, so that's just me though. Some people might still like it. So with this DLC, like in that world, all you had to do was like hit a button and a goat would fall into a boat and you would just sail along with it or something, I think. This one was a little bit more annoying. There were a bunch of different types of copper blocks, I believe, and you had to clean all of them or something. and that trophy was just a little finicky to get it to pop, at least in that realm, but still got it within a few minutes. And then the Axolotl is, well, at the time it was a new mob. I don't really remember what it did or any of that stuff. Expansion 15, so this one you had to fall from the very top to the very bottom of the world and survive. I think you just had to have either like water at the bottom or a specific item or something at the bottom to be able to do that. That's actually pretty simple overall for a gold trophy. This one, you would just have to you would just somehow have to get a villager all the way to like the highest area to be able to do this. I'm not really sure what the best strategy for doing that would be, but it's at least fairly simple, I feel like. This one, you just have to use a jukebox and a specific music disc, I believe, or it might just be any music disc, and use it in a meadows biome, which is pretty easy. And then this one would have been really super difficult because I believe the Striders are exclusive to the Nether, if I remember correctly. So you would have to get one out of the Nether and then onto a lava lake out in the overworld and ride it over 50 meters across, which is very complicated, but at least in the realms setup, you can do it much more easily. Expansion Pack 16, so this one, the Catalyst, was like a certain either item that you build or something that spawns somewhere. Just kill a mob next to it is, I guess, pretty self-explanatory. So this one, the Allay, was a new type of mob at the time, and I remember it being fairly rare to get it to drop a cake. There was something very specific you had to do to make it do that. And as you can probably see here, like, this DLC is a lot more common than the previous two. So 2 of the trophies are over 3% completed. So this one, I guess, was really easy or something. I guess the Skulk Sensor is maybe something in the end. I'm not entirely sure. The Frog Lights, apparently that one's a little bit less common, but a lot of people still have it. And then this one is definitely very rare. So I guess it was just really rare to get them to drop a cake or to even find one in general. But like I said, I don't really keep up with Minecraft anymore, and I just go back to it whenever we get our yearly trophy update. And then Expansion 17, this is the new one. So with this one, the Sniffer Seeds, I don't entirely know what those are, but I feel like that's probably the most... Well, I feel like neither of these trophies are overly difficult. Like the 4 pottery shards, I'm sure you can get just by breaking other pots or something, or finding them. And then the Sniffer Seeds, I'm assuming they're probably a fairly uncommon item to be able to get, but once you get one, you would just have to plant it. This one was terrible, though, because there was a bunch of different combinations of stuff you had to use, and no one knew exactly how to get it to unlock. Because, like, certain ones, or the trophy description might have been different when the game first came out. It might have been, like, a different description that didn't specify exactly what you had to do. I want to say that might be what it was back when it came out. Maybe I need to go back to a trophy update from back then and see what it said. But yeah, I got Minecraft back up to 100% at least until the next update, which could be coming out really any time now if we're really thinking about it. Next up, Far Cry 6, a much larger completion. Now this is the PS5 version, and I actually streamed the Platinum and the first 2 DLCs. So Far Cry 6 is definitely one of the weakest Far Cry games overall. Yes, you have Giancarlo Esposito as the main villain, which is one of the only really redeeming things about the game. Otherwise, it's not particularly good and not particularly enjoyable. The good thing is that if you've done the PS4 version, you can carry your save over to the PS5. And for a lot of trophies, then you just have to do certain actions one time and it will actually unlock the trophies, which is really nice. So in this first group of trophies, you have everything through here, for the most part, is just story-related and unmissable. The only exception to this is the Silver Trophy. This is the secret ending for the game because most Far Cry games have multiple endings or secret endings. Basically, you fly off the side of the map with a plane or drive off the side of the map in a boat at any point before the final story mission, and you will unlock this trophy and the secret ending, which is presumably non-canon. So then, you have to capture any FND base without being detected. That's pretty self-explanatory. That's a trophy in most of these games. FND bases are outposts, so this is a very typical Far Cry trophy. Just use suppressed weapons and take out alarms and you should be fine. Then a base with a co-op partner, that's also a very typical trophy in Far Cry games, one of the few co-op trophies. Then, so now we get to some of the trophies where you only have to do the action once to unlock it if you did the PS4 version. So this is for capturing all the outposts. You only have to capture one of the like 20-ish of them and you'll get this trophy, if you carry over your save, that is. The F&D resource vehicles, you only have to do one of those. You only have to do one of the checkpoints, only one of the anti-aircraft cannons, though I do recommend taking out all of them simply because if you don't, it's going to make the map a lot more annoying to navigate. You only have to... Actually, no, you might have had to do this one legitimately. I think actually you did have to do this one legitimately again, so 10 of the 20 military supply drops. This one you have to do fully legitimately. It requires you to complete 3 of the yarn stories before you unlock this 4th one, where you unlock several really good rewards for completing it. Win a cockfighting match, that one's pretty self-explanatory. Just go to whatever camp that's done in and win a single match on the easiest difficulty. The Grand Premios, I believe that this one carries over, so you only have to do 1. Dominoes game is pretty self-explanatory. 1 game of dominoes at whatever camp that occurs in. Any 1 special operation is super simple. Then any 5 bandito operations, this is like a passive type of trophy, but you only have to complete 1 if you carry over your save. This one you have to redo, but it's pretty straightforward. This one, thankfully, this one actually carries over, so you only have to do it once, and you'll actually pop the trophy. That makes this really, really helpful. This one does not carry over in any way. You just have to fully upgrade any 1 camp facility. There's 6 total different ones. And it's really not that hard to upgrade one of them. You'll have more than enough resources by the time you finish everything. The Supremos, there are 7 of them. This one doesn't carry over in any way because you have to... I think you get 2 automatically. You have to purchase 4 of them, and then you get the last one in that Triad of Blessings mission. The meals, this one carries over, so you only have to buy 1 of them if you already have the trophy on the PS4. The collectibles here do not carry over. The USB sticks are pretty easy to get because they're straightforward collectibles. The cryptogramma chests are a little bit more annoying because you have to find 2 notes, like hints on how to open it, and then you can open the chest, so that one's a little bit more annoying. And then the rides, there's only 4, so this one's actually pretty easy. I don't remember any of them being problematic. A couple of them are story-related. Roosters, there's maybe like 19 of those. They're not anything too hard to get. They're just standard collectibles. Amigos, there are 7 total in the game. Like, there are 5 in the base game and 2 from, like, the Ubisoft Club. I'm not sure if the Ubisoft Club ones count, but I'm assuming they do because of how early on well, no, actually, I got that trophy kind of late. Never mind. Pet Guapo is an adorable trophy where you pet the crocodile and don't die from it. Then this one, Chicharron, I found him a lot earlier this time around, and just put the Mother Clucker outfit on him once you recruit him and you get this trophy. Then the Distracting 10 Soldiers with Chorizo. This one is a little bit finicky as to what counts as a distraction, but it's pretty easy to do. Just keep having him distract enemies until it unlocks. Then 10 Soldiers with Active Heat. This one actually auto-pops, but it's unmissable regardless because you're going to be in Active Heat consistently throughout the game. Take out a shark with an explosive. This one's actually really easy because there's several missions where you're going to find a shark randomly in someone's pool. So whenever that happens, just kill it with an explosive and you'll knock this trophy out very quickly. Catch 10 fish. This one auto-pops after 1 if you carry over your save. Otherwise, though, it doesn't matter which 10 you catch, which makes it much easier than like the Far Cry 5 version. Take out a soldier by sabotaging an alarm. You need a very specific ability to be able to do this, like a specific skill. Okay, this one is a little bit annoying. Insurgencies occur after you beat the main story. Every week, a certain region of the world will be retaken by the enemies, and by retaking it again for the resistance, as well as completing a specific special operation, you will be able to take on the insurgent leader. You can only do this once per week, so it's going to take at least 3 weeks. Thankfully, this one does carry over, so you only have to do it once if you carry over your save. So that makes it a lot better. There was a really easy way to farm it in a single week back when the game first came out, but that was patched on the PS5 version and later on the PS4 version, so it no longer works. 10 Special Forces Soldiers, this one's basically unmissable. It does auto-pop, but it's basically unmissable. You're going to be fighting a lot of these guys later in the game. This one's pretty straightforward. Either use an EMP grenade or an EMP round from a grenade launcher and use it to shoot a tank and then just go hijack it. Pretty simple. The mythical animals, I believe there's 5 of them, and most of them are easy. There's just one that was kind of tough to make it appear. Slide 200 meters at once. There's a couple places to do this, just like sliding down a specific mountain. Running over 10 soldiers in a vehicle. This one does auto-pop, but it's pretty easy to get regardless. I mean, third players get it. This one was actually initially missable when the game first came out, at least on PS4, because if you didn't get it by the time you cleared all the outposts, the original game actually didn't have an outpost reset feature unless you did an insurgency mission. But thankfully, they eventually patched in the ability to reset any outposts, so this one's no longer much of a problem. Just find the security control center and hit it before anyone detects you, and you'll get this trophy. This one you can just parachute in from above and shoot someone with an RPG. This one is really, really annoying, but thankfully it's one of the auto-pop ones. So for this one, you have to like shoot someone with poison bullets or poison gas, and once you do it, they will go in and hopefully kill another person. That's your best bet, because I mean it's completely random and really annoying. This is an unmissable story-related trophy that you'll get during the final story mission. This one you just have to purchase a few mods with your parts and stuff to put them on a resolver weapon. There's plenty of opportunities for that, plenty of different weapons. Each camp facility is pretty self-explanatory. There's only 6 total. 10 parts on a ride. This one requires you to finish quite a few missions and a lot of the Grand Premios, so the races, to be able to do it. Rank of Commandant is pretty much unmissable while going for all the other trophies in the game. That's just a super high rank, and I don't even know if it's the top rank you get to. And then you get the Special Operations trophies. Now, I got something to say about the Special Ops, and I will bring that up when we talk about the DLC, but the 3 base game trophies aren't anything too terribly bad. This one, you're going to want to do it on the easiest difficulty, and it's significantly easier in co-op because you can have one person carry the battery that overheats and have them just stay in the shade and just focus on water while your partner does all of the killing. And then the Hidden Stash of Moneda, this one's easy, but I think a lot of the old guides are completely outdated, like they move stuff around, so you need to find a more modern guide. And then this one, you could only do it on the second lowest difficulty or higher, so not on the easiest difficulty, and you could only get 3 per run of a special operation. But thankfully, this is another one that auto-pops, which is wonderful. So yeah, like I said, I wasn't a big fan of Far Cry 6 in general, even just as a base game. And then these 2 DLCs just make it far worse, but I'm not going to talk about those just yet. I want to go ahead and mention the better DLCs. So we have the Become the Villain DLCs. Basically, these each allow you to go into the mind of a villain from a previous Far Cry game and go through all of their like mental issues, and at the very end you get like a special cutscene once you complete it on the highest difficulty that might just give you a little bit more story information about that character. The only problem with these DLCs is that they're all permadeath. So if you die, you lose all of your progress. You don't lose everything, like you keep your, I think the locations that you've discovered, like the map stays open, the weapons you've unlocked remain, the diary pages and shibis and visions that you've collected carry over between playthroughs, your weapons upgrades and your power-up slots I think carry over, I believe they do, but just a lot of your other stuff doesn't, so it's really kind of annoying to do that because it's really easy to screw up if you like fall off a cliff or something. So you definitely want to make sure that on the higher difficulties that you're always carrying at least a couple of the 1-up power-ups. So you get a trophy just for beating each of the DLCs. The trophies are actually almost identical in all 3 of the Become the Villain DLCs, just one thing's changed and a couple words are changed. So you get 1 trophy in each of them simply for completing it the first time. Then, like with each one, you have to go to 3 locations, complete a challenge there, then go back and hold out against several waves of enemies at the very end. And with a lot of these, the pistol is actually the best option once it's fully upgraded, especially in the first 2 DLCs. Escaping with 25,000, you might get it on your first playthrough while just beating it on the easy difficulty. If you don't, you're guaranteed to get it while doing the Mine Level 5 playthrough. Carry at least 8,000 of whatever the currency is at once is pretty simple. Discover every location. There's about 20-ish locations per DLC. Unlocking all the weapons, there's, I believe, 9 weapons per DLC. So there's like a pistol, a machine pistol, a bow, a shotgun, an assault rifle, a submachine gun, a grenade launcher, and a rocket launcher, and maybe like a light machine gun or something. So I think it's like 9 weapons total per DLC. Then you have to collect all the diary pages. I believe there's 7 of these in each DLC, as well as the 10 shibis. You're going to want to follow a collectible guide for all of these because they are actually a bit tough to find if you're not really looking out for them. The visions, these, same thing. You're probably going to want to follow a guide for those because some of them are pretty easy to miss and you might only be able to see them once per playthrough. So then we have the 1 trophy that changes between DLCs. This is the only one that's different each DLC. For this one, you have to fully upgrade all of the weapons in Boss's Armory, so all 9 weapons have to be fully upgraded. Basically, for this, you're going to want to farm the highest difficulty, Mine Level 5, and just keep farming the events that give you the 1-up tokens, but then sell them. because on mine level 5 you get more money for everything you do, so you're just going to want to sell them, go back every few times, upgrade, and then just like quit out, like save and quit, and that will carry over all of your upgrades and everything, but you'll just lose your story progress so you can repeat them. It's really quite annoying that they make you do that, but I mean, it's not terrible overall, because this one's not quite as bad as the Joseph Seed one, for that matter, but it is a little bit tougher than the Pagan Min DLC. And then escaping at mine level 5, this is where the game becomes a lot more brutal, because on mine level 5 you die a lot faster and enemies are just massive bullet sponges. Basically the strategy is get a fully upgraded pistol, rush through the level, and just do the required story stuff. Make sure that you have a couple of the 1-up power-ups, maybe a couple other power-ups. When you get to the very end of it, just hold it out against the first 5 waves and then immediately run on through the exit. You don't have to survive the whole 20 waves or anything, thankfully. And Voss's final cutscene is really, really good. It is very well worth beating it on mine level 5 to see. Next up, we have the Pagan Control DLC. So this one's also pretty strong, but it's identical in terms of trophies, and it's the easiest one because its random trophy is easier. So with this one, I will say though, this one's a little bit more annoying with the visions, because there are several visions that are tied to a specific side quest within the DLC, and you can only get one set of visions per playthrough, so you are going to have to play through that part at least 4 total times to get all the different visions, which is kind of annoying. But the difference with this one is that you only have to max out your bar with your powers at the bottom, which is significantly cheaper than the other DLC trophies. So all you have to do is just purchase the 8 slots. You start with the first one, the first few are cheap, and then just have a power equipped in each of them, which enemies constantly drop the power, so that's not really any bit of a problem. And it looks like I did this entire DLC in like one day within like a few hours, so this is definitely the shortest and easiest of the 3. Pagan Min's final cutscene is also pretty good. It's quite interesting, a bit thought-provoking as to how Far Cry 5 works. Then we have the Joseph Collapse DLC. This one is the most time-consuming because most of the trophies are the same once again. I think there might actually be fewer visions this time. But this time you have to upgrade all of the traits in the mirror, which is like upgrading the weapons, but I believe it's even more expensive, so it takes quite a bit longer. Although I might have actually... No, it still took me a couple of days to do this DLC. So you have to purchase all the traits, which takes a bit longer. The pistol isn't quite as overly effective in this DLC. I think there's a really good shotgun, though, that makes this one easier. But it's basically the exact same thing again. Just strategies you used for the first 2 will probably work for the most part here. You just have to upgrade the traits instead of the other stuff. Nothing much to worry about, I guess. Then we have the Lost Between Worlds DLC. This DLC is really dumb, and I honestly don't understand why it was released, because it makes no sense, and there's no way it's canon or anything, unless we're going into space for the next Far Cry. Who knows at this point? But your first 3 trophies here are all unmissable and story-related from finishing your first run through the DLC. So basically, you have to go down these various paths through like specific rifts, as they call them. And once you get through enough of them, you get to collect a vessel shard, and once you collect all 5 vessel shards, you fight the final boss, and then you finish the DLC. It's really weird, and again, it's really, really dumb. You have to finish any 5 consecutive rifts without having to respawn. There's a specific path you can take to make this easier. This one, same thing. There's a specific path you can take to make this easier. You can do it with a couple minutes to spare, so it's nothing much to worry about. This one, you have to use gadgets to kill defensive units. I don't think you have to do this one in a single run, unlike some of the other trophies. Just use like grenades and stuff to kill enemies. Pretty self-explanatory. Then you have some level or rift-specific trophies. So for this one, the maze is one of the first areas of the game. Just use melee attacks to kill the enemies. That one's pretty self-explanatory, pretty easy to do. Then for this one, you have to just swim all the way down at a very specific point, and you'll unlock this one. 20 defensive units in Death by Darkness. This is the one where you have to kill enemies in order to keep the sun up, because if the sun goes all the way down, you automatically die. Then this one is basically one where you get to use Fae several times to attack enemies with, like with mines or something. I think this one was allowed to be done over the course of multiple runs, though, because 30 is a little bit tough to do, or at the very least you're allowed to like kill yourself, respawn, and do that a couple of times to get all the kills needed. The color combat, this one is one of those, I think what you had to do was you had to use a specific color of your weapons to be able to kill specific enemies or something. It was something like that. Like I said, that DLC was just stupid. I don't really care for it that much. But what I really didn't care for were the 2 Spec Ops DLCs. So these required you to complete Mastery Level 3 on each of the 5 Special Operations, and this was absolutely horrible, because the Special Operations are one of the most poorly designed gameplay features I've ever seen in a video game. Now, they're definitely easier if you do them in co-op. They're significantly easier in co-op, because then you can have one person focus more on killing enemies while the other person focuses on carrying the battery, because on Mastery Level 3, enemies are much harder to kill. The battery overheats stupidly fast, and half the enemies will set you on fire. Like, half of them are flamethrower enemies that are armored and super hard to kill, which just makes it an absolutely horrible experience from start to finish. And it's hilarious because I got through Cocodrillo on my first try. You are technically allowed to die a couple of times during a run, but I got through this one on my first try with like 1 death, so I guess I got lulled into a false sense of security because the other 2 in this DLC were horrific. Because Maceo, this one is just, it's awful to try to get back to the starting area because there's almost no cover and every single enemy is guarding a water source. Like, all the water sources are fully guarded by flamethrower enemies, so it just requires insane amounts of luck, and I think they infinitely respawn as well. It was just a mess. That was probably the angriest I've gotten at a video game in a very long time, or just any time I can remember within even the last year. I think I was more angry at this probably than Call of Duty Classic. I'm sure I was more angry at this than Call of Duty Classic. Mesozoica was also extremely painful. It's not as hard to get to the target and get back on this one if you know what you're doing, but it's a lot harder to hold out at the very end because there's not really a good source of both shade and water right together, so it's really easy to get the battery overheated out of nowhere with all the flamethrower enemies. Then this DLC, Los Tres Santos is probably the easiest of the 5 total. This one didn't really give me any problems. And I actually got through Puerta del Eden within like an hour, so it didn't take me that many tries. But the very ending of it is so hectic and so difficult to get through with the amount of flamethrower enemies and the limited water sources. So it was just not a fun time. And like I said, with this DLC, with both of these, it's much better if you go into them with a co-op partner because it will make life a little bit easier. But you have to use very specific loadouts to even have a chance of beating it on solo, which is even stupider. You have to have very, very specific loadouts to do it. So yeah, not a fan of Far Cry 6. Very glad to be done with this one, but I do have all Far Cry games completed once again on my list, so I am proud of that. Next up is Squad Killer. This was an East Asia Soft game. What I remember with this one was you had these like procedurally generated levels, and I think you had to kill all the enemies on the level in order to progress to the next one. You could go through a door then to go to the next one, and there were a few things to pick up along the way, but I think that's how this game worked. And after you finished, I think it was 3 levels, like 2 levels or something, and then you had to fight a boss on the 3rd level, and then you could buy an upgrade. I think that's how this game worked. So it's a very typical East Asia Soft trophy list. It's not a particularly hard game. It took about half an hour to get through. Actually, maybe less than half an hour. Oh yeah, it took less than half an hour. Okay, so it took like, 20-ish minutes to get through. I'm sure you could do it faster though if you're a little bit better at this type of game than I am. But you have to kill a total of 58 enemies over the course of multiple playthroughs. That's pretty self-explanatory, nothing to worry about there. Collect 1,000 coins total over the course of multiple playthroughs. Again, that one's not really much of a problem. And then you have to die 5 times total, which is pretty much unmissable and shouldn't cause any problems. However, you also have to buy upgrades, and these trophies were really, really finicky from what I remember. It was something like certain upgrades are not actually upgrades or don't correctly count as upgrades, and depending on what upgrades you get randomly after killing your boss, you never know what you're going to be able to purchase, and sometimes you just get screwed over with upgrades that are too expensive for the limited amount of coins you can collect. So yeah, that was not a fun experience. One of the 2 versions I know screwed me over with that, and one of the 2 versions I think one of the trophies glitched on me. I want to say, was it this version where something... Yeah, it was this version that glitched out on me. So this version of the game, upon buying my first upgrade, I didn't get the trophy for it, which was really annoying. But then after buying my second upgrade, both of them popped at once. So I have absolutely no idea why that happened. And something else might have glitched out in this one as well. I don't really remember. I guess I blocked this game out. But yeah, so just keep that in mind that it glitched on me. Is it going to glitch on you? Hopefully not, but it might, so I guess just keep that in mind. Next up, we have Letterbox by POWGI, another POWGI game. So this one, basically what would happen is you get these grids, these like 5x5 grids, and the outsides of them would be filled in, but you would have to fill in the interior of it with letters to create words, and you had like a limited selection of letters you could use. So just like with any other POWGI game, if you simply follow a guide like the one on PowerPix's site, you can get this Platinum Trophy done within, I would say within 2 hours per version. Because let's see, how long? Okay, within about an hour per version, actually. So I think what I was trying to do was trying to get both of these in like the same video file right at the very end or something, right there together with one another. But with it, you can beat it in about an hour if you follow a guide. So just complete the very first puzzle and then complete every puzzle. There's probably like 120 total. Solve any puzzle without making a mistake is pretty self-explanatory and won't be a problem if you're following a guide. Use fix to remove an incorrect letter and 5 incorrect letters at once. So for this one, just completely fill in a puzzle incorrectly and use fix to fix it all at once. Nothing to worry about there. Solve any puzzle in less than 60 seconds. That's a typical POWGI trophy. You can do a lot of them in under 30 seconds. Spend a full minute considering the next move. Again, a typical POWGI trophy. Just wait on any puzzle for 1 full minute. This one, we do get a return of the bad word trophy, so on any puzzle, just fill in a naughty word. Any naughty 5-letter word will work for this, and that will get you an easy gold trophy. And then you have to correctly place the words way, omens, vinyl, karma, fourth, hurts, stuff, grade, shape, ready, still, panic, alien, charm, trend, level, super, grand, plain, and badge. Now, with this game, since you have to solve all 120 or so puzzles, all of these trophies will come naturally along with completing the game. So this one is basically just complete the game, handful of miscellaneous things, and you will get the Platinum Trophy. Again, can be done in about an hour if you're following a guide. So, nothing much to worry about with this one. Again, I do like the POWGI games, and I don't think I've done another one since then, though. I think I have maybe one on my list that I can play. Oh, no, I have done one other one since then. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're a little over an hour in, so I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back, and we will be on to something that I have some things to say about. Alright guys, it's been like a probably solid week since I worked on this video, but that is a-okay because it gave me time to clear out a bunch of stuff on my computer hard drive, move it over into storage, and now I should be able to continue working on this video with fewer problems. So, the next game, and unfortunately I think you're probably going to be seeing this one in several of these future trophy videos. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. This is, of course, the PS5 version of it, as the PS4 version is a bit further up on the list. So, Modern Warfare 2 2022, I was not a fan of this game personally, mostly because the multiplayer stuff kind of pissed me off a lot, and just the campaign being pretty dumb in general, but it was mostly just the co-op stuff that pissed me off because I kept having all sorts of issues with it, just trying to get a co-op partner, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So, as with most Call of Duty games, the Platinum isn't particularly hard or time-consuming. Now, with the base game, or excuse me, not even base game, just single-player stuff, it's pretty typical of just every mission has one or more miscellaneous trophies for it. Well, not every mission, but a lot of them do. So, Wet Work, this is one of the earliest missions in the game. You just have to shoot and kill 3 enemies while you're underwater in a single playthrough. It's nothing too bad. This one, I believe, is the very last mission of the game, and this one took a couple of tries because I wasn't actually following a guide, and once I started following a guide, it was much easier. Then this is a later game mission. It's one where you do not try this one on Veteran, because do it on Veteran using whatever you want, and then just replay it on Recruit, and you can get through it without firing a gun without a whole lot of problems. This one was pretty easy. This is the really, weird, bizarro, semi-open world vehicle mission. Not really open world, but slightly. This one is fairly simple. It's during a stealthish mission. You just have to sneak around without killing anyone or being alerted. It's not really that hard if you follow a guide for it. This one's pretty tough to do on, Veteran, but it's pretty easy to do on something like Recruit. You just have to be kind of careful and not fall and just reset checkpoint if you do. This one actually wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I ended up doing it on Recruit, but it was much easier on Recruit, but honestly, it wasn't even all that hard. Then the 3 safes in the campaign, they're in like 3 different, or no, I think that one of them is in El Sin Nombre and the other 2 are in Alone, maybe? It's something like that, or it might be split up a little bit more. As long as you have the codes for them, which you can just look up online, you shouldn't have any problem with that. This one, you can get this during the prison break mission later in the game pretty easily. This one, I believe you can also do in the prison break mission, or during actually the wet work mission at the very end of it is another good place to do this. Then this one is at the very end of the game in the next to last mission, and you have to shoot a bunch of targets during that stupid tank boss fight, because yes, that's a thing that exists in this game. This one is on the wet work, oil rig type mission, whatever you want to call it. That one's really easy. This one is really not too hard from what I remember. You just have to be kind of careful about it. It's easier on recruit though. This one took me a couple of tries to get the path down, but otherwise it was pretty easy. Then this one is fairly easy, but it's a lot easier to do on recruit, of course. And then, of course, you have to finish the campaign on veteran, which is very typical for Call of Duty. And then we get to the multiplayer, or co-op trophies, as they would be called. Or, actually, wait a minute, no, I think this was a story-related trophy as well, or campaign-related trophy, so I don't actually remember what that one was. I guess that was one of the stealth missions. But now we can get to the actual co-op, and the co-op was not a fun time, because I kept getting ghosted by partners. I had one that went and did everything themselves without, like, contacting me and just went and finished it all themselves. And then I had someone that just, like, wouldn't listen to instructions. It was just one of those experiences that was just, like, not a good time. And it makes me remember why I really don't like boosting or doing multiplayer-based games anymore, outside of maybe Fallout 76, where I actually like the game enough nowadays. But I mean, none of these trophies are overly difficult. It's just coordinating a co-op session seems to be way harder now than it used to be. Low profile is the stealth mission. Basically, you go in, you have to, I think it's disarm like 3 bombs throughout it, and then extract in like 12 minutes or something for 3 stars. It's fairly easy once you know what to do. Then the 3 stars in denied area, that one is... Which one is that one? I think that's the one where you have to, like, drive all over the map and go to, like, 3 different locations, then go to a final location and escape on the back of the plane. I think that's what this one is. And then Defender Mount Zaya, if this is the one I'm thinking it is, it's the one where you have, like, 3 different places you have to defend against, like, 5 or 6 waves of enemies. It's not really too hard once you sort of get the hang of it, but like I said, one of my co-op partners was not very competent when I was trying some of this stuff. And then you have this Miscellaneous trophy for low profile. This one isn't terrible once you sort of get things down and have a partner that you can work with and, you both have mics and stuff. If you do it that way, it's not too bad, but it's still going to take several tries, as you can see. I mean, I got most of these trophies in like a single day. Oh, you know what? I just remembered what Recon by Fire is. I believe this is that all gillied up ripoff type of mission, if I remember correctly. I just remember that for some reason. And then you have to earn at least 1 star in co-op, which you'll get along the way to getting the 3 stars and everything. For Defender Mount Zaya, it's just you aren't allowed to let more than 3 bombs go off. For the other 2, it's time-based. And then the 20 intel fragments. This one's fairly easy because there's like at least 50 total, so it's really not that bad. You can just look at a guide for them and have no issues with it. And this trophy actually auto-pops between versions, sort of. Basically what you do is you collect your 20 on one version of the game, and then you load up the other version of the game, collect one more piece, and this one auto-pops, so that is kind of nice. It's the only one that does that in this entire game. So really, if it hadn't have been for the whole just broken experience of trying to get a co-op partner, I don't think I would have disliked this game as much as I did. But it's nowhere near as fun as like Modern Warfare 2019, where the enemies actually went down in like 2 bullets while you also die really quickly. It just was not a fun experience, and I really did not enjoy this one. But then, Call of Duty decided to do something pretty bizarre and also stupid that I've only seen maybe one other game ever do, which was Uncharted with the PS5 collection that's Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy, where they made Lost Legacy a DLC, and you had to complete that DLC to get the Platinum. I mean, you don't have to complete the DLC here to get the Platinum, but Modern Warfare 3's PS5 version does not have a Platinum trophy. It's the only Call of Duty game currently to be that way. It makes absolutely no sense why they would do this. I mean, I think the reason why is because they were initially planning Modern Warfare 3 to be a DLC for Modern Warfare 2, but what makes even less sense is that the PS4 version of Modern Warfare 3 is its own separate trophy list with a Platinum trophy, and that's what I really don't understand. But what I understand even less is the fact that apparently Black Ops 6, which is coming out in, a few months in October, is apparently going to be another DLC for Modern Warfare 2 with no Platinum trophy on the PS5, but the PS4 version is going to have a Platinum in a separate trophy list. So Activision or whoever over there is making these decisions, you're an idiot and you have no right to be working in game development because that's just honestly so stupid. I mean, you're basically now just punishing any trophy hunter that was dumb enough to play Modern Warfare 2 on the PS5 version of it. Because apparently this is something that's going to keep happening. So Black Ops 6 will be a DLC, and then I guess Modern Warfare 4 or whatever we get in 2025 will be another DLC to that. I mean, by then we should stop getting PS4 versions at least, but still. It's just, I don't understand it. I don't know who's in charge of that and why they still have a job. But this Platinum, or, 100% I guess, is a lot harder and a lot more time consuming than the other Modern Warfares. You have a bunch of Zombies trophies, and I do actually own the game now, so I can get started on it once I finish some of this Fallout stuff that I'm currently working on. But you have this trophy, grinding 50,000 kills in Modern Warfare Zombies is just absolutely insane, because apparently you can't get anywhere near that while you're working on all the other trophies, so it's just a massive, massive grind. I mean, Vanguard 10,000 Zombies was bad enough, and this one's, 5 times worse than that. And it's also probably I don't know if it's a worse Zombies mode or not. I guess I'll find out when I actually play it. The level 55 trophy is split between Zombies and multiplayer, so it's nothing to worry about. And then all the campaign trophies are pretty fairly typical for Call of Duty. I've heard that this campaign is very short and possibly the worst one in the entire franchise, so that's going to be interesting. When I do end up doing this game, I will stream all of the single-player stuff just to make a video out of, but I'll be working on the multiplayer outside of that, because the campaign should probably only take like 10 hours to get not only Veteran, but also get all the Miscellaneous trophies in. So I'm not worried at all about that part. It's just all that Zombies crap that I'm not looking forward to, especially because it's multiplayer stuff. And there's one trophy in here. Yeah, this one, you have to be in a 6-person squad, but apparently squads are only 3 people, so you have to have 2 different 3-person squads together coordinated for this, which makes absolutely no logical sense to me. And then, of course, it's not going to matter because the game will be back down to a lower level of completion when Black Ops 6 comes out, so I just cannot possibly comprehend who thought that was a good idea. Then, of course, we have the PS4 version of the game. It is completely identical in every way, except that this one was easier for me because, by that point I already knew what to do with everything, so it took less time. I knew which missions to not worry about the Miscellaneous trophies on Veteran for. So there's not really anything else to say about this version, just you can see I did it a lot faster because I wasn't streaming it. And then this trophy auto-popped, which was pretty nice, or like I said, it auto-pops once you collect 1. I don't think I had quite as many issues with the co-op in this game as I did in the PS5 version, but I still had some struggles. As you can see, the trophies are pretty spread out, so the 29th, the 1st, the 29th, the 5th, the 29th, that last one being basically an auto-pop, so I guess I didn't have as many problems with it, but it was still just a mess, and once again, it was not a good time. I just personally didn't enjoy it, so let's move on to something a little more positive, I hope. Alright, so here we have a couple of easy platinums that I got after getting a big, tough platinum like Modern Warfare. Well, not really big, tough platinum like Modern Warfare 2, but that wasn't the only platinum I got here. There was another one that I did, The Division 2, but I did some DLC afterwards, so we'll get to talking about that in a moment. But Learn Hiragana, this is a really quick and easy platinum trophy. Basically what you do is you'll see a symbol on screen and you have to check which letter it represents. And that's basically it, except that you can just button mash and eventually get it that way. And if I had realized you could just button mash it, I would have gotten this platinum a little bit faster. Because it looks like it took, 1022, 1019... So it was 1019 my first trophy, I think it was, so something like 1019 to 1044, so it took me less than half an hour, but you could definitely do it faster if you were just using the more button mashing method. I wasn't doing that. I was trying to actually look at like a picture guide for it to do it legitimately, but it took forever to get certain letters for some reason. So it's a little bit random as to whether or not you get the right letters that you need at different times, because there are 46 of them you have to match up. But I mean, it's a quick and easy platinum trophy, there's not much more else to say about it. Night Detective Decrepit Manor. This is basically a point-and-click adventure game, a very short point-and-click adventure game. As you can see, it only took about 11 minutes to get the platinum. I mean, it's fine for what it was. It was a very quick, cheap, easy point-and-click game. And basically, you just had to solve a puzzle in each room in order to get all of the doors open throughout the whole mansion and get all the other objects opened. And to acquire certain tools, you just basically had to click on certain places on the screen and solve a few puzzles, and that was basically all you had to do, and then just, of course, finish the game. And then you had to complete the game without using a hint, so after that you would just reload into the game, start a new game, and use one hint. Make a mistake, I think that's like unmissable even if you were following a guide, because you'll probably misclick on something. And then you have to find all of the interactable items in this free play mode, so there's like anywhere from maybe 5 to 15 items you have to click on in the free play mode. But again, as long as you follow a guide, you're not going to have any problems whatsoever with this platinum. I just followed like Bad Driver's Guide for it. Okay, so something else actually negative. DC League of Super Pets, The Adventures of Crypto and Ace. This game was really, really bad, and not a lot of people have this platinum, and I actually understand why. It's specifically because of exactly one trophy that jacks this game's difficulty up quite a bit. Everything else in it's really easy. So, with all of these, I actually have blocked a lot of this game out of my mind at this point because it was so terrible. So, let's see. I think that filling these meters were like allies or something that you could have, and you had to upgrade them a certain number of times in order to fill that meter or something. I think that's how that worked, or they might have been like special abilities that you could use within the levels. I think that might actually be what it was. Then you had to fully upgrade your energy and your dodge force and your Amazon resistance, so those were like sort of special abilities you could use. And you just had to fully upgrade all of them by collecting whatever it was, points or whatever, throughout the levels and completing the levels. You had to fully upgrade your health and stamina, which allowed you to survive for longer, and I think stamina was like what allows you to use the special ability. You just had to achieve any dog ranking, which I think you would get naturally just by finishing a level. And then they had this really weird like side mode where you had to adopt dogs and send them to the correct homes for some reason, and you had to do it a certain number of times for some of the upgrade points. It was weird. Now, these 3 trophies were all unmissable story related. For like every 5 levels you would get those. This one was pretty much unmissable. I mean, it's really easy to get through a level without taking a whole lot of damage. Then you had to finish a level without destroying a Lexbot, which was by far and away the hardest trophy in the game, and the one that caused me by far the most pain and suffering, especially in this version of the game. Because in this game, there's no way to just reset checkpoint unless you actually die, which is really, really stupid. So if you were to accidentally destroy a Lexbot at the very end of a mission, you're going to have to redo the entire thing all over again. And what I ended up doing for this was I kept replaying the very first mission of the game, but I had to constantly deal damage to myself throughout the level to make sure that if I managed to accidentally hit a Lexbot, I would be able to kill myself very quickly and redo it and like retry from the last checkpoint. And it was an absolute mess. It was just a terrible trophy. It's horribly designed. Your hitbox is way too big. Sometimes you'll clearly not hit anything, but it'll still count it as being hit. And it's a mess of a trophy. It should not have been in the game. It was by far the worst part of this game. I blocked a lot of this one out of my memory because, like I said, it was very, very painful to get through. At least in my opinion, it was definitely not fun. It was a free game at some point. That's the only reason I played it. Now, with this version, I did it the smart way and did this trophy on the first level, on my first playthrough of the first level, to make sure I could knock it out very quickly and without all the health upgrades, which meant that I could kill myself much, much faster, so it made it a lot more simple to do, plus I knew what to do by that point. I mean, it wouldn't have taken 3 hours if I hadn't like stopped and gone to do something else during that time period, because you can get the platinum theoretically in like under 2 hours if you know what you're doing and get that one trophy first. But, like I said, terrible experience, would not be recommending this one. I mean, it has a pretty rare platinum trophy for a reason, at least on here. I'd still only say it's like a 2, maybe a 3 out of 10 in difficulty purely because of that one trophy, but it's a very frustrating 3 out of 10 and very random sort of 3 out of 10. Next up, we have My Little Pony, a Maritime Bay adventure. I did the PS4 version a while back, so then I went and did the PS5 version. It's not the worst game in the world, let's be honest here. I've played far worse games, like, including this one for that matter. I've played far worse games than this. This game, it's fine. It is exactly what it is. It's a My Little Pony game. It was kind of entertaining to play on stream while having a few adult beverages. It made it a lot more entertaining that way. So, with the Platinum Trophy, I think everything except for the magic bits, well, not everything, but okay, let's see. So I think that, like, these first 4 trophies were all unmissable story-related things you had to do just to beat the game. The game only takes like an hour and a half at most, so it's pretty short. The magic bits, I'll talk about that later. The magic mirror is where you, like, change your outfit or something. I just realized that every single trophy has the exact same image. Does the Platinum have? Yeah, even the Platinum does. Okay, real good job there, guys. So just change your outfit at any time in the mirror and you get this trophy. It's as simple as that. The secret obstacle course, this one, you have to solve one obstacle course no matter what, and then there's a second one you can go back and do at a later time that's a little bit harder to access, and you just have to complete that one. It's as simple as that. These are story-related trophies. I think that all these other golds are pretty much story-related, so everything that isn't magic bits should be story. So again, the story takes like an hour to an hour and a half to finish, so it's nothing too bad. The magic bits, these are items that you find all over the place. You also get them as rewards for finishing missions and stuff and playing mini games. There's something like 1,900 of them in the game, so you only need to get like 70, 75, 80% maybe of them total. So it's really not that bad. You have plenty of room for error. I think I ended up going above and beyond and actually getting all of them just to say that I 100%ed a My Little Pony game, because that's definitely something to put on the dating profile. Anyway, it's not the worst thing in the world. I've certainly played worse than this. Let's move on. The Procession to Calvary. This is a point-and-click game. It's actually kind of entertaining. It's definitely one of the better ones that I've played in more recent memory. So with the trophies, they all relate to doing like very specific things throughout the world. And you can finish this game in, 2 hours or less than 2 hours, like an hour and a half or so. So it's a pretty quick platinum trophy as long as you're following the guide. I just don't remember exactly what any of these trophies were, because this is one of those games where they don't really tell you what to do, so you just unlock them as you go through. There are 3 different endings, though. I do remember that there are 3 different endings. I think for one of them, you just have to go through the game killing pretty much everything, and then the other 2 are just different choices you make toward the end. So, I mean, it's an easy enough game. It was fairly entertaining, so I would say pick this one up if you can get it for cheap. It's worth playing through. It's certainly not a bad experience compared to some of the games I've played. And now we have a surprisingly good experience, Tom Clancy's The Division 2. So, as you guys know, I did The Division 1 quite a few years ago, where I got the Platinum Trophy in it many years ago, and I enjoyed the Platinum. The DLC, on the other hand, was another story. The Underground DLC was easy, but extremely boring and grindy. The multiplayer DLC, it was like Last Stand or something. That DLC was horrible. It took absolutely forever, and it was just so not fun. So much multiplayer crap you had to do. And then, of course, survival mode, which you guys all know my thoughts on survival mode if you've been here for a while. But The Division 2 didn't run into any of those problems. Actually really enjoyed this platinum. I would highly recommend playing this one if you get the chance. I mean, I would be a little more skeptical because now it's been like over a year, so there's not as many people playing it. Although, then again, given that we're not getting Division Heartland anymore, I think that one got canceled, and Division 3 is supposedly still in development, but I honestly don't know how true that is. I guess we'll have to see, so maybe it does still have a decent player base to it. I would hope it does, because again, it was actually a pretty enjoyable game. So all of these early trophies that have these numbers in them, all of these trophies through here are all story-related and unmissable. Basically, you're in Washington, D.C., you're taking out 3 or 4 different groups of enemies, like you're taking out a bunch of like raiders and anarchists. Then there's a group of people that were driven insane because they were quarantined when they got whatever the illness or whatever it was called was, the green flu or green poison, whatever it's called. And then the True Sons are the ones like trying to take over the government or something. I guess they were all kind of were trying to take over the government in one way or another, but yeah, it was a fun campaign, and it wasn't particularly hard to get through. Now, you do have to finish all missions on hard where it's available, but this actually isn't as bad as it sounds because hard difficulty is the medium difficulty in this game. So you have like the story difficulty, which is the easy mode, then there's like a normal difficulty, then there's hard difficulty, which is this one, and then there's like 2 difficulties above it, so hard mode really isn't that bad. There's only a handful of areas that are even remotely a problem, so it's really not anything to worry about, thankfully. Then you have to fully upgrade all of your settlements around DC. This one, I think you just needed to bring in like a certain amount of supplies for each one to upgrade certain aspects of it. I think that's how this one worked, but I mean, it's been a while since I played it. It's been over a year. This one is a little bit tricky to do later on in the game just because you can accidentally kill the tanks pretty quickly. These are these guys that have a whole bunch of body armor on. You have to eliminate the armor on their head, so their helmet. You have to eliminate the armor on both arms, on both legs, and on their chest before killing them. So this one does take a little bit of being careful because sometimes the tanks will accidentally kill themselves. Sometimes you'll accidentally kill them before you mean to. It's not that it's all that hard, it's just a little bit trickier to do later in the game. I would actually recommend doing this one a little bit earlier to where you won't just like accidentally one-shot the tanks because that can happen. The control points are just like little extra side missions and stuff you can do throughout DC. These are all fairly straightforward. There's more than 20. Because, like, basically with these, you go in, you clear out the amount of enemies around it, and then you have to defend it against a few more waves of enemies. And actually, here's our first sort of multiplayer trophy. So for this one, you have to just get in a group with at least one other player, and you have to take over a control point without anyone going down. It's really simple. I mean, it's pretty easy. Just remember that it's a multiplayer trophy, and of course, multiplayer trophies, not always a big fan of. Now, for this one's pretty simple. Just at different times throughout the game, you can put out a call for being help and being revived. So throughout the game, if you ever go down at any point, you can put a call out to other agents to have them come and help you and revive you and help you finish your mission. So for this one, you just have to join someone else's game when they're putting out that call for help and revive them. It's pretty simple. This one is very similar to that. You have to put out a call for backup, which doesn't necessarily have to be from being down. It can be from starting even a mission at all. And just put that call out, even if no one responds to it, you get this trophy. So then the suit of cards, this one was kind of annoying because it is quite grindy. It's quite random because maybe it's something like one specific elite enemy can drop one card every in-world like half hour or something, I think is the rules to this one. So it's just a lot of grinding because you need something like up to 49 total cards are going to have to be collected because you have to collect an entire suit. So there's 13 cards in a suit. The game thankfully doesn't give any repeats, which is really, really good. But, I mean, it's just very random, very luck-based. You may very well need to collect like 12 in each deck until you get the final one that you need. So very luck-based, but not actually difficult. There's a very easy place to farm it, sort of behind where the White House is. That's actually a really good place to farm it because there's an elite enemy that spawns there consistently like every half an hour or however often you're allowed to do it. This one's very easy. It's one of the first trophies you're going to get. Just slide across the roof of a car. This one, you have to shoot the defibrillator on an enemy medic and have it shock them, so it's very simple. This one, you're going to get pretty much naturally just by playing through the game, just by doing certain actions. You'll get those commendations and therefore the patches with them. This one, anytime that there are friendlies walking around going to gather resources, just help them, give them something, and you'll get this trophy. Then you have your Dark Zone trophies. Entering a safe house in the Dark Zone is very easy. You just have to enter any one of them. That's literally all you have to do. Nothing to worry about there. Now, then you get to the more annoying couple of trophies here because they're Dark Zone related, and this is where PvP is allowed, or PvPvE, and sometimes you'll run into some absolute dickheads when you go into the Dark Zone. It's not friendly like something like, Fallout 76 is. It's much more GTA than Fallout 76, and that's not a good thing in this particular scenario. So extracting an item from each Dark Zone, there's 3 different Dark Zones, so it's not that this is necessarily hard, it's just that if you run afoul of another group of people, they will make your life miserable while you try to go for this kind of trophy, and they can steal your stuff, and they'll probably be much higher leveled and much more experienced than you are, so it just makes it a not fun experience. This one you're pretty much going to have to boost unless you're extremely good at the game and have a really, really good build. Now, I ended up boosting it, but getting them to go rogue, if I remember correctly, there might have been an easier way to do it than whatever I did, and I just did it the harder way for whatever reason. I wonder if that's what it was, because I think there was like one other... Wasn't there... Okay, I think that's the one that caused... Actually, I don't know. I want to say that maybe for that one, I just didn't do it the right way or something, and that's why it caused more problems than it should have. Maybe that's what it was, I'm not entirely sure. Then you have to win a match of a PvP, like a specific PvP mode. It might take a few tries to win because you have a lot of big tryhards and people who have been playing this game for forever doing these, but it's nothing to worry about. This one, you just have to create a clan of your own or join another clan and then play a match in either that skirmish or domination, and eventually you'll get this one because you'll eventually end up playing against someone else that's in a clan. This one, the safe house bounties, I think there's like 12 of these total throughout the game, so nothing much to worry about except that one might be the missable trophy potentially. I want to say there's like one trophy that's missable and that might be the one that is, but I could be wrong on that. So then this one, you just have to unlock the signature weapons, which you get later in the game, and then just get a kill with each of them. Is pretty simple. This one, again, pretty self-explanatory. Once you get the crossbow, just shoot 10 different enemies in the leg with it, and you'll get that trophy. Reaching level 30 will happen naturally while going for all the other trophies. Create or join a clan is as simple as that. Photo mode, this one you are going to need to have a group of 4 people together. So once you get everyone together, just take a picture of your group together, and you'll get this one. Once again, it's easy. It's a multiplayer trophy that requires more than 2 people, so it makes it a little bit tougher. Although for this one, what I think I might have done was, I think I just randomly joined some group that was taking over a command point or whatever it was called, and I just took a picture of all of us there and it unlocked it or something. I want to say that might have been what happened. I don't think I boosted it. Maybe I did, though. I'm not entirely sure. The blueprints, I think, come pretty much naturally, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. The exotic weapon or item you can't get until pretty late in the game, once you get certain blueprints and certain materials, but it's nothing too bad. The specializations, this one's pretty not self-explanatory, but this one's pretty easy. Like, once you get far enough in the game, you can actually equip different specializations and go down certain paths that make certain, skills better than others. And then this one is pretty much the same thing. You're just going to be investing in every sort of skill tree branch from one of your specializations, if that makes any sense. This one, you have to complete a project for each of the 2 different main settlements, which is very, very easy. Just any one sort of project type side mission. Probably will come naturally as well. Equip and use each skill. I can't remember how many of these are. There's maybe like 12 or so of them, but it's fairly easy to just knock this one out once you get them all unlocked. This is your very typical, have purple level gear or better in every slot. That's typical of this kind of a game. You see it in like the Borderlands games for sure. And then this one. So from what I remember with this one, this was the one that was kind of difficult to boost. I think what we ended up having to do was, like, me and my partner in the Occupied Dark Zone, which is like the harder version of the Dark Zone each week or each day, however often it changes. So I think what we did was we would have one of us would plant the thing on the helicopter rope, so then you have to defend it for whatever it is, like a minute or 2 minutes. And then that person would leave they would leave the team, but not the match, and then you could go steal it from them. So I think that's what I ended up having to do, and it was just a really cumbersome, sort of broken mechanic that you had to use. It was... The Dark Zone stuff was not fun, but I mean, it's multiplayer PvP stuff, so I was kind of expecting it to be annoying. But I mean, it wasn't too bad. It definitely wasn't anywhere near as bad as something like freaking Survival Mode. So then, I'll get back to Operation Dark Hours here in a minute. DC Outskirts, the Pentagon, and Coney Island are short story-related DLCs. Each one of them involves 2 to 3 total missions that you have to do, and you literally just have to complete them one time on any difficulty, and you'll get your trophies. Each of these DLCs is basically a 2 out of 10 that takes maybe 1 to 2 hours apiece, so nothing to worry about with any of those 3. Operation Dark Hours is the first of 2 raids in the game. The raid actually isn't particularly hard. I was able to do it without even a whole lot of coordination with people, almost got sort of carried through it. The only hard part is that you have to have the full group of 8 people when the raid ends. So you do have to be a little bit careful with that, because if someone leaves or disconnects at the last second, you won't end up getting the trophy. So just make sure everyone's got a stable internet connection, or everyone's, going to actually stay in the match, or hope that you can join one really late. But I fully understood at least the mechanics of this raid and was even able to write a trophy guide for it, so at least I understood this one because it was a fairly easy raid, one that you could do in under an hour if you knew what you were doing. Not to mention you can also play the raids on the easier difficulty as well. It's not something like Flawless Raider in Destiny when you had to play on like a higher difficulty or whatever it was, or complete like the King's Fall raid on hard. No, nothing like that. It's nowhere near as difficult or complicated. Operation Iron Horse, it's another raid. This one is definitely harder, and I still have no idea what happened during it because I joined into a random raid that was going halfway through and completed it with them. Just didn't really do much in it. I mostly just died a few times and just got carried through it, so I still don't really have any idea what actually happened, but I mean, I completed it within a couple of tries, so again, it's fairly simple that as long as you have like good people to play with, you're not going to have a problem with it. Warlords of New York. This is a bigger DLC, but it's actually fairly easy. Your first five trophies here, as well as this silver trophy, are all story-related, so you get 6 unmissable story-related trophies, which is pretty nice. So you just have to basically go around New York. You have to solve 3 or 4 missions for each of these different sort of bosses to make them appear. Then you kill the bosses, and then that reveals the final boss, who you then have to go and kill. And that's basically what you have to do for those. Completing a main mission in New York with a directive active. This is done after you finish this main story. You can equip a directive, which is like a modifier to make the mission a little bit harder. Complete any one mission with that modifier going, and you get this trophy. It's as simple as that. This one you're probably going to get long before you even start this DLC by accident, because I think this is a reference to something that happened at like an E3 video back for Division 1 or something. So shut 2 car doors while on cover, so while you're crawling around the side of a car, just close the doors by walking into them, and you get that. Level 40 with an agent. This one's unmissable while going for all these other trophies. You're not going to have a problem with this one. The seasonal manhunt's the only sort of difficult thing in this DLC because it's not very clear what you have to do. Basically, you just have to go and like hunt 4 specific targets, and to hunt them, you have to complete like 3 to 4 specific missions before each target appears. And then they appear, and then you can kill them, and then you just repeat that for the other 3 until you get to a final one, and then like a final mission that you have to do on challenging difficulty. Challenge is harder than hard, but it's still not the hardest difficulty, so it's a little bit tougher, and you might want to have a partner for this one, but it's still nothing much to worry about. I mean, I did the entire 100% in, let's see, so 8:14... and then 8:17, because I think that was the last thing I finished. Yeah, 8:17. So it took me about 3 months to get the 100% playing this game on and off, which really wasn't that bad. And I mean, I had a fun time playing it, so this is one I would recommend if you get the chance to pick it up, and especially if you have some friends that want to play it. It's actually a pretty good time. Next up, Late Shift, the PS5 version. I did the PS4 version a very long time ago. This is an FMV game where you just make certain dialogue choices pretty much, and that determines how you play through the game. And as long as you follow a trophy guide, this one's very easy, but pretty much all of these trophies at the top, like everything through here, I think are different endings for the game. But one thing that's nice about this game is that as soon as an ending trophy pops, you can pause and quit, and then just go back into the game and hit continue. And if you do that, you can get a different ending and then just rinse and repeat that method until you get all of the 6 or 7 different endings in the game. And then all the other things are just related to making certain dialogue choices like throughout the game. And once you've beaten the game once, I think they let you actually skip cutscenes, because I think you do have to do like a second like half playthrough for a few of the trophies that are tied to other things. So it's 7 different endings, okay. And then just make specific choices, like I said, is really all it is just making a lot of specific choices. Follow a guide, you should have no problem with it. You do have to see all the different scenes in the game, which takes a little while to get because there are quite a few of them. But it's really nothing too much to worry about as long as you're following a guide. It's an FMV game, it's the same people that made The Bunker and a few other things. BB and Tina, Adventures with Horses. This is a PS4 game, and it's a horsey game, and it was not a very good horsey game. Basically, all you have to do for the platinum, or the vast majority of it, is complete all of the missions in the game. And that's a vast majority of what you have to do, so just, like, win every race pretty much and finish every mission, and you'll get most of your trophies just through doing that. Now, for some stupid reason, you have to win the final event 10 total times, which makes absolutely no sense. It's a randomized moving through a corn maze, and I don't know why they make you do it 10 times, because that makes absolutely no sense. It's just a waste of time. You have to play a few mini games. Like, all 3 of these are just mini games, so none of these are actually difficult. You can knock them out pretty early on at the stables. Then you have to finish any 6 missions under a minute each, but I think you can actually finish the same mission 6 times, and that can include that final race that you have to do. And there's a few other ones that are good for this as well, so don't worry too much about that one. You have to ride out with each of the 2 characters 10 total times, so select them from the main menu, start playing the game, then quit back to the main menu, reload the game as that character again, and repeat until you have done it 10 times as each character. And then finally, there are collectibles. There are like 20 or 30 things that you have to pick up throughout the open world. There aren't a lot of good collectible guides for it, but it's just a simple collectible. Just follow a guide for it. You'll get it after a while. So, not a great game, but made for a fairly fun, interesting stream, so there's that. Next up, Killzone Liberation. We actually got another Killzone game, except it's not a new Killzone game. It was a Killzone game that was on the PSP. And this was my first PSP game that I played on here, so the way these games work is that when you're playing them, you have the ability to rewind time by several seconds at any given time, as well as make save states. And that's what makes games like this a lot easier than they would be if you didn't have that. I mean, it allows you to go back every single time you screw up, just go back a few frames and retry it. It's as simple as that, basically save states wherever you want them. So the Killzone Liberation Platinum, I actually did both of them, and I did all of them on stream. It only took a total of 4 streams to finish both versions of the game, because each version takes like 6 to 8 hours at most, because they're actually fairly short games and you don't actually have to do everything. So for the Platinum Trophy in both versions, you're going to get a huge chunk of your trophies just from finishing the game. Everything through here is just unmissable story related for finishing the first 16 chapters of the game. Now there is a Chapter 5 in this that was originally DLC for the PSP version, and shockingly, it actually isn't required for any trophies, which is really, really weird to me. Like, I have no idea why they wouldn't have included Chapter 5, because they could have at least just thrown in 4 more story trophies for it, or even if it was, I don't think it would have been DLC for this, but I mean, just have it in the main trophy list. Because Chapter 5 is still, it's fun, it's got a fairly challenging final boss fight from what I remember, even with the sort of reloading saves. I mean, challenging by this game's standards at least. So a lot of your trophies are just from finishing the story, which you can easily do in a single day if you really rush through it. And then you have to complete 24 challenge games with a bronze medal or better every time you finish an entire chapter of the game. So chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You unlock 6 challenge games for that chapter, for a grand total of 30 in the game if you decide to do Chapter 5. If you don't do Chapter 5, there are 24 total, and you just need to get a bronze medal or better in each of them. For the most part, that's actually very, very easy. There are 6 different types of game, like some of them are just shooting targets, some of them are obstacle courses, some of them are guiding spider mines into cages, because that makes sense, but it was kind of cute and funny. So the bronze medals is actually very, very easy. You shouldn't have any major problems with this. You do have to get 10 gold medals, though, and that one is a little bit tougher just because, I mean, gold medal's the highest rank. But it's still not that bad, because there's over 10 of these challenges that are relatively easy to get a gold medal on. I ended up getting probably like 12 or 13 total gold medals, so it's really not that much to worry about. Just as long as you're using that backup saving and rewinding feature, you shouldn't really have any problems with this. Just try to focus on doing the easier ones, especially like the earlier game ones are usually easier. Then equipping a weapon with 3 abilities you can't do until like later in the game when you get a certain perk for it. So just equip 3 different abilities at the same time. You have to collect a grand total of 44,000 Vectin dollars. You collect Vectin dollars by collecting silver suitcases throughout each level. Each suitcase contains 1,000, and that means that you're going to need 44 of the suitcases. The main first 4 chapters of the game contain 88 suitcases, I believe, and then Chapter 5 contains 12 more. So you only have to finish half of them, which makes this very, very easy. Just look around a little bit, explore a little bit, you should have no problem. And then most of these other trophies are also pretty much unmissable, but they're combat related. So for this one, you can get it as early on as Chapter 1-4, where you're fighting like a tank or something. It's actually fairly easy to get here, but there's other times as well because the missile launcher is pretty strong. Then the M3 revolver you can get sometime during Chapter 2 pretty easily. Then the running them over, this one is a little less likely to come naturally because there's not a ton of vehicle missions, but there's a few different places you can do it, so it shouldn't cause any real major problems. That's as self-explanatory as it gets, just melee someone to death. This one is probably going to happen by accident at some point. You just have to guide a spider mine into someone or trick them into walking into one. It's pretty simple. This one you're going to get basically guaranteed at the end of Chapter 1-4. This one is unmissable at the start of Chapter 1-2. 10 enemies with frag grenades actually that one really doesn't take a whole lot of time, because frag grenades are good as long as you can actually land them. We'll come back to this one in a second. 100 enemies on foot is unmissable. You're going to get this before you finish Chapter 1. It's nothing to worry about. This is the only trophy in the game that's a little bit grindy, just because there's only like 2 vehicle missions in the main game, and then there's one more in Chapter 5. And there's pretty much no way you're going to get 50 kills during it, so you are probably going to have to go farm, I think it's Chapter 3-1 or 3-2, it's the one where you're in the hover boat or whatever it's called. That's definitely the better place to do this, though you can also farm it in the other vehicle missions. You'll just have to play it a few times through and you'll get this trophy. It's a little bit grindy, but it's not actually difficult by any means. So, I mean, once again, it only took me 2 streams of each game to finish them. There's not really much more else to say about it. Easy platinum, pretty fun overall, would definitely recommend picking this one up. It's one of only 2 Killzone games that's still obtainable at this point. Killzone HD is still doable because it doesn't have any actual online multiplayer. It has some split screen stuff. But, Killzone 2 has been unobtainable since like 2017. Killzone 3 and Killzone 3 multiplayer have been unobtainable since 2017. Shadowfall and Shadowfall Intercept have been unobtainable since, I think, 2022 maybe? I want to say 2022. And Killzone Mercenary has been unobtainable since then as well. So this is the only one you can do on modern consoles. You can still go back and do Killzone HD, but that's it. So might as well play it. I mean, it's the only real experience you're going to get of Killzone now that they've pretty much given up on the series. They're focusing on, Horizon Lego Edition or whatever it's called. Next up, we have the Wizard and the Slug. This was an easy platinum to quickly knock out within, 15 minutes. From what I remember with this game, you just had to beat, like, the first few levels. Or, no, wait, I think that this game... I want to say that this game was one of those where there's, like, cheat codes you can input or a debug menu you can input that allows you to have invincibility and skip levels. And I think most of what you have to do is just, like, beat the game by using those cheat codes, and that's all you have to do. I think that's what this one was. So that one, well, no, that one took me 25 minutes. So I don't know. Maybe that wasn't what this was. I feel like that's what it was, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was something else to it. I mean, a lot of these games kind of run together at this point. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. So 443, or 433, 447, hang on. No, so I don't know why I must have gotten pulled away or something, or had to go do something else, and that's why it took so long, because it shouldn't have taken that long. It should have only taken 10 to 15 minutes. Must have gotten pulled away or gotten distracted or something. But yeah, I think what this game was, is it was one of those where you could use a debug menu or cheat codes to get through every level, like, instantly, so that's all that there is to say about it. And you just had to defeat every boss fight, so it was real simple. It might have been one of those where it's like you could use the cheats to skip levels, but you still had to finish the boss fights, but there was an invincibility cheat for the boss fights, so you just had to... You didn't really have to do it legitimately, but you still had to do them. I think maybe that's what it was. Then we have Pity Pit. This was I want to say this is an East Asia Soft game, so with this one, from what I remember with this one, it's like... I want to say Bad Driver was the one that said it's Downwell meets Dig Dug, and it's actually very accurate. Basically, you have to dig downward through a giant pit and collect trophies along the way. So dig a total of 500 blocks over multiple playthroughs is very easy. Collecting 100 coins over multiple playthroughs is easy, but it's a little bit grindy to get a total of 100. The materials you sometimes get when you break certain blocks, so that one will come kind of naturally with the others. And you just have to buy certain things, which I think the only way you can buy things in this game is if you get to the store at the end of the level. So, like, you have to finish the first level of the game, and then you're allowed to actually buy things, or you might have to finish the first 2 levels or something before you're allowed to buy anything. And I'm wondering if this one had a glitch trophy or not, or if I just bought, like, 3 things at once, because I probably had enough money to buy 3 things at once. Maybe it was like I finished the first level and then went all the way through the second level and got both of those. The bombs I remember being fairly rare, so anytime you get a bomb, definitely just go ahead and use it, even if you have to restart your run. Just make sure you use it, because they're kind of rare, so you don't want to have to farm that later. And then just kill a total of 20 enemies over the course of multiple playthroughs is pretty straightforward. You can use bombs, you can use melee attacks. So this version of the game took me about 15 minutes, and the PS5 version took me about 9 minutes. So quick and easy platinum trophy. It's not like the easiest platinum trophy out there, but I mean, it was fine for what it was. I mean, East Asia Soft usually makes pretty decent games. Next up, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed Single Player Edition. So this was the PS4 version of Destroy All Humans 2 that came out many months after the PS5 version, because that makes sense to someone out there, and it just didn't have any sort of multiplayer features to it. So I have no idea why this game got like a backwards port back to the PS4. I really don't understand that, but the trophy list is identical, so it's still pretty easy. I mean, in terms of actual difficulty, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed is the easiest Destroy All Humans Platinum. The Clone Carnage one is also fairly easy, but I would definitely say that this one is the easiest, even though it takes longer than Clone Carnage. So most of the trophies are very self-explanatory to any big Destroy All Humans fans, but if you aren't one, I will break them down real quick. Upgrade Crypto and your Saucer 1 time each in the Poxmart. That's basically unmissable. You're going to be purchasing a lot of upgrades throughout the game. The Furitech reactors are new to this game. You get them after finishing certain like tougher missions, and they're used to purchase the final upgrade for each sort of tree within the Poxmart. You have to revisit any mission in the Holopox deck. This is going to be unmissable because of a later trophy. Then you have to just mash like the square button for this one to make one of these actions happen faster. It's unmissable. This is a collectible type in the game. It's a new collectible type. Basically, in each map, there is a human hive on it. You just have to look up a video guide for where they are, because I don't think the game gives you any indication of where they are. Just find it, destroy it, and you're good to go for each map. Then this one, you just have to time the anal probe to where it's a perfect one, to where it's like a dot goes into a larger circle or something, and that seems very not the right way to word that, given what it is. But it's fairly easy, like you shouldn't have too many problems getting that one. Then the 3 enemies with a dislocator and send them sprawling. This one just seems to happen naturally early in the game. I don't exactly know how it unlocks, but it just constantly seems to unlock naturally for people early on. This one just changed Crypto's look and look through the Furonagami collection. Those are both things you can do in one of the menus, so that takes all of 5 seconds. Then you have to outrun Blisk spores. With this one, just wait until some spores pop up somewhere and then just get on your skateboard and escape from them. It might take a few tries for it to register, but it's still not too bad. Then you have 5 unmissable story-related trophies just for entering each of the different levels of the game. There are 5 total. And then these 4 are all story-related and unmissable. These are for beating bosses in Bay City, which is the first area, 2 bosses in Albion, that's the second area, and 1 boss in Takashima, that's the third area. This is a side quest in Takashima, but you have to do all the side quests anyway for a different trophy. This is for the 4th area, Tunguska, so this one is an unmissable story trophy. This is a side mission boss fight in Tunguska. And then this is for finishing off the final boss on Solaris, the 5th area of the game. Then we have another collectible type. You have to demolish a public toilet on each map. There's 1 total per map, so for a total of 5, you just have to look up again where they are, because they're going to be kind of hard to find if you don't. But just find them, destroy them, just like the human hives, and you're good to go. Then this is for, actually both of these trophies are for finishing the Art Voodle Cult quest line. There's about 15 or 16 of these missions. They're just basically another type of side mission that you have to do. Then this is for a somewhat challenging side mission in Bay City. I would recommend doing this one a little bit later when you have some good upgrades. Then this is a miscellaneous trophy for Bay City. Basically, you just go to the giant donut and throw a cop through it. It actually took several tries for me because I just could not get the aim down correctly. Then you have an easy trophy for Albion. This one, just go to the very top of the bridge and carry a human up there and then drop them by canceling PK. Go to the top of Takashima Tower. You just need to have a fully upgraded jetpack to do this. The Reincarnated Guru, this one, at first I was worried would be missable, but thankfully you can replay these missions in the Holopox deck, so you don't have anything to worry about. Basically, when you're doing the... I don't remember what the mission's called. It's called, like, Shearing the Llama or something. and it's the final side mission in Takashima. Once you've done all the Arcboodle cult missions, you go into it, you kill the person, and then you use their body to slam it into them several times to kill them again. Then this is on the moon, so on Solaris. This one is fairly simple if you can actually get it to work right. I know I had some issues with the controls not working right on this version of it, so it took a little while to make it actually work. Then you have to skate from one point to another in each area. None of these trophies are difficult as long as you just know what the path is ahead of time. You have to complete all the odd jobs in the game, of which there's around 30, along with the Arcboodle cult missions. They're just side missions. They usually revolve around either like mind scanning people to learn things about them that they don't want people to know, or just killing certain targets is what most of them are. Then you have to collect all the alien artifacts. There are 10 per area, so a total of 50. The posters, I want to say there's something like 25 total of those. There's maybe 5-ish in each area. The songs, I think there's like anywhere from 5 to 10 per area or something like that, so there's a few more of those. The Gene Blend upgrades are different from the original Destroy All Humans 2. There's a lot fewer of them, but they require a lot more humans per blend. And then you have to complete all optional mission objectives. You don't have to do this for the side missions, the odd jobs. You only have to do this for the main story missions, which is actually really nice. So most of them are pretty easy. In fact, most of the ones even in the side missions are actually pretty easy. There's a handful that are tougher, like that one where you have to avoid touching the water during the Black Ninja mission in Takashima, but most of these are pretty easy to do, so they shouldn't give you too much trouble. Plus, whenever you're doing the Holopox deck version of the missions, you can actually activate modifiers, including invincibility and infinite ammo, which makes it significantly easier. So yeah, that's Destroy All Humans 2 reprobed. I mean, it is what it is. It was fun playing through it again. I just don't understand why we got like a downgraded PS4 version after already getting the PS5 version so long ago. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Next up, we have Unpacking, the PS4 and PS5 versions of the game. This was actually a very nice little game. Basically what you're doing is you're removing items from boxes and putting them around a house, or actually several different houses, because each level is like a different type of home. And it's actually a very casual, kind of fun little game to play. And if you're doing it legitimately, you're not going to have too many problems getting the Platinum Trophy. But the good thing is that this game actually has sort of a, not really a cheat, but sort of a debug, I guess, or just an option you can change. And if you turn a certain option on, it allows you to put every item wherever you want to put it. So as long as it's out of the box, it counts. It doesn't have to go in the correct place. So that allows you to finish this Platinum much, much faster. But I tried to do the game fairly legitimately and did several of the levels completely legitimately, especially the early ones. Some of the later ones are a lot tougher, though, when you start having to move things between different rooms, and there's just tons and tons of items you have to use. So for this one, you have to find the camera in a specific level and unpack it. I think that's unmissable and story-related. This is like a Rubik's Cube. You get in a certain level, you just have to click it a certain number of times. This one, you just have to click a certain music player in a certain level. Then this is for finishing the first level of the game, I believe. This one, you just have to interact with a mannequin that you place. You have to interact with it a certain number of times. This one took a couple of tries to get it to work, or at least it did on one of the versions of the game. You just have to put the cookie jar in like certain places, but sometimes it doesn't register. This one, you throw something like a radio into the bathtub or something else that would be equally as stupid and dangerous. This one is, I think, the second level of the game. Then this is just, you know, once you unpack your game console, click on it and like try to start it up, and that'll unlock this trophy. This one you have to put a hat onto like a mannequin head or something. This is for finishing the third level of the game. Then this one you have to like sort the underwear into one of the drawers or something in like the fourth level of the game. This one you have to place specific items in a specific place. This is the fourth level of the game, I guess. So yeah, I think that would be the fourth level. Then this one you have to find a certain poster and put it back up and finish the fifth level. Then this one you just have to interact with the microwave, and this one you have to write a valid equation with fridge magnets, or it might not even have to be a valid equation, but I think these are all in the fifth or sixth level of the game. Then this one is in the next to last level of the game. You just have to put all the plants in places where it makes sense, and then just finish the level. And then finally you go to the final level of the game where you have to build a tower out of blocks. I think you have to build them in a very specific way, though. This one you just have to put like two stuffed animals in the same place together. And then you get a story trophy for finishing the game. And then this one sort of goes throughout all the different levels. There's nothing missable because you can go back to previous levels. But for this one, you have to flush every single toilet, and some of the levels have multiples. So just make sure you're keeping track of doing that throughout each level. And then the PS4 version. So I guess I started the PS5 version second or something, and maybe did these. Okay, so this version, I definitely must have been doing mostly with the debug menu or whatever, just to make it faster. That's what it looks like, but I guess I had some kind of delay in there somewhere. Maybe I started with that. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so I started with the PS4 version, but finished the PS5 version first for some reason. Okay, I don't know why I did it that way. But, I mean, it's an easy enough platinum. It's a fairly enjoyable, simple little game for people that are OCD like myself. It was actually a nice fit. Then I had to knock out one more quick, easy game before hitting a really big platinum number 750, so I did Rabisco Plus. So with this game, it reminds me a lot of that old The World's Hardest Game, where you had to be like a cube that had to navigate past like lasers and stuff. If you look up a video of it online, you would know exactly what I mean by that. Basically, you have to finish, how many worlds is it? So this is an unmissable trophy you get right when you start the game, like finish the first level or something. So then you have to finish all the levels in the gray world, all the levels in the blue world, green world, beige world. Okay, so I guess it's just 4 worlds of the game that you actually have to finish, so that's actually not too bad. So just finish the first 4 worlds of the game, and each one maybe has like 10 levels in it, so maybe 40 levels total. It's probably like 100 levels if you had to do the entire game. I'm not sure if this is a Ratalaika game or not, but I think it is, given the way the trophy list functions. The paint buckets, you can find something like 1 or 2 of these per world, same with the gems. So you do have to find most of these, so you might want to check a guide and make sure you don't miss out on these, because there's only like 1 of each per world, or maybe 2 of each per world. And then for this one, you just have to collect all the stars in 20 of the 40-ish levels that you have to play, so there's nothing really to worry about that. You can just do it on all the easier levels. There's a handful of levels in this, maybe like 2 levels total, that were actually tougher out of the first 40, but most of them aren't really going to be a problem, so it's a very straightforward platinum trophy. It took me about half an hour to do the PS4 version, and the PS5 version took about 25-ish minutes, a little bit less than 25 minutes, so nothing much to worry about this one. It's an enjoyable enough game for what it is. Like I said, it actually reminded me of that old Flash game that I used to play. So, I mean, it's fine for what it is. It was just padding going into 2 bigger platinums. Next up, speaking of bigger platinums, we have something very random here, a game on the PS3 called Steins Gate. So this is a visual novel game from the PS3 era, and this is one that I've had in my backlog for years and years and years, and finally decided to get around to doing it because it's a fairly quick platinum and it's fairly easy if you follow a guide. Just the one weird thing about this game is that it is a visual novel, yes, but unlike a lot of visual novels, the way you make a lot of your choices depends on answering phone calls and then selecting certain options within the phone or choosing not to answer the phone at all. And it makes it fairly easy to accidentally miss things because of that, because you can set the text speed to go faster, which I would definitely recommend because it'll make the platinum easier, or at least make it go by faster. So you have to be kind of careful with this one. You probably want to make quick saves like every few minutes just in case you make a mistake. But PlayStationTrophies.org thankfully has a really good walkthrough for this game that tells you exactly how to do everything. Not to mention this game actually has built-in in-game trophy trackers, which is wonderful. And unlike some games out there like, say, Dead Island, where in-game trophy trackers tend to break the trophies, this game does not have that problem, so it actually is really, really nice to have. So you have several unmissable story-related trophies, everything through here, I believe, everything through here is unmissable and story-related, and then this is tied to a specific ending. So I want to say that this one, and this one, and this one. So I think all 8 of those trophies are different endings of the game. So with those, I think that you could like make a backup save somewhere and reload it to get these endings quickly or something like that, but I don't entirely remember because it's been quite a while since I played the game. But that's what it looks like I did, given the whole these trophies being so close together and all, so I assume that's what I did. Then this one, these are like the different scenes throughout the game, so you have to see all of them to get these 4 trophies. As long as you're following a guide, you shouldn't have a problem with this. Then this one, you just have to view certain, actually these like 4, 5, 6. So these 6 trophies are all fairly easy. They all have to do with just viewing certain things in your phone. So you can do all of these pretty much at any time, and some of these are unmissable story related, like reading an email and replying to an email, and then clearing a mail without really reading it. These are all pretty much unmissable. And then the phone wallpaper and ringtone, I mean, they're not unmissable, but you can do them really at any time. Ignoring a phone call, you're going to have to do this certain times to get certain endings and certain outcomes, so that's pretty much unmissable. And then these are all like different things that people are going to send you when you complete certain actions and pick certain dialogue options. So like everything through here, so like 5 silver trophies are all just for picking certain options throughout the game. And again, these all actually have trophy trackers, which is really, really nice in-game. And then you start getting various miscellaneous trophies related to picking certain dialogue options. Once again, not counting this last silver trophy. Pretty much these last few bronze trophies are all just first picking like very specific dialogue options on specific playthroughs, and that's really all there is to say about them. Again, as long as you follow a guide, you shouldn't have too many problems with this game. Just remember that it's older, it's a little more finicky, and you want to have a lot of quick saves just in case you accidentally miss something that you didn't mean to miss, and just follow the guide very closely. And then finally, this is something you can do like really early on in your first playthrough is like the best place to do it. You just have to do like the wrong thing 10 times in a row to make this one unlock, but you can do it very early in the game, so even if you missed it, it wouldn't set you back that far if you had to go replay a bit of the game or something to do it again. But I got the platinum in about 5 days, it looks like, so the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, so like 5 days to get the platinum. So nothing really too bad with that. And now it's time for the big boy platinum of the last 100 platinums. Now, I did games like The Division 2 and games like Modern Warfare 2 that people could say are more difficult, or Resident Evil 4 is a little bit further up. The Platinum Trophy was like number 704, but then it got DLC that I didn't do until after 750. I did things like Dead Rising 2 and some other games like that are definitely on the higher end of difficulty. But none of them, they all pale in comparison to Call of Duty Classic, which is considered by many people to be the hardest or the second hardest Call of Duty Platinum in existence. Now, as you can see, this game has the biggest trophy gap for me of any game that I've ever done. So, if you look back on it, I started this game and did almost all of the trophies in 2011 on the exact same day. This was the last day before school started. This was in 2011, so I guess I was going into probably 9th grade. Yeah, 9th grade. Would have been going into 9th grade, so would have been going into high school. And it was right after the big PSN outage of 2011, where the PSN went down for like several weeks during the summer. I don't know how many of you guys are old enough to actually remember that, but this was one of the free games they gave us, so I picked this one up because, I mean, it was Call of Duty, and back in those days, Call of Duty was actually something everyone wanted to play. And I had knocked out almost every trophy that day, all but 2 of the trophies, in a single day within like a 6-hour period of actually playing the game. So, well, not a 6-hour period, but you could actually get them all in 6 to 8 hours, no problem, because almost every trophy in this game is just unmissable and story related. What I would recommend doing for this platinum is do your very first playthrough on the regular difficulty, and you'll unlock a lot of the trophies just by beating the game on regular. So you'll unlock every single trophy through here just by beating the game on regular, and you'll also unlock this trophy for beating the game on regular. And then you just go back and replay the first actual combat mission several times on the Greenhorn or Recruit difficulty to get these last 5 trophies. So you have to complete a mission without dying or reloading a checkpoint. You should get that one naturally just by playing through the game on regular. You shouldn't have an issue with that. This one's a little bit tough to do, but you can do it even on veteran difficulty, but I would recommend doing it on Recruit on the very first mission of the game. The very first combat mission, the training camp, doesn't count. This one, again, just replay the very first mission of the game, use only the pistol, and just kill a handful of enemies, let your friendlies do most of the work, and you'll get this one. Same thing, just reload and replay the first mission yet again, but this time only use melee. Melee is kind of janky in this game. It is an old Call of Duty game. And then this one, just, again, reload the first mission of the game. You start out with a pistol, rifle, and submachine gun and grenade, so just use all 4 of them to get kills during the mission. Just don't die in the process, and you're good to go. So, most of the trophies in this game are actually very, very easy. And I also will say one thing that really sucks about this game is that the difficulty trophies don't stack. So even if you beat the game on Veteran on your first playthrough, you're going to have to play through it 2 more times on Hardened and Regular, which is so stupid. I am so glad this isn't really a thing that happens anymore. This used to be something that was somewhat common in the PS3 generation, but thankfully it's not a thing that happens anymore, and I don't think it's happened in any other Call of Duty game since then. So you're probably wondering, why did it take me so many years after getting the first 35 trophies in a single day to get the last 2 trophies? Why did it take me so long to do? Well, it's because this game's Veteran is brutally, painfully difficult. It is one of the hardest in the franchise. Now, looking at all the Call of Duty games now, I'm not sure if I would say that this is the #1 hardest Call of Duty game out there, at least for trophy hunters and especially for achievement hunters, because looking back at it, we didn't have to do United Offensive, which I'm not even sure was on Xbox though, and that's actually the same thing as this game but harder, which is bizarre to think of. But then Call of Duty 2, which is Xbox and PC only, is apparently, a lot of people think it's even harder than Call of Duty 1, despite the fact it has regenerating health, which is really surprising to me. I'll talk about why I think that is a little bit later, but apparently it is actually supposed to be harder. Call of Duty 3 is easier, but way more time-consuming and has an absurd amount of multiplayer grinding. World at War is pretty tough, but I don't think it's as hard as this. And Black Ops 3 is definitely not as tough as this. It's much more time-consuming and much more grindy, but it's not as tough as this, in my opinion. Black Ops 4 is up there, though, just with all that Blackout Battle Royale stuff and just the insane amount of zombie stuff you have to do with that game as well. So it might be the hardest of the Call of Duty Platinums, and I'm talking Platinums, then you add in the achievements from like Call of Duty 2, and that one might be the hardest. So what makes Veteran difficulty in this game so brutal is that, unlike almost all of the modern Call of Duty games, your health functions on a health pack system in this game, so it's not regenerating health like it is in almost all of the later Call of Duty games. The problem is that on Veteran, you don't get any health packs, meaning if you get shot 3 or 4 times, you are dead, and that's all you're allowed to have for the entire mission. You can't refill your health. And checkpoints only trigger if you have a certain amount of health left. So oftentimes you have to get through the vast majority of a mission without taking any damage, or maybe taking 1 hit from like a pistol or something, because certain weapons actually do more damage. Things like a rifle will take out like 80% of your health a lot of the time, and then you might not be able to trigger a checkpoint after that. So it's pretty brutal, at least some of the missions are. So I still have pretty good memory of a lot of these missions, though. This is the training mission. I hope you don't need a guide to get through this, otherwise you have problems and you're not going to get this platinum. Then this mission is the very first like true mission in the game, but it's actually really easy. It's not that it's stealth mission necessarily, but it's really short. There's not a lot of combat. You have a lot of allies to handle things. There's another thing about this game is that for as difficult as it is on Vet, the enemy AI is not very smart in this game. It's very old enemy AI. They're oftentimes very dumb. You can shoot them a couple of times and then they like won't necessarily shoot you immediately if you're shooting at them or something. It's just kind of weird, but it's possible to exploit. Plus, another thing about this game is that unlike a lot of Call of Duty games, I don't think there are many infinite enemy spawn points. There's maybe 1 or 2 that I can think of, but for the most part, there are not infinite spawn points in this one. So generally, if you are able to clear out all the enemies, you will be able to move forward eventually. So this is the first actual combat mission, but it's a fairly easy one. This is the first, I would say, actual mission. This is when you're going through the town at night, like a direct continuation of this mission. And this one's a little bit tougher just because you have to start fighting a lot more enemies, but once you sort of get the hang of it, it's sort of your trial by fire, your sort of baptism by fire, I guess you could say, because it's the first time you're really going to be tested on Veteran at all. This mission is also a little bit tougher just because there's like one part where you have to run across open ground into a church, and if you don't like kill all the enemies first, but they do respawn until you get into the church, you can die really, really quickly, and then you still have to survive past that. You have to do some sniping toward the end where you can get killed from like a mile away by machine gunners and such at the very end of it. But I mean, it's still not anywhere near the hardest mission of the game. This is the first vehicle mission. All the vehicle missions in this game are awful because you don't have any control over your movement, and it's completely random as to whether or not you're going to get hit at any given time. So it's 100% random, 100% luck based as to whether or not you're even going to survive, and you can't heal during these, so that makes it even worse. This is not the hardest vehicle mission, though. Like, the American missions are generally the easiest, purely because they tend to be shorter and you tend to have a lot more allies with you. The Russian missions are the medium difficulty because you still have a lot of allies with you, but the missions are longer and like more difficult. And then you have the British missions there, and those can just all go die in a hole somewhere, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, this mission was actually surprisingly easy. This one's heavily through the trenches, but you can actually get through this one pretty easily. I had very little trouble with this one on Veteran because you can sort of just peek around corners and everything and peek over the wall, pick stuff off. So I didn't have too many problems with this mission. It was fairly easy compared to some of the other ones. This one isn't terrible. This one's when you're raiding like a chateau or something to find Captain Price because he existed in this timeline and is presumably the grandfather of the Captain Price we've all come to know and love, or at least that's the fan theory. This one takes a little while to get used to, but you have the BAR in it, which makes it a lot easier because it's so powerful. And once you sort of learn the layout of the enemies, there's no infinite spawn points in it, so there's not too much to worry about. This is the prison break mission, and this one, the only thing that's difficult about this one is that it has a timer that adds added pressure to it. I still beat it with a couple minutes to spare, but that is probably the worst part about this one, is just that you have a timer, so you have to be a little bit more careful with it, or you have to move faster while still being extremely careful. But there aren't a ton of enemies on this one, and there's not a whole lot of areas where they'll ambush you if you know what to expect. And playing through it on regular is really beneficial because then you'll know sort of what to expect where the enemies are. Now we get to the British missions, and these are a little bit more of a problem, as in a much larger problem. So this mission is right at the start of the British campaign, and it's already brutal because you have to cross a bridge at one point, you have to kill certain enemies all throughout the level. The first part of the mission isn't actually that bad, but you have to cross the bridge, then you have to cross multiple streets where people are just shooting at you constantly to talk to someone, then you have to follow that person back across the bridge, all without checkpoints. No checkpoints here. The only checkpoint you get is once you get across the bridge and talk to the first person. You then have to follow the second person back across the bridge while being shot at from behind with no guarantee of escaping being shot. It's purely luck-based as to how many times you get hit. You then have to get onto an anti-tank gun, and you have to get on it for half a second at a time to move it into position to hit a tank. Because if you stay on it for more than a half a second at a time, you will get shot and die instantly, because that's good game design. Then this mission, I thought this one was going to be horrible, but I actually found a way to cheese this one. There's like a pillbox area, or like a guard post on the bridge that you can hide in. And what you can do is you can pop on and off of the infinite ammo machine gun in there. And as long as you just kill a few things over time, you'll be okay. You will have enemies sometimes spawning behind you, but as long as you're being careful and checking behind you, you can hide it out in there for pretty much the entire first couple of objectives. And then at the end of the mission, you're supposed to destroy several tanks, but you actually don't have to do that. What you can do is you can just continue hiding in that box, just crouched in the corner, waiting for anything to run through the door. And you just shoot anything that comes through the door, hide out in there for the timer to run out, and then your allies take out all the tanks and they suddenly all die. So this is probably one of the easier British missions, maybe the easiest British mission. Eater Dam! This one is absolutely horrible because it's like the longest mission in the game, or one of them, because you have to fight all the way through the entire dam, all the way down through it, and then all the way back out against a second set of enemies. And it is a very long mission. You have no allies, no help during it, and no way to heal. Now, the only benefit is that this is one of the many missions where there are not infinite enemies, so once you kill the enemies, they're dead forever, but you just have to get lucky with checkpoints, and a lot of the enemies have rifles, so they can one-shot you. You pretty much have to have all of your health when you're going back up through it, because it's harder to get back up through it than it is to get down to the bottom. That mission took like probably at least 2 hours to get through on Veteran, so it was not a good time. Okay, Truck Ride. It gets even worse from here because this mission is also terrible because it's another vehicle mission, but it's a much worse vehicle mission because it is entirely luck-based as to whether or not you'll get hit by certain things. It's entirely luck-based as to whether or not your rounds will actually hit things. And you'll constantly just die without even getting hit by anything. You'll constantly hit things and it just doesn't count. And also, this mission's actually broken on PlayStation. You're supposed to get a second checkpoint when you go through the second tunnel or something, but it doesn't actually happen on the PS3 version of the game, so that's just wonderful. I have tested it multiple times, even getting to that point with full health, and it doesn't unlock. So there's supposed to be a checkpoint that we don't get that like PC gets, so that's just wonderful. Airfield Escape, this is another vehicle mission, but it's not quite as bad because it's shorter and not all of it's on the vehicle. You just have to be able to survive the portion where you have to get out onto the anti-aircraft gun and you have to like shoot enemies that spawn as well as the aircraft. But once you sort of get the hang of it, that mission actually wasn't horrible, even though it was definitely hard. And then we get to yet another painful British mission. This is the submarine mission. You're in a tiny little cramped submarine. Well, I don't think it's actually a submarine. It's like a destroyer or battleship. It says it in the title. So it's a battleship, but it's extremely small, cramped quarters where you're constantly going to get shot one time by a rifle and nearly lose your entire health bar. You have to clear the entire thing out with only one ally the whole time. Enemies pop up from all over the place, like around corners consistently. And then you have to cross a couple of open areas after you get your first checkpoint. You have to crawl up through another part of the ship. Then you have to crawl back out of the ship down to the escape point. And it is just an absolute mess. I don't think there's infinite enemies on this one, except for maybe one objective there might be. But it is just, oh god, I spent several hours on this mission as well. Ghost would be able to tell you about all this because I was actually voice chatting with him during several of these missions. I think during the Dam mission and maybe during this one and during the infamous Pavlov's house mission. So yeah, that was not a fun time. But once you get through this, you're through the overall worst part of the game. There's still one or two really, really difficult missions, but the hardest parts are done. This mission's really, really easy. There's not even any combat in it. It's just luck-based as to whether or not you survive certain parts of it. It might take a couple of tries, but it's easy. There's no actual combat. This one isn't too bad as long as you can get through the very opening section when you're running up against a bunch of machine guns. It's kind of random as to whether or not you get shot and you need to have all your health after that part. The train station, from what I remember, is actually a pretty short mission and fairly straightforward overall. There's only a few areas you have to clear. The sewers also aren't all that bad either, just because it's not a super long mission. You have a few allies. The enemies are consistent. There's not a ton of them. They're not infinite. Same thing as pretty much this train station mission. Then you get to Pavlov's house, which is considered by many to be the hardest mission in the game. I think it would be if it didn't have an exploit for the final objective. If it didn't have that exploit, it would be. Now, you have to get to this giant house, and then you have to clear all 5 floors of it without checkpoints. So no checkpoints and about 30 plus enemies, and friendly AI that are too stupid to actually do anything. If you get shot more than once, you're going to have to restart it because you're not going to get a checkpoint when you're done. It's awful because enemies spawn above you, below you, behind you, in front of you, all at the same time, and it is just not a fun experience. So this mission, that objective alone took me like probably 2 hours, just that objective. Then you have to destroy several tanks using mounted anti-tank rifles, but the controls on them are not only terrible, but you also die in like one hit from the tanks and they kill you extremely quickly. Like they aim at you and then just instantly vaporize you. But if you can get through that part of the mission, you then get to the final objective where you have to hold out the house for like 5 minutes or something. But that's actually very easy because if you run out the side of the house as soon as the objective starts, there's a little wall you can hide behind completely out in the middle of nowhere. And most of the time, no enemies will come after you there. So you can hide behind it. If an enemy does appear, you just shoot them as soon as they step in front of you. You wait the timer out for the 4 or 5 minutes, and then you finish the mission. So if it wasn't for that exploit, this would definitely be the hardest mission in the game. But it does have that exploit, which does make it a little bit easier. So I would say for me, probably the battleship was the hardest mission for me specifically. And then Pavlov's house was still up there, and the mission before the airfield in the vehicle was up there, and the dam was up there, and one mission we haven't got into yet was also up there. Then we have 2 fairly short and simple missions during the Russian campaign. Neither of these are particularly hard, they're both fairly short. Then you have 2 short tank missions, and both of these are fairly easy. They're both very short missions, they're both tank focused. They might take a couple of tries because you can't heal the tank and you can get killed by like Panzerschrecks and stuff. but neither one is particularly hard, so they shouldn't take you too long even on Veteran. And then you get these trophies upon finishing the main campaigns for each faction, but then guess what? There's still 3 more missions. So this is the final American mission. This one is not too bad. Just when you get to the final objective, you're supposed to use like a anti-tank gun to take out 2 tanks. Don't do that. Use the Panzerschreck instead. It is significantly easier. This is the final British mission, and like all the other British missions, this one gave me an immense amount of trouble because you don't really have a lot of allies for it. It's a long mission, and the very final objective, I just wasn't getting checkpoints. I was getting screwed over by terrible spawns, just constantly getting frustrated because it was so badly designed and just absolutely brutal. That final mission probably took me another 2 to 3 hours to get through on Veteran. Maybe not 3 hours, but it took absolutely forever. But once you get through that, you are in the clear. The final mission of the game, Berlin, is actually very, very easy. You have enormous numbers of Russians supporting you. It's a short mission. There's not a lot of killing that has to be done. It's pretty easy overall. And then you will finally get your trophy for finishing the game on Veteran. And then you have to go play through the game a 3rd time on Hardened, which is so pointless, because if you can get through this game on Veteran, you do not need to prove anything by beating it on Hardened. Because on Hardened, you get health packs, so every mission feels like you're then playing on Recruit. Like, even the hardest missions just feel like you're on Recruit at that point, because you just use the same strategies, but you just don't die anywhere near as often because you can actually heal, and enemies don't kill you quite as quickly. So, it's so pointless. I don't know why they force you to do that, but hey, you know, it's done. Still one of my proudest Platinums to this day, easily one of the hardest Platinums I've ever done. I mean, it's a shorter Platinum by Call of Duty standards. It's a sub 30-hour Platinum overall. And again, I'm not sure if it's actually the hardest one, but it's definitely one of the hardest ones, and it's the hardest one that I've personally done. Alright, so I'm going to take a break, and I will be back, and we will do the second half of 701 through 800. Alright, I'm on to my 3rd segment now for the 701 to 800. So, with Call of Duty Classic out of the way, next up we go for a couple of easy platinums with PAW Patrol Mighty Pups Save Adventure Bay for the PS5. I mean, this game, it's fine for what it is. It's a PAW Patrol video game. It's not, you know, the best game in the world, but I mean, it's certainly not the worst game in the world. It's better than some of the crap I play. And I mean, if you're a big PAW Patrol person or you have little kids that might want to play it, that might not be a bad choice for a game for them to play. So with this game, you're going to get 7 trophies for finishing the game's 7 missions, and then you have to collect all of the collectibles in each level. So each level has 3 dog tags you have to find, and a varying number of pup treats, which can be anywhere from like 150 on the shortest and smallest levels, up to like 800 something on some of the bigger levels. Most of them are right along your path and kind of tough to miss, but you do have to just maybe be a little bit careful because occasionally one might be out of the way. And I remember people were saying that one of these missions, maybe it's the Save Carlos mission, is kind of buggy when it comes to the collectibles, so you might want to back up your save before playing this mission for the first time. At least I think that's the one that it is. I don't think it's these last 2. It could be Mandy, but I want to say it's the Carlos mission. So just keep that in mind. Then you have to play all of the mini games, which is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. 10 consecutive jumps and jump rope. I'm pretty sure that this is unmissable unless you're like a 2-year-old. Then the obstacle course mini game, just complete it once in 45 seconds. Again, this should be basically unmissable unless you're like 2 years old. The Take to the Sky mini games, these are like flight sort of levels, because the game is a 3D platformer collectathon, I guess you could call it. There's no enemies or anything to fight. It's mostly just some platforming, some very basic puzzles, some collectibles, a lot of collectibles, and like quick time events and such. So get all the pup treats. You have to get all the pup treats and everything anyway for one of the later trophies. Then the Snowy Adventure minigame, there's a few levels of that. That's like a 3-lane temple run type of game. And then the Dive with Zuma minigame, that's the only one that's actually like a sort of traditional level. So then you have to unlock all of the characters and the collectibles, all the collectibles in the game, as well as complete the game. Finding all the collectibles is where the largest amount of the time sink is going to come in, just because there are so many of them. There's well over 7,000 pup treats. Now, you get a ton of them just by beating the mini games with decent scores, so it's not really as extreme as it kind of sounds. But it is quite a few collectibles, because every level has anywhere from, again, like 150 to over 800 of the pup treats. And it really sucks if you have to go back and replay a mission, especially if you're going for like a high time on the leaderboards or something. But I mean, I streamed this on the PS4 and had a lot of fun with it, and actually it was a pretty good stream, though that one got a lot of copyright problems. It's the only stream I've had that's had that many issues. So I didn't stream this one, and I probably won't stream any future PAW Patrol games just because I don't want to risk all the copyright problems. Because for some reason, I can't really seem to fight them. It's just weird. But anyway, that was PAW Patrol. Next up we get to Scarlet Mystery's Cursed Child. This is an Artifacts Monday game. Again, do one of these about every 50-ish platinums. So with this one, you have to find these father traces, which is the collectible type in this game. I wonder if it had multiple types. Let's see. Oh, wow. So this was one of the ones that had very, very few trophies. Did I get them all in one day? I did. Okay, so 9:14 to 11:17. So this platinum only took about 2 hours. So I have a couple of ideas as to exactly why it was so short. But yeah, you had one type of collectible here. There's probably like one on each screen to the point of there being about 30 to 35 of them normally per game. A trophy for simply finishing the game. So actually, you do have to finish the game. So it's one of the ones that you do have to completely beat, which is a little bit unusual for being that quick, but you obviously don't have to do like the bonus chapter, and I'm assuming that, yeah, you don't have to play it on the harder difficulty, you can play it on the easy difficulty, which makes certain things a lot faster. The Visions, I don't know if this was a story-related trophy or if it was sort of a secondary type of collectible. And then you have your very typical hidden object puzzle trophies, the 4 that we normally get. So you have to finish one with a certain number of mistakes. In this case, you're allowed to make up to 3 mistakes, or up to 3 mistakes, which a lot of them make you do it perfectly, so that's actually pretty nice. Finish one in less than a minute. You can do that just by clicking around the screen like crazy if you're playing on the easy difficulty. 3 objects in 3 seconds, same thing, but this one probably had some puzzles that were set in stone. And then finish all of the puzzles without using a hint. That's very typical for Artifacts Monday. 4 mini-games in a row without skipping, and all mini-games in a row without skipping. Again, that's very typical for Artifacts Monday. Just beat the mini-games. Some of them might have the same solutions every time you play through the game. Sometimes they might have one that's different here and there. And then any minigame in less than a minute, there's pretty much always going to be at least one like really easy minigame that qualifies for this trophy in any Artifacts Monday game. So yeah, this must be one of the like really short ones. It's one that you do have to beat, but you can play it on the easiest difficulty, no bonus chapter or anything required. So yeah, I mean, the games kind of run together at this point because they're all so similar to one another. Next up, Resident Evil 4 for the PS5. So this was actually my 704th Platinum Trophy, and I had actually live streamed the entire Platinum Trophy run. But the DLC came out much later, as you can see here. So this was October of 2023, and this was in April and March of 2023. So I did it a lot earlier. But we can look through the whole list because, like I said, it was Platinum 704, so it technically was part of this. So parrying an enemy with a knife, that's a new mechanic in this game. One of the few things that I don't necessarily like because sometimes the parrying doesn't work that great. And at the same time, your knife actually breaks in this game, which I still think is really dumb. So just parrying an enemy with a knife is pretty self-explanatory. Upgrading a weapon is pretty self-explanatory. The exclusive upgrade for a weapon requires you to get the exclusive upgrade ticket, which you can either get by purchasing it through the merchant normally, or by just buying them from the PlayStation Store, and we'll get to that later. Complete any request for the merchant. He now has a whole bunch of little side quests you can do, which is actually really, really neat. One of the nice expansions for this game. But this includes things like shooting the blue medallions that we saw in the original Resident Evil 4. This trophy is basically unmissable because Ashley, she's not quite as bad as she was in the original like PS2 version of the game, but she is still an idiot, so you are going to have to deal with her getting carried away a lot. The Clockwork Castellans are a new type of collectible. They're like a little bobblehead type of collectible, and there's 1 per chapter, I believe it is, so 16-ish total. Del Lago, Mendez are both bosses, so those are unmissable trophies for the story. Then there's Vertigo, which is technically a story-related boss fight, but it is actually possible to avoid killing him. If you can just avoid him for, I believe it's 4 minutes, you can actually just go ahead and finish the area and get away. So you don't necessarily have to kill him, but it's generally recommended to do so unless you're doing some kind of run where it's just not going to work out for you. It also saves a lot of time if you can just kill him quickly if you have like an RPG or something. This is that's not the final boss, that's the third to last boss. And then Krauser is the next to last boss, and then Sadler is the final boss, so those are all unmissable story trophies. 3 enemies at once with a flash grenade. I think that, like, the Plagas heads should count for this, but I think there might be another easier way to do it. But the Plagas heads should count for this. Those are the guys where the Plagases come out of the head once you seemingly kill them. The Gyarados using only knives, this is a little bit tough to do unless you're playing on the easiest difficulty, in which case it's not too bad. Then 2 parasites inside of a regenerator with a single bullet. You just have to line up the shot and have the infrared scope on the sniper rifle or on any of the sniper rifles. This one is, I don't think this was a thing in the original Resident Evil 4. I think that with this one, this is a new feature. But basically, there's like a certain attack sequence you can do when you're fighting Salazar, and if you do it correctly, you can throw a grenade into his mouth, which will unlock this trophy and do a whole bunch of damage to him. Or you can use the golden egg strategy, where if you hit him with 2 golden eggs, he basically immediately dies. Then the cannon to defeat a zealot, this is super easy, and a lot of people probably did this in the original game anyway. Then the minecart sections without taking damage, this is a little bit tough, especially if you're not playing on the easiest difficulty. Now on the easiest difficulty, you can have sort of an aim assist available, so it's not too bad then, but you still have to avoid, you know, hitting any of the other obstacles, and it is 2 sections, so I think it's a longer minecart than it was, or was the minecart, I'm trying to remember what it was in the original, because it has been so many years since I played the original, so I can't remember exactly what it was in the original, which just feels sad to say because of how good of a game it was. The top of the clock tower without the lift stopping, this one means that you have to kill every enemy before they jump onto the lift. This is best done in a playthrough when you have the infinite rocket launcher available. This one was a little bit annoying because the water scooter isn't the easiest thing to control, and you can die pretty quickly on it, and you can hit things that you probably shouldn't hit, and you'll just take damage from it, so it's kind of annoying, but it's not really too terribly hard, especially on the easier difficulties, and you have a save right before it, so it's not that bad. Sell a single treasure for 100,000 pestas, or patas, or whatever it was called in this game. So for that one, you have to make a very specific combination with like the royal crown and 5 specific jewels with it. I think that's the only one that works for this, but it's basically the same as it was in the original game, with that one being so valuable. Or I think it was a different combination in the original that was more valuable, though. But anyway, you have to get all of the treasures in a single playthrough for each of the 3 regions of the game. As long as you buy a treasure map or following a collectible guide, you should have no problem with any of these on any difficulty. All of the weapons, so this one we're going to come back to. All the requests for the merchant, there's like, I think there's more than 10 of them. It's like 10 to 15 of them. And they're basically just side quests, like I said before. Some of them involve shooting the blue medallions. Other ones involve like going to specific areas or killing a specific enemy. I think that there's one for throwing an egg onto a painting of Salazar in one area, which is a nice, funny little joke. Destroying all the Clockwork Castellans. Again, there's like 15 or 16 of these. I think there's one in every chapter pretty much. So just shoot them when you find them and you'll get it, or beat them with a knife. You have to finish the main story on standard mode or higher with an S+ rank. You have to do it on hardcore mode or higher with an S+ rank. And complete the game on professional. So with the hardcore S+, I don't remember what the exact requirements are for it, but it's not anything terrible because you can't use the infinite rocket launcher because that would void the S+ part of the ranking. But you can use some of the other items in the game, plus you can use Ashley's knight armor to make her invincible. So it's not awful, you just have to be kind of careful. I think there's a limited number of saves you can use as well. As for completing the game on professional, this one's actually not that hard because you're free to use any sort of infinite ammo or other special items that you have during this playthrough because you're not going for any specific ranking on it. So just simply beating it on professional will get you this trophy, which is definitely not as bad as it could have been, but again, there's something to come back to with that. The main story within 8 hours, you'll get this on one of your S+ ranks, no doubt. Then finish the game without using a recovery item. This is best done on the easiest difficulty because if you do it on the easiest difficulty, your health regenerates up to like half full. Then this one, only knives and handguns. Again, you want to do this on the easiest difficulty. Same with this merchant trophy. So I did both of these on the same playthrough, just beat the game without talking to the merchant and using only knives and handguns. I mean, at this point, I've done a lot of handgun-only challenges in like Call of Duty and stuff, so this was very fitting for me. Then you have to complete all the shooting range stuff. So with the shooting range, you have to get an S rank on all the games, and I think there's maybe 12? Is it 12 games, or is it more than that? It might be more than that. It was 24 bottle caps back in the original version, but I don't think it's exactly the same this time around. The S rank in all the shooting galleries does take a while, but thankfully you can just do this on any difficulty. And, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It just takes practice. It's fairly consistent for the most part. It's not too terribly difficult. 5 targets with a single shot you can do on certain ones with certain weapons, from what I remember. It's just been a long time since I played this game. It's been well over a year because it was so long ago that I actually got the Platinum. So we're going to go back to the Obtain All Weapons trophy. This is the hardest trophy in the game because one of the weapons is the Infinite Rocket Launcher, which is super, super expensive, and you can only get it on a New Game Plus playthrough. But the main difficulty was always the hand cannon. Now, in this version of the game, the only way to get the hand cannon when it first came out was to get an S plus rank on professional difficulty, which was brutally hard because the S plus rank means you can't use any of the other special items. You can use the Ashley armor, but that's about the only beneficial part of it. Everything else means that you have to beat the game quickly. You can only save 15 total times. It's not the most fun scenario. However, they actually made this game a lot easier with later updates or DLCs, or I guess you would more call it DLCs. One thing they added was the Mercenaries mode, and if you were able to get some sort of decent score on each map, I believe you just had to do it on each map, not even necessarily with each character, or it might have been with each character originally, but I think it was just a decent ranking on each map individually. Then, and there were only 3 maps, by the way, you would unlock the hand cannon for doing that. So it made it significantly easier to get the hand cannon. Plus, they also added in the ability to purchase golden upgrade tickets from the PlayStation Store for a few dollars a piece that can be used on every single playthrough of the game, and those allow you to immediately get a weapon up to its maximum level. So basically it makes all of your weapons way more powerful without actually having to do any of the merchant side quests to get the spinels to pay for them, which is really, really helpful in getting a good time. So I would definitely, unless you really want to challenge yourself, if you really want to challenge yourself and get the authentic experience, don't purchase those. But if you just want to make the game and the Platinum a little bit easier for yourself, definitely feel free to purchase a few of them. It makes things a lot easier. But then we come to the DLC, and personally I was not a huge fan of the difficulty in this DLC, and I will get to that in a second. So you have 3 trophies just for beating the DLC. All of these are unmissable story related. So it looks like I did like half of it in one day and then the other half like a week later. I think I was trying to stream it or something, but that was when my streams weren't working correctly. So 3 trophies just for beating it, 4 trophies just for beating it on standard mode, which is... Oh, is that not what I did? Oh wow, that's actually not what I did. That's embarrassing. So then the next thing I did was hardcore mode, which hardcore mode wasn't too bad. Plus you can use the golden tickets to get, like, I think it's the Chicago Typewriter or whatever it's called in this game, the Chicago Sweeper, up to maximum level right at the beginning. So that makes it a lot easier. So hardcore mode isn't going to be a problem with that. And even professional mode isn't that big of a problem with those items available, because you can just run through the game pretty quickly. It doesn't matter what rank you get. Just, sprint through the game, kill everything really quickly. It's not too bad. However, you do have to beat Separate Ways on Professional with an S plus rank, which is by far now the hardest trophy in both the base game and the DLC. The reason for this is that just like with the base game, you can't use any of those special DLC or New Game Plus weapons in order to get this trophy. It will void your S plus rank. Now, what you can do is you can still use the golden tickets to get certain weapons and get them with certain upgrades. You can do that, but you also have a limited number of saves. I think it's 10, and Separate Ways is still a fairly long DLC, and the time limit on this one is a lot more strict than the one in the base game, so you do have to be careful with that. It's the main reason why I haven't done the PS4 version yet. I just got so turned off by Separate Ways and some of that BS with fighting that certain boss in like Chapter 2. I kept having to fight him over and over again because I would try to parry or try to dodge attacks and it just wouldn't work no matter what I did. So not looking forward to doing this on the PS4 particularly. I'm looking forward to the Platinum again, but not the DLC. But it will get done at some future point, and that'll be another Resident Evil game off the list. Wordbreaker by POWGI, the PS4 and PS5 North American versions. So with this game, I'm trying to remember, I think that this was Wordle, if I remember correctly. This is the one that was basically Wordle, if it's what I think it was. So with Wordle, it's basically you get a grid of 5 letters at the top, and you plug in a 5-letter word, and the game tells you if you have any letters that are correct and if any letters are in the correct position, and then you have to try to work out whatever the word is from there and a few more guesses. So this was apparently like a super quick platinum. This one only took like 20 minutes. Wow, okay, I'm a little bit surprised it was that quick. So I think that this one I started the day before, and then, yep. So I'm surprised it was actually that short, even following a guide, though, because you have to solve every single puzzle. This game just must not have had that many puzzles in it. It might have only been like 90 or something, or it might have only been like 60. But I'm assuming it was probably like 90 plus, but I guess that it is fairly quick because you just have to plug in one single word at the top of every puzzle. So you have to find a word on your first try. If you're following the trophy guide, this should be no problem. I'm pretty sure PowerPix has one for this game like he does with most of these games. No correct letters on your first try. That's, again, pretty self-explanatory. Just plug in like all Z's or something. You'll probably get this one. Then all the right letters but not in the right place. So just plug in the 5 or however many letters that are correct, but just put them in the slightly wrong order. Then, of course, try any fake word that is not in the dictionary. That's pretty self-explanatory. Again, you could type in like all Z's probably or something like that, or like Z, X, Y, B, K. I don't know. Then a word that contains no vowels. That's, again, pretty self-explanatory. Just plug in any word with no vowels. Try the exact same word 2 times in a row. That's, again, very self-explanatory. The typical spending a minute considering the next move, that's very typical for a POWGI game. You get it in every game. Just wait a minute before making a move. And then with this one, this is actually a nice little self-reference here. You have to type in the word POWGI on any of the puzzles, or it might have even been a puzzle solution, or it might have just been like one of the random, you could do it on any puzzle where you had the letters. So that was actually a nice little self-referential joke, so good job there, guys. That was very fitting for this one. And yes, there is an inappropriate word trophy in this game like there is in most POWGI games. Just type in any 5-letter bad word, and I'm sure you can think of quite a few. And then with this game, you just have to correctly place each letter in the alphabet during a puzzle. But since in this game you have to solve every single puzzle in the game, you're going to get every single one of these trophies along the way, because at some point you're going to have to use each one of these letters. So it looks like Z. Is Z the rarest or is Q the rarest? Oh wow, Z's the rarest. Or unless J is... Okay, cool. So looks like Z is the rarest. Nice. And then the PS4 version, it looks like I started it on the 19th and then finished it the next day. So I guess I was maybe trying to, again, do something with the video recording of it or something. I don't entirely remember. But like I said, it's a quick, easy platinum trophy. As long as you follow a guide, you should have no problems. Now we come to a partial trophy dumpster dive that I did. This was sort of a mini dumpster dive with games that, for the most part, were not horrible. I mean, a couple of them were pretty bad, but for the most part, these games weren't terrible, and I was just doing this as sort of a shorter stream just to knock out a few platinums real quick. So, the Voices Stories, this is made by those same people that made those games like Lady in a Leotard with a Gun and games like that. What the heck was that? Sounds like someone's shooting nearby, which is weird because it's like 9:30 at night, so it's too dark for that, and it's a residential enough area that they shouldn't be doing that around here. Huh, okay, well, if anything happens during this recording, you'll know what it was. Anyway, with this game, what you're having to do is literally just read 5 stories. That is literally all you have to do. You just have to start each story and finish each story. There's 5 total. Each one takes like 30 seconds. So it takes about 2 to 3 minutes to get your platinum trophy, and that is literally all you have to do. It's basically like a press X to win game, but arguably even easier. So nothing more else to say about that. It's from a certain developer that's known for that type of shovelware game. Moving on. Dreaming Canvas. So I did the PS4 version of this game quite a while back, and the PS4 version actually does not have a platinum trophy. The PS5 version does. So with this platinum, what you basically have to do is interact with certain characters and pick up these paintings. I think they're in like circles on the ground or something from what I remember. So it's basically a walking simulator, and it's not a bad walking simulator for what it is. It's some nice little colorful worlds. It's a very simplistic but colorful, relaxing sort of walking simulator type of game. I mean, again, all you have to do is just like interact with the different characters and then just interact with all of these paintings wherever they are on each level. As long as you follow a guide, you should have no problem with getting this Platinum Trophy in under 20 minutes. But I mean, it's a decent enough game. I don't have any complaints about this. I probably bought it for like $1, so it was definitely worth it for that price. It's a decent enough little game, so I would definitely say pick this one up if you can get it for a good price. Next up, we have Black Death, A Tragic Dirge. I already did the PS4 version during the 701 through 800, so the PS5 version is exactly the same. But it looks like this one I might have done a little bit faster, so was 858 the first trophy? No, 857 seems to be the first trophy. Yep. So 857 was first and 904 was the end, so it took me 7 minutes. Again, as long as you follow a guide, all you're doing is walking around this plague village and interacting with 20 objects. There's no combat or anything like that. There's nothing missable. Just walk around the village for a few minutes, find the 20-ish collectibles, and you're done. There's, again, nothing more else to say about it. Moving on. Oh yeah, I also quickly wanted to point out while I was scrolling back down the list to check something, that Minecraft did get its DLC trophies like a few days after I recorded the second sort of segment of this video, so I completely called it perfectly. And I might actually go up and mention that toward the end of this, even though it's more important to be put on the 801 through 900 whenever that ends up happening. So the next game was A Winter's Daydream. So this is another visual novel game. And it looks like this is one of the ones where you had to beat it multiple times and make specific choices. Or it's possible that this might be the one, if I remember correctly. Okay, I was correct in my later assumption that this is a Platinum Trophy that you get literally just for finishing the game, so every single trophy is story-related and unmissable. The reason why this game as a visual novel takes as long as it does, which is, in this case, 18 minutes, is because this one doesn't allow you to do auto text skip, so it's basically a press X to win type of game, except that the faster you press X, the faster you win, and the faster you get your Platinum Trophy. So I'm sure that there are people out there that have like turbo controllers that have probably done this game in like 2 minutes or something. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a thing. So this is just a mash X to win kind of game, and again, just beat the game, doesn't matter what choices you make, you just can't use the auto text skip feature this time around. Which is fine, because that's how visual novels are not supposed to be played. They're supposed to be played by actually reading all the text and such. Okay, Evan, Daniel, and Friends Volume 1. This one was actually surprisingly a very fun experience, mostly because it led to me trying to teach the alphabet by using the most inappropriate words possible, mostly with the help of my chat. And you know what? It actually made this game enjoyable. So let's see, 939 was the first trophy, and 1006 was the final trophy. So it took about half an hour to get this platinum, or excuse me, 100%, because this game doesn't have a platinum. So most of the trophies are unmissable and story-related. 9 bronze trophies are all unmissable and story-related. You'll get them just by finishing the 9 educational missions. Some of them were like math-related, some of them are letter-related, and they're all just really kind of dumb. And then there's this one. This is basically, once you finished all the levels, you go to this celebration wherever it is and just like dance with everyone, but I think you can like screw it up if you don't go do it. If you like cut off the console or something before going and doing it, it might screw it up or something. And then you do have one miscellaneous trophy. This is in one of the earlier levels in the game, so I think it's the second or third level of the game. And with this one, you have to perform a strike in the bowling minigame, and it's kind of random and luck-based, and then if you fail, you have to leave the level and go back to it. So that's definitely the hardest trophy in the game, but I mean, it's still not that difficult. It just took me a few tries. But I did end up having a good time with this game, because on one of these mid-tier levels, it's basically a game where you have to just find all the letters of the alphabet in correct order. So we decided to teach the alphabet by finding any inappropriate word that worked for every single letter, and it actually made this game bearable, and it actually made it kind of fun to play on stream. So I have no complaints about this. Say what you want about it, I have no complaints about it. Now, there is a second game in this, I guess you could call it series. There is a Volume 2. Volume 2 has a Platinum Trophy. And yet, not a single player out of the apparently 23 game owners at this time has obtained the Platinum. In fact, no one has obtained a majority of the trophies. Now, I picked the game up and started playing it on an alt account, and I just haven't really played it in a long time because I just haven't had time to play it. But it looks like only 3, 4, 5... It looks like only 5 of the trophies have ever been obtained out of... How many does this game have? Is it 20? Wow. Okay, so only 5 out of the 20 trophies have been earned. The game's really weird. It makes, like, no sense, and it's not, like, educational lol or anything. From what I remember, it's just really weird and stupid. But I don't know. Maybe it's bugged. I don't know. I need to go back and keep working on that on my other account and just see what happens and see if maybe it is possible to do. And be like, then I could be the first person in the world to actually finish the Platinum. But it looks like no one's really done anything with it. No one's posted anything on Trophy Thoughts in over a year now at the time this is being recorded. Huh, okay, well, who knows? That's a mystery that'll probably never be solved. It's like those Attacking Zagata games that no one can figure out how to beat. And then finally, from that stream, we did Tilting Tiles Micro Challenge. This is basically a puzzle game where you have to move a block, or whatever you want to call it, across other blocks in a certain number of moves. And every trophy is related to beating a certain stage in a certain number of moves. So there are 20 total stages, and you have to beat each one in a certain number of moves. The early ones are pretty self-explanatory and easy. Some of the later ones are definitely a little bit tougher, like some of these later ones that have like 27, 25, 41 moves, 24 moves, 52 moves, 51. So some of the later ones are definitely kind of tougher and more complicated. But for the most part, this game is pretty simple as long as you just follow a trophy guide or just spend a lot of time working it out yourself. Because, I mean, I figured out some of the puzzles on my own, but some of them definitely wanted to have a trophy guide for, and even with that, it still only took, 45 minutes pretty much, so it wasn't really all that time-consuming at all, and you could probably do it faster if you were fully following a guide through it. Again, not a bad game. Like I said, this stream, the games were not terrible overall. I mean, the Voice of Stories was pretty bad, and Black Death wasn't particularly great either, but I mean, it wasn't a terrible stream series. I actually had some fun with some of the games, so it wasn't too bad for a mini dumpster dive. Okay, so I still have, no idea where all those gunshots were coming from, so I went and grabbed mine in the last few minutes, just in case. Hopefully it's just someone, police training at night, but I don't know where they'd be doing that around here. Anyway, that's not important. Let's talk video games again. So our next Platinum Trophy is SpongeBob SquarePants The Cosmic Shake, the PS5 version. We randomly got a PS5 version of it, and I got the Platinum Trophy in about 4 days, did it all live stream the way I did for the original version of the game, and made a video out of it, I made a video out of the original version. That was one of my first, bigger edited trophy videos. So as with the other SpongeBob games out there, this is a relatively quick and easy Platinum Trophy. It's probably about the most difficult out of the SpongeBob games to get the Platinum in, because Battle for Bikini Bottom, for the most part, only has 1 or 2 sort of harder spatulas that are way easier in the remake, whereas, Hero Pants and whatever the other one was, Plankton's Robotic Revenge or whatever, are just pretty straightforward altogether. This one does have a few tougher trophies, but for the most part, the Platinum's pretty quick and easy. So, you unlock your first costume, that's an unmissable story trophy early in the game. Then you have to finish all of the main missions in each area, which is all just unmissable story trophies, same with this one. Then we start getting into the miscellaneous combat trophies. So the baby booms are like the chucks, they throw things at you, you have to reflect them back by hitting them. By hitting the projectiles, they fly at you. The burrowers are the giant worm guys that come out of the ground, and you have to trick them into defeating 10 other enemies. 25 enemies with Big Jelly. He's the one that runs around with the bathtub as his weapon, and he has to crush 25 other enemies with his bathtub. Then you have the boss fight specific trophies, and this is where the difficulty comes in on this game. So the Mr. Krabs in under 3 minutes is one of the tougher ones, just because the time limit is really, really tight on this one. You don't have a lot of room for error. You pretty much just have to sprint through the initial part of it when you're on the seahorse, And then when you get onto the train, you just have to run past all the enemies and just be very careful not to take damage or to fall or anything like that, or else you're just going to have to redo it. This one might also be buggy, because I'm still pretty sure that I did it correctly at least one time before the trophy unlocked, or I could have just missed it by like 1 second, which is entirely possible. The Sandy boss fight, I had no problem with this on the PS4 version, but I did have some difficulty with it on the PS5 version, just because I was just failing that time. So with this one, Sandy attacks in 3 different waves, or not really waves, but 3 different phases. First phase is super easy, but then the second phase you have to start dealing with other enemies and other annoying attacks, and the third phase there's even more of both of those. So this one will also probably take a few tries, and the really stupid thing with this game is that if I remember correctly, there's no way to fast travel out of the boss fights once you're in them, which is really, really dumb, because that means you have to finish out the fight even if you failed the trophy, and then fast travel back to it to get another try once you're done with it. So that's a really dumb thing that they should have fixed. This is a pretty easy boss fight trophy. It's basically just finish the final objective within 5 minutes. It's more than enough time. You shouldn't have too many problems with this one. This trophy gave me a lot of problems on the PS4 version, but I did it significantly faster on the PS5 version because I sort of knew what to do and what to expect. Basically, you just have to avoid Gary's little laser eyes, or whatever you want to call them. And even if I think even if he shoots at you and it doesn't hit you, it still counts against you, so you have to be kind of careful with that. And you have to be hopeful that at no point during the fight does Gary just randomly change his eyesight to be focused directly on top of you, like when you're rounding a corner or something, because that can happen. This one's pretty easy because her shockwave attacks are fairly easy to avoid compared to some of the other attacks in the arena, so it shouldn't be a problem, though. If you die, it apparently voids this trophy, even if you avoided the shockwaves, you died to something else like the enemies or whatever. The cakes without getting hit, this one took me a few tries on the PS5 version. It's not terribly hard, but this is during the 6th area boss fight. This one you basically have to deliver 10 cakes to 10 different plates around the room, and after each one gets delivered, some enemies spawn. But it turns out the enemies are at least finite, so once you kill the handful of enemies, you're good to deliver the next cake, and the witch, or whatever her name is, will shoot like green balls at you, but they don't do damage. They just stun you and make you lose your cake. So it's okay to get hit by her, surprisingly. This one's actually very easy because Glovey Glove just constantly shoots out like goo balls and stuff, and you just have to have him defeat 20 enemies. You can do this over the course of multiple playthroughs of this level, which you'll probably get it naturally. And then this is during the final boss fight. I got this one naturally on both the PS4 and PS5 versions of the game. It's actually pretty rare, but I had no problems getting it on either version. Then this one's a little bit annoying because you have to line up your attacks perfectly to launch another enemy into the jelly makers. They're the big blob-looking purple guys. And you just have to wait for an enemy to spawn and knock that enemy into them. You have to do it 3 times to kill them, and you have to do that 5 separate times, but you can farm this in Bikini Bottom if needed. This one should come naturally throughout the game. It's pretty much unmissable because you fight these things enough throughout the game that this should happen just by playing. This one's easily done during the medieval sulfur fields level when you're in the castle area. There's a big jelly and a baby boom together, so you can knock the baby boom projectile back at the big jelly, or just have the projectile hit it in the first place. And then the tartar jellies engaged in attack, just start bubbling them and you'll get this one eventually. This one might require a little bit of grinding because the nin jellies aren't super common, and killing them with environmental hazards is less common. I'm not sure if you can do it in the final boss fight, but you can do it in one of the objectives in downtown. Then this one is unmissable. You'll get this one just early on in the game just by normally playing. Same thing with this one, pretty much unmissable. You'll get it naturally as long as you're using the bubble every now and then. 10,000 jellies at once, just make sure you don't spend any of them until you get this trophy. 50 jellyfish, there's only certain levels where they spawn, but I think they spawn in Bikini Bottom as well, so this one can be a little bit grindier. This one's pretty much unmissable. You're going to be breaking stuff all throughout the game, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. This one, the bubble ability isn't super useful, but just remember to use it whenever you can, and you should get this trophy along the way. Karate Kick, this is unmissable. It's a super duper overpowered move, so it shouldn't be a problem. Buttons is going to be unmissable while going for the 100%. Tiki should be pretty much unmissable while going for the 100%. This one will require a little bit of grinding because you don't get the reef blower until very late in the game, but you can farm it in like 1 or 2 runs of the final battle or the final Glove World battle, and you can easily get it there. This one's unmissable. You'll get it fairly early on in your playthrough. This one you can do pretty much at any time during the game when you find a bounce pad. This one you have to find 1 spatula in every level, so there's like 8 of them total. They are a little bit out of the way, but there are guides for them out there, so if you can't find 1 or 2 of them, you can just always pull up a guide. This is pretty self-explanatory. You can do this in Bikini Bottom. This is done in Goo Lagoon. It's pretty simple. This one, it's a very specific, like location-specific trophy in Goo Lagoon that you might not find normally, so you might have to look at a video just to see exactly where it is. Then you have to unlock all the costumes. So this is by far the most sort of time-consuming trophy in the game. It's sort of like getting the 100%. So for this trophy, well, it's not quite like getting the 100%. Technically, that's this trophy, because clearing every level and defeating the final boss means finishing every mission, getting every like gold coin in the game, beat every boss. So it's everything except for going in and purchasing the costumes. The costumes, there are quite a few of them, and they are more expensive than they were originally because eventually the price of them got upped from where the game was originally. They were originally only like 12,000 shiny objects or whatever it was called total. I don't remember what the currency was called, but it used to only be about like 12 or 13,000, and now it's way more than that. So you might have to farm a little bit. There's several methods to do it. There's a method in, I believe, Glove World that you can farm pretty quickly. There are dumpsters you can hit in downtown to farm it very quickly. So it's not that bad. It just takes a little bit of extra time, so it's nothing much to worry about. There are 2 new costumes in the PS5 version, but they don't count toward this trophy. I can confirm that because I made sure to save at least one of those for last, and the trophy popped before getting it. So those 2 do not count. So yeah, it was a very fun game, very enjoyable. Definitely recommend playing this one if you get the chance, especially if you can get it for cheap. I still prefer Battle for Bikini Bottom, though, and I would love to see the SpongeBob movie game and a few of the other SpongeBob games get the remaster treatment or remake treatment. Super Box Delivery Beyond the Horizon. This is the South Carolina Driving Simulator, the video game, as I called it, because it's exactly accurate, because South Carolina has the worst drivers in this country, and among the worst roads in the country as well, so it's actually very, very fitting. So this game is a fairly easy platinum trophy with a few kind of obnoxious luck-based aspects to it, which I hate. So this is an unmissable trophy you'll get early on from like finishing a run or something. Buy a few items which you need coins for, and you get those from like leveling up and delivering packages. Basically, you're playing as a car, and you have to control it to avoid obstacles and pick up packages and then drop them off at specific package locations. So all of these like purchasing ones are pretty much the same thing. You get coins from leveling up and just playing the game, and you use those coins to purchase all these items. We'll come back to special packages. 10,000 points in a single run isn't too bad once you sort of upgrade yourself and actually get used to the game, because once you get upgrades, you can get points faster and you can have like extra lives and stuff, so it makes it a lot easier. Then you have to get 1,000 points of packages at once, 2,000 and 5,000. So for these trophies, getting the 5,000 at once is a little bit tough just because it requires you to carry a lot at once and then not get hit while you're carrying them. So it might take a few tries, but once you're fully upgraded with a car, it shouldn't be too bad. Unlock everything from the garage for a single car. Again, that's just going to require those coins that you get from leveling up and playing the game. Completing the tutorial is unmissable and story related. So back to the 10 special packages. This was by far the most annoying trophy overall in the game because it's 100% luck based. Special packages are 100% luck based, and they ended up being very rare. So this one took me way longer than it ever should have because I finished all these other trophies at like 10:30, and then it took me, another hour and 15 minutes to be able to get this trophy done. So it's just completely random, luck-based, and you have to be just have to have good luck. That's all it is, and I hate luck-based trophies. It's one of my least favorite types of trophies out there. So that one was annoying, but everything else about this game was fine. Like I said, I could make plenty of memes out of it because it's too accurate to South Carolina. Next up, we have the Ravens. So this is a game that I had talked about for probably a couple of years for doing. because I just never really got around to it, because it was it was a disc-based version of the game on the PS4, and I don't know why it took me so long to get around to it, because it was a reasonably enjoyable point-and-click adventure game, and the Platinum Trophy didn't take that long. It only took me about 2-3 days of playing, so the 29th, 30th, and 31st, so 3 days of playing. Not too bad at all. I will say, though, there are some highly missable trophies in this game. So be warned about that. And there's a really bizarre glitch with this game as well that I'll talk about later. So for the most part with this game, you're just going to be willing to follow a pretty detailed guide, and it'll tell you where every single miscellaneous trophy is done, exactly what steps to do each level in, and pretty much some of these trophies are story related. Like, I think that like this one's unmissable and story related, and that one I think is unmissable story related. I think that one's unmissable story related. So a lot of the trophies are unmissable and story related, but some of them are miscellaneous. For example, this one. Basically for this one, when you're on the train in the first of the 3 chapters of the game, you have to basically keep screwing up or keep interacting with other objects that aren't needed to progress the game. And every time you do that, you'll burn out a match and have to light a new one. This one is just really annoying because the controls for it don't work, and it's complained about consistently online in both videos and in like the forums, so that's pretty funny. And then, like, this is just a miscellaneous trophy for activating the radio, but that's pretty self-explanatory. I think that was the first trophy I got in the game. So I think this was story-related. Then this one requires you to investigate every single object in this certain area, and it's possible to, you know, miss maybe one thing that's well hidden that you don't take good care to look at. Finish episode 1, so unmissable story-related trophy. So this is where you start to get to the difficulty in this game, these Master Detective trophies. For these, you have to beat each episode of the game without using any hints, and while interacting with basically every possible thing you can interact with is how you unlock it. So you have to be very meticulous, very careful. You can't miss anything, or else you're going to end up having to replay an episode. But there's also an issue with that, at least with the PS3 version that I'll talk about when we get to the end of the trophy list, that is quite bizarre and like probably the most ridiculous problem that could ever happen with a trophy list. So this one, you have to specifically say things in a certain order. This is for examining everything in an area. This is for just picking a specific dialogue option. I think this is an unmissable story-related trophy. This one might be an unmissable story-related trophy. This one's an unmissable story trophy, and this is an unmissable story trophy. And then you just have to finish the episode without messing anything up once again. Then this one I think is unmissable story related. This one you only have to find like 3 of them, or you might, maybe not even 3 of them, but I think it was 3 of them. I think this one's unmissable story related. This one is missable. You only have to play with the dog once, I believe, to forward the game. This one I think is unmissable and story related. This one should be unmissable story. This one's unmissable story, and then unmissable story. So there are actually a lot of unmissable story trophies in this game, which is good. And then once again, you know, finish episode 3 while not missing anything and not using any hints or anything. A trophy for just beating the game as well. So it's related to a mixture of the bonus material and these do everything in every chapter trophies. I don't know if this is a thing on the PS4, but apparently on the PS3 version, if you miss anything in a chapter, the game can potentially glitch out and never unlock the trophy, even if you completely delete your save data and start over from scratch with no save data or anything on your console, and you can never get these certain trophies. And the only way to fix the problem is to play the game on another PS3. I am not kidding, that is actually a really weird glitch with this game on the PS3. I don't know if it carried over to the PS4, but I don't think it did. So that is just bizarre to me. I've never heard of a game having that kind of a screw up with its trophies. So that's an interesting one. I don't understand that at all, but apparently that was a thing that could happen, and it's part of the reason why I didn't do the PS3 version of the game. So yeah, it was a decent enough point-and-click adventure game. It's worth playing if you have time to spend on it. You can do it in under 10 hours. It's not too bad. Just follow a very meticulous guide. I followed the one on PlayStation Trophies, and it was perfect. Next up, we have Thunder Flash, the North American PS4 and PS5 versions. This is a top-down, not quite twin stick, but just a top-down shooter. And pretty much all of the trophies in this game, or, well, not all of them, but most of them are unmissable and story related. So you're going to get every trophy through here just by beating the game. And I think that they're, yep, another trophy for beating the game as well. So most of the trophies are unmissable and story related. The tank is a boss early on in the game, and the helicopter is a boss a little bit further on. But I remember one of the versions of this, and I think it was the PS4 version, I died right when I killed the helicopter and the trophy didn't unlock, so I had to restart the game and unlock it again, which was... Or I didn't have to restart the game, I just had to replay the level, but I had to replay the level and try again, which was really, really annoying. I don't know if that's happened to anyone else, but it did happen to me, so just keep it in mind if maybe it might happen to you as well. The towers and the cannons are just certain things that you'll face throughout the game, and you should easily be able to get the 3 towers and 5 cannons by the time you finish the main story. Both trophies are definitely more common, even though not by a whole lot, actually. So you shouldn't have to worry too much about those. Also with this game, you start out with only like 10 lives, but if you lose them all, you can go back to like 15 lives. You just go back to the start of the world that you're in or whatever, and you go up to 15. Then you can do it again up to 20, so it makes it like super easy to get through everything. And then finally, you have to kill 100 enemies in survival mode. This one's not too difficult. I can't remember if it has to be done in a single run or not, though. Then the PS5 version. So with the PS5 version, 4 or 8 p.m. And it looks like I did the survival mode trophy first just because it's a little more time consuming. So just knocked that one out first and then just played through the game, got all the trophies. Again, not much to worry about. It's a pretty easy game. It's a fairly enjoyable platinum. Would definitely say pick that one up if you can get it for cheap. Just be wary that that helicopter and tank trophy might glitch out on you if you die right when you get the kill. Okay, A Little Lily Princess. So this is technically a visual novel game, but it's a very different visual novel type of game. Basically what happens is you get these like points you can allocate to different characters in each like in-game day, and that controls how they act throughout the game and controls like how their skills level up. It's a weird game. Like, I mean, a lot of these visual novel games are, but this is a weird one with how it plays. So you sort of have to complete it like 5 times from what I remember, because you have to, well, you might only have to complete the first part of it 5 times. So just, you have to complete everything in Act 1 with each character, and then you have to do, I think, different endings. I don't think these are all story related. I think that these are like different endings and such. This was a weird game though. Again, it's just a very weird setup with the resource thing. It's kind of hard to explain. You'd have to look at a video probably to understand it. Otherwise, though, there is a miscellaneous trophy for maxing out a character. So for this one, I think you have to either like max out all the characters at once, or at least max out everything for a specific... Okay, no, you have to max out one specific character and all of their attributes at one time in a playthrough, and you get this trophy, because then there's nothing to do until the end of the first few days segment. So yeah, this was a weird game. It's really hard to describe. You're going to have to look at a video to actually like understand anything that I'm saying with this. But it took me less than half an hour for that version, and the other version also took about 20-ish minutes. So it's not a long platinum trophy, but it is kind of a weird one. Speaking of weird, we've got Waifu Impact. This is Waifu Battle Royale Simulator 2023. I don't know when it came out. That's basically what this is. This is a really, really weird game where you play as different waifus as they go onto this island and have to fight other waifus with water guns that make very sexual noises, and you have to kill enemies and find stars. So yeah, it's weird. It's just a really weird game, and that's the best way to put it. Again, it's one of those games that you kind of have to experience to understand, but I did actually live stream this one, and it was something. It was something. Not necessarily something good, but it was something. So the main thing you have to do in the game, one of the main things you have to do is get all 25 stars. Most of them are easy to get, and I didn't follow a guide for either version of the game, but if you follow a guide, you can probably do it a little bit faster, because 1 or 2 of them are pretty well hidden. Then you have to unlock all of the different characters in the game, which requires you to... Try to remember. Okay, I think that to unlock the characters, most of them were just for like getting stars and for getting kills and stuff, and are basically not hard to get at all. But for the last character, there's one character, it's like the super waifu or whatever. Or no, you have to kill the Omega super giant waifu Titan character. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, but it actually makes sense if you played this game. If you haven't played it, I sound crazy. But you basically have to kill like the boss waifu to get this last trophy, to get the last character for it. Then you have to unlock the gallery pictures for each of your characters. Now, this is a little bit annoying because it's quite grindy. Because you have to get something like 50 or so kills with each character with the water guns that shoot, again, certain things that sound very sexual, and the stuff that comes out of them is meant to be sexual. Again, I'm trying to dance around YouTube's regulations here. Getting the 50-ish kills, or whatever it is, it might be like 100 kills actually, with some of the girls is much harder because they have different weapons with different qualities. Like one of them's a pistol, one of them's a shotgun, one of them's a sniper rifle, one of them's a machine gun. Again, none of this makes any sense, but that's the best way to describe it. You know what, honestly, I'm moving on from this. I don't really want to think about that game anymore. But I do have to, because there was also a PS5 version that I knocked out like a few weeks later. But this version I did in just over an hour because I knew what to do and how to grind kills and stuff, and where most of the stars were, including some of the more difficult ones. There is like an arena you unlock later on in the game, and that's a good place to grind out your kills in because you can fight a few people unimpeded very quickly. Windmill Engine! So this is one of the engine games, and it was the next to last one that I had to do because you do one, you gotta do the whole series. And it's basically another press X, or in this case, press square to win type of game. Basically, you press square to make money, and then you use that money to install different parts onto your windmill, and that's how you get all of your trophies. So just keep pressing square, just keep mashing the square button as fast as you can, which is this trophy right here. Upgrade it completely so you get as much money as possible every time you hit square. And then as you start purchasing other technologies, you will start getting passive income just by playing the game normally. And then you spend that money on all of these other items throughout the game. And that's how you unlock everything. Now, getting to $1 billion will not take long once you have most of the upgrades. And interestingly enough, these other trophies are technically missable. If you get to $1 billion without getting certain trophies, you'll have to replay the game. Now, the game takes all of 4 to 5 minutes to platinum, so it's not like it's that big a deal. But just keep that in mind if you're playing this, that technically a lot of these trophies are potentially missable if you get to that $1 billion too quickly. But it's the same as all the other engine games. There is one more to talk about. I got it right before platinum number 800, so we'll talk about it a little bit later. Peppa Pig World Adventures. I live streamed this game, and it only took about an hour or so I guess I was hoping that it would take longer than it did. This game is longer than the first Peppa Pig game, and I would say that this one's better, though, because there's no, "Hello, Mr. Bull. Hello, Mr. Rhino. Thank you for fixing the road." Anyone who's tried to speed run the original Peppa Pig game, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and that probably haunts your nightmares. Because at one point in time, I was the world record holder for the speed run for the original Peppa Pig game on PS5. So that was interesting. I held that record for a few days, but I could have put that in the dating profile. World record Peppa Pig speedrunner, guys. Anyway, with the trophies, with this game, you basically go to like 8 different locations, or I don't remember if it's exactly 8, but you basically go to different locations around the world and do certain actions in each of them. So you have the skyscraper in New York, so you just have to get to it, which requires going through New York traffic, which is probably still more tolerable than South Carolina traffic. The Christmas tree, you just have to throw 3 ornaments on it, which is pretty self-explanatory. This one, you have to explore like a specific part of Australia to be able to find the treasure chest. This one, you have to go to, again, a specific part of Barcelona to be able to play football or soccer, as we call it over here in America. The pizza, this one might have been a story-related trophy. I can't remember which ones were story-related versus which ones were like actually just random things you had to do, because about half of them are story-related and about half of them are other miscellaneous actions. This one might have been one of the miscellaneous actions, or it might have been story-related. The Eiffel Tower, I'm pretty sure, is a story-related one for Paris. The London Bridge is a story-related one. And then this one is a story-related trophy for the very end of the game. So this is like the last trophy you're going to get, I believe. Yep. So that is the last trophy you're going to unlock. So it's story-related, unmissable. Same with this gold trophy right here. So that's also an unmissable story-related. Then these two silver trophies here are miscellaneous trophies. So this one requires you to do something over at the playgroup at the preschool or whatever it is. And you have to play basketball, which doesn't take long, but it is something that you have to go out of your way to do because it's something that you're probably not going to do normally. This one, I believe you just have to return to your house and find Tittles in one of like 3 places in the house. I think that's how this one works. And then the 8 souvenirs. So this one, there's more than 8 souvenirs in the game, but some of them are a little bit harder to get than others or require going a little bit more out of your way. So if you were trying to like optimize and speed run this platinum trophy, you'd have to figure out whatever the fastest ones are. I think you get a few just for beating the game, but I can't really remember. I guess I've blocked out a lot of this game from memory, even though I'm sure that we'll get another one eventually that I'll have to do and stream. And then the PS5 version of the game I did in about 45 minutes, it looks like. So I did it much faster because I knew what I was doing. But I still probably wasn't even anywhere on the leaderboards or anything, because there's still people who can do this a lot faster. But the trophy list is identical, so not really much more else to say about that one. It's a Peppa Pig game. It is what it is. Moving on. And the last platinum before the last dumpster dive of that set of trophies was Lego Ninjago Nindroids for the PS Vita. It has been a very long time since I've done a PS Vita platinum. And this game was okay. I mean, I love Lego games generally, and I don't mind playing stuff on the Vita. I wasn't the biggest fan of this one, though, because it has a few sort of weird design choices with it. So 100% the game is very typical for a Lego game. In this case, it's just beat all the levels, get all the gold bricks, get all the collectibles, purchase everything. It's your very typical kind of Lego game trophy. Then the Golden Dragon in the hub is done by getting all the gold bricks in the game. Then you can build it there. Then you have to finish all the levels of the game. This is an unmissable story trophy as well, so a couple of trophies for beating story missions. This is one of those games where it's generally shorter story missions, but there are quite a few of them. So the challenges. Every level has something like 10 gold brick challenges in it, and there's about 30 levels in the game. And you don't have to do them all in a single run, thank God. But some of the challenges are really annoying because they're very, they counteract with one another, if that makes sense. So it's like, one of the challenges per level might be beat the level without using a super move, whereas another one will be something like beat the level while killing 3 enemies with super moves, stuff like that. So you're basically forced to continuously replay some of the levels, and it is kind of annoying. It makes it a little bit more repetitive than it definitely needs to be. Not to mention some of these multi-part challenges, or even some of the other challenges would feel like they wouldn't unlock sometimes, even though it felt like I was doing things right. Like maybe I wasn't somehow using the right character or something, even though it seemed like I was. So do keep in mind this game was a little bit finicky with its challenges. Like 95% of them are pretty easy, but a handful of them can be a little bit difficult. Then you have to collect studs. The 100,000 and a million will come naturally, but the 100 million probably won't, because I think it means you have to have 100 million on you at once. And not only are some of the characters in this game really expensive, but the 100 million studs is a lot because you can only activate 3 red bricks at once on any level. So you can only activate the times 10, times 8, and times 6 bricks. You can't activate all 5 multipliers. So it makes this take quite a bit longer because even on like the best farming levels, you can only earn like 30 million studs on them, and it still takes like 5 to 10 minutes, or like 10-ish minutes. I mean, I know I'm complaining about something very petty there, but it's definitely different from a lot of the other LEGO games in that you actually have to grind that a little bit. The mini kits, I believe there's 1 per level for a total of 30, or there might not be 1 in every single level. The red bricks, there's 15 of those. I believe it's 15, and there's 1 in basically every other level. You're going to have a red brick you can collect, then you have to buy them, and some of them are super expensive. Characters, same thing. Some of the characters are like 20 million plus studs, and then you have that 100 million stud trophy, so it's quite extensive. Then you have your typical sort of unlock all variations of different characters. So for these, you just have to beat the game, get all the challenges done, and purchase some of the characters. Finish a level with every red brick active, so you're going to have to play through levels several times. So just find a short level, play through it with 3 red bricks, leave it once you finish it, and then load in 3 different red bricks and replay it. And repeat that process till you use all of them. 500 Nindroids, this one's unmissable and story related. You'll get it while working on everything else. This one you'll probably get while working on everything else. This one you'll get while working on everything else. This one you don't use the special moves that much because of some of the challenges, but you should still get this one naturally. The grab attacks was the last trophy I got because the grab attacks are not exactly what the game made it look like they were. It's sort of a different move or different combination, so just keep that in mind. Jump Slam is pretty much unmissable. It's a very powerful attack. The Lego Fire, you just have to like knock or throw enemies into the fire. I did this one by accident just by playing through the game. This one you should get naturally while beating every level and replaying them for challenges, and you can also farm it in the hub world. The hub world's pretty small, by the way, which is nice. This one's pretty easy. Just get in a mech on one of the mech levels and just crush stuff with it. Nothing much to worry about with that. Then you have to finish the dojo. So the easy and medium difficulties aren't a problem, but the hard difficulty is a little bit more of a problem because the dojo, you can't equip red bricks, so you can't equip invincibility. And if you die, you have to restart the whole thing, which sucks. So you also have to kill like over 100 enemies in a row, and sometimes they'll just like combo stun lock you, which is terrible. So the hard difficulty took me several tries compared to the easy and medium being single try events. So just keep in mind that this one can be a little bit annoying, mostly because you can't use the red bricks for it. Hacking minigame 10 times, you'll get this naturally while going for all the challenges. 500 objects, you'll get naturally by playing through the game. Fire hydrants, you do it in the hub world. You can get like 5 of them every time you're there, so it's very easy. The build it, this is going to be unmissable while going for all the challenges. And this is an unmissable early game story trophy. So yeah, it's not the most recent LEGO game I've done, but it was the most recent Vita game I've done, so that was pretty entertaining. I mean, it was fun playing a Vita game again, and it's fun playing a LEGO game, but again, that one had some things that sort of rubbed me the wrong way. Okay, so next up we have a big Platinum dumpster dive, followed by some lower quality and some better quality games, so I might not be getting through this as fast as I thought I was. Alright, we're up to the 4th segment now on this video, but I don't know exactly how long it's going to end up being. So anyway, the next games up were a Platinum Trophy dumpster dive, and it was a very miserable one. Now, it started out slightly less terribly with this Learn Katakana game. This is just like that Learn Hiragana game, but with this one I knew just to mash the buttons until you win, because it makes it a lot easier and a lot faster than trying to do it legitimately. So basically just mash a button on your directional pad for 5 minutes until you get all the trophies, and that's as simple as it is. So I played this list of just like random ass little games, and they're not made by East Asia Soft or Radaleka as far as I'm aware. I think they're someone else entirely. Okay, yeah, they're made by this Zitilon company. I've never heard of them outside of just these few like really bad games. But yeah, they make just really, really terrible shovelware type of games, and I regret a lot of this stream because these games were all terrible, and I got very angry at some of them because of how badly designed they were. So with this one, I legitimately don't remember what each of these games was, honestly, or I don't remember this one at least. So you had to survive for 60 seconds in a single game, get a score of 500 in a single game. They're modeled after East Asia Soft trophy lists. And then pump 100 enemies total over the course of multiple games, and pump 20 with a single press. Yeah, I legitimately don't remember what this game was or really care because all these games were terrible. D-Laser, I do remember this one. If this is the one I think it was, this is the one where like lasers would come up out of either the ground or like above and below you and you had to dodge them. Or no, I think they'd shoot down from the ceiling, and if you got hit by them, you would get knocked down closer to the bottom of the level. If you fell out of the level, that's how you lost. So it was something like that, if I remember correctly. So avoid 25 total laser barrages. That can be done over the course of multiple playthroughs. Then 5 laser hits in a single life. For that one, you just had to stay near the top of the screen until you could manage to survive 5 hits at once, or in one single life. 250 meters in a single run. That one, was that the last trophy I got? No, that one wasn't a problem either. So this one I actually did pretty quickly. This one only took about 7 minutes, so I didn't have too many problems with this one. Surviving 60 seconds is probably the toughest one just because, or actually no, it's not the toughest one. 60 seconds is fairly straightforward then because you could actually get hit in this game and not die instantly like some of the others. The score of 3,000 was where it was more difficult because I think there was something else you had to do to get points rather than just surviving, so that one took quite a few tries to get. But this one at least I got through within like 7 minutes, so it wasn't much of a problem. Pump press, this one looks like it took me, let's see, it was 37 the first time. This one took me 6 minutes, so those two were the easier ones. They got harder as the night went on. Thunder, this one, these weird, like, differently shaped lightning strikes would come down on you, and you had to avoid getting hit by any of them. And the surviving the storm for 2 minutes was probably the hardest one because they were completely random as to what the lightning would choose to do and whether or not you managed to get hit by it. Like, the 1 minute wasn't a problem, but the 2 minutes was much more of a problem. So as you can see here, like, I mean, this one still didn't take long. It still only took about 11 minutes, which really isn't that bad. The 250 sparks could be done over the course of multiple playthroughs. The get hit 10 times was over multiple playthroughs. The score of 1,000, was that the last trophy I got? No, it wasn't. So I got that one, I guess, while I was working on the 2-minute survival trophy. So the 2-minute survival and the 1,000 score were the two hardest trophies in this one, just because they have to be done in a single game. All the other ones were fairly straightforward. And like I said, this game was just like super random and dumb, so it was just not a good time. Bomb up. This one, I think it's like you could poop out bombs and it would launch you higher up in the level or something, if I remember correctly. And this one, it looks like, took about 15 minutes, so this one was a little bit longer. But I think you would, like, poop out bombs and it would launch you up higher in the level or something. Again, I don't really care to remember because all these games were terrible, and I will never play another game from this particular company again. So 500 enemies could be done over multiple playthroughs. That wasn't a problem. The 10 with a single bomb, it looks like everyone just probably gets that one naturally just by playing the game. Now, you only had to survive 15 seconds in this one, which was kind of nice, actually, so that was a little bit of an advantage. Dropped 250 bombs total, that's just over the course of multiple playthroughs, nothing to worry about with that. The score of 500, I'm assuming that was the final trophy I got. Yep, so that was the hardest one, so 250 probably wasn't a problem, but 500 was probably quite a bit of a problem because it means surviving for more than just that 15 seconds. Marcy's Adventures, this was not made by that company. This was made by someone else. I don't remember who or what the game was. I think, though, that this is one of those games where I think it was... Actually, no, I don't... Okay, I just actually looked it up to confirm. This was a platformer, a 2D platformer, and most of the levels were very, very quick and easy, as you can see here, because the Platinum Trophy took all of 18 minutes. Most of the levels were quick and easy. Everything through, like, level 10, 11 was not much of a problem, but then, like, the last few levels were a little bit more difficult. And you didn't need a guide or anything to beat them. It just took a little bit of trial and error, so it was just a 2D platformer. This one was made by someone else, though. This was, like, a more legitimate game. I don't think it was Ratalaika or East Asia Soft, though. Oh, and then we played one more game from this god-awful company. I don't remember what this one was at all, except I remember this might have been the one that nearly broke me. Yep. Okay, so you can already tell you're off to a great start with that trophy description. Survive 30 seconds sub, because they can't proofread their own damn trophy description, so that's a great sign of what's to come. Yeah, this is the one that nearly broke me, because I could not figure out how to beat this one. So, surviving for 2 minutes wasn't even the hardest trophy. I actually did that without too many problems. These ring pieces on screen, I guess, was pretty much unmissable or fairly easy to do. The destroying pieces is easy. That's multiple playthroughs anyway. Yeah, it was getting to the 500 points that was the problem. I just couldn't get anywhere close to it, or probably got close to it a few times and just kept failing. I was probably pissed off and probably quite intoxicated at the time, because that's how you get through these kind of dumpster dives, but... yeah, like I said, I'm just sort of blocking a lot of those games out from memory because they were all terrible and I don't really want to think about them ever again. Okay, next up we have the North American PS4 and PS5 versions of Legend of Arkadu Bundle. So this was a game that was like a weird mix of Earthbound gameplay or Undertale gameplay with visual novel, if that makes any sense whatsoever. I don't remember exactly what I did for every trophy. I just remember following a trophy guide for each particular choice you had to make, and for knowing what you had to do to like beat bosses and stuff. And that was basically all you had to do. Just follow a trophy guide. That's really all there is to say about this game. It was part of a dumpster dive, but this one was much more tolerable than the other ones I played. So like that one took, let's see, so it was 31 the earliest that I got for a trophy, I think it was. So this one took about 8 minutes, and the PS5 version took about 7 minutes. So very quick, very easy, much better than the other crap I played that night. Well, Aquadyne, this one I believe was also a visual novel game, and it looks like this one was probably one where you had to make a few specific choices, but it was very quick and you could probably use the speed up feature. You probably had to make a few specific choices and backup saves with this one if I'm remembering it correctly, but it was another quick, easy visual novel type of game, so again, there's not really that much to say about it. It's another basically 5-minute visual novel platinum trophy, so again, there's not a lot to say about those games. I mean, this was a dumpster dive stream. It was meant to be terrible games because that's entertaining, right? Actually, those streams are typically entertaining for the viewers. I usually can pull in quite a few viewers. I'm only doing those like twice a year now, once again. And the last of the shovelware games from that particular stream, Hako-san. I actually saved this one because I bought this game for like 9 cents at some point. So I was going to make like a video that said it was, you know, the 9-cent platinum, and then I just decided to lump it in with this. So I don't really remember what it was. I think what you could do was, I think this was one of those games that had like a debug menu or something that you could skip every level in. Okay, I actually just checked, so it wasn't necessarily a debug menu. It was the fact that the game, there was a setting you could put in, and it would show you the solution to every level on screen, and it was just pushing, you know, up, down, left, right a certain number of times each in a certain order, and that's how you beat it. So, surprisingly, it wasn't one where it was like a debug menu or something, because I earned it very, very quickly. It only took 5 minutes to get the platinum. And you also have to view a hint, which I think is that directional pad button mapping. I mean, again, it was better than some of those other crap I played, but let's move on to some actual legitimate games again. Starting with Call of Duty Vanguard for the PS5. It is another Call of Duty game done. Most of this platinum trophy is easy. I'm going to say that. Most of this platinum trophy is pretty easy. There's like 2 or 3 particular trophies that are actually difficult, and a few others that are extremely grindy. So, as with most Call of Duty games, or all Call of Duty games, you have to beat the campaign on Veteran. Veteran is not that hard in this game. It's one of the easier Veteran campaigns in the franchise. It's not the easiest. It's not up there with... It's not like Advanced Warfare. It's not Black Ops 2. It's not COD Ghosts. But it's still definitely on the easier end overall of Veteran difficulties. You're not going to have too much of a problem with this one. Then you have some various like full campaign trophies here. So 15 kills using blind fire by just blind firing over an obstacle or something. Was that my last trophy? No, it wasn't. That's an easy trophy, but I saved it to be toward the end because it was easy to save for near the end. This one you're going to get naturally just by playing through the game, just from scavenging enemies and such. This one you're going to get naturally as long as you're using like different weapons that you pick up. You shouldn't have a problem with it. This one, there's only a few levels that have the destructible walls you can sprint through, but there's certain ones where it's easier to get, and as long as you just break through one whenever you get the chance, you shouldn't have to farm it too much. Okay, so I was trying to save this to be my last trophy, but I just completely failed to do it because I still managed to kill myself with my own grenade, like on one of the earliest streams of the game, unfortunately. But, I mean, that's a very, very self-explanatory, very easy silver trophy by Call of Duty standards. This one is really annoying. It's best done on, I think it's like the 3rd or 4th level when there's already an objective or a miscellaneous trophy to save a guy by throwing a grenade back. That's a really good place to do it. So throw the grenade back, restart checkpoint, rinse and repeat until you get the trophy. That's the easiest way to do it. Then, of course, you have to watch the credits. That's very self-explanatory, simple, easy trophy. Brian out there at PlayStation Trophies, just go make yourself a sandwich and go to the bathroom or something while it's running instead of whining about this easy of a trophy. Then you have your character-specific trophies, because each character had specific abilities. So for Arthur, he could give commands to allies, tell them things to do, or like to give him supplies or something. So this should come naturally while playing through the game during his levels. This one is a little bit tougher to do naturally, especially if you're playing on Veteran. You have to emerge from a crawl space and pretty much immediately get a kill. There's a couple places that it's easy to farm if you don't get it naturally, so it's not really that much to worry about, but it's just a little bit less likely to come naturally. This one's pretty much unmissable. The focus ability is like kind of overpowered. It allows you to see enemies sort of through walls and everything. You can kill them very quickly with that, so this is kind of an overpowered ability. And then this one, the 4 different types of lethal equipment with 3 kills each. You just have to be able to find the different equipment types. He's kind of a later game character. And then every level had 2 miscellaneous trophies, and this is where we get to the most difficult parts of the game. So the 15 kills while standing on a train roof, this isn't particularly difficult. It's just the fact that there's not a whole lot of opportunities. There's not a lot of room for error here. And because it's an early game mission, your teammates actually sometimes do help you, so that can cause some problems with it. This one's very, very easy, though. There's several different trucks you can shoot the drivers out of and get this trophy done. Okay, so I think this is the trophy related to throwing the grenade away. So it's like a grenade gets thrown at your ally, and you have to just pick it up and throw it away quickly, and that's a really good place to get that other silver trophy or bronze trophy for the 15 grenade throwbacks. This one's very, very easy. It's near the end of the mission. Just throw the smoke grenade in a specific spot, despite the fact that it's actually very rare. This one's actually very easy because you have unlimited Molotov cocktails, so you can just keep throwing Molotov cocktails at the enemies and not have to shoot anything, and you can kill like 99% of the enemies just with the Molotovs. And same thing here, there's going to be a half track that shows up, or a few half tracks that show up. Just hit one of them with a Molotov cocktail and this one will unlock. So nothing too bad so far. Then we get to one of the 2 worst missions. So the Battle of Midway, 5 threatened allies during a dogfight. This is just annoying because the controls are so bad for flying a plane in this game. Call of Duty is not Battlefield. They have not gotten the whole plane controlling thing down very well compared to something like Battlefield. So don't expect this to go particularly well. It took a few tries to get even on the easiest difficulty just because the controls were so bad, but I did eventually knock it out. This is, of course, one of the 2 most infamously difficult trophies in the game. Basically, you have to do a dive bomb section, which lasts for about 30 seconds, and you can't get hit by any bullets. Explosions are fine, but it's very hard to tell the difference between them. There's absolutely no consistency with it. The bullets can go anywhere. They can hit you at any time, for any reason, no matter where you go on the screen. Sometimes you'll just die anyway from the explosions. It is just an absolutely horrible experience, not to mention at the end, you have to go into the bomb site and drop a bomb, which leaves you completely open to enemy fire. Plus, you don't get the trophy until the next checkpoint pops, so if you happen to screw the trophy up, you have to restart the entire mission, which has a copy and pasted sequence from Battlefield 3, where you test your plane and make sure it's ready to go in the air. So, yeah, that was a very terrible experience. It's easily one of the 2 worst trophies in the game. The Numa mission trophies are very, very easy. Avoid getting hit by the sniper. You can actually kill the sniper pretty much instantly with focus. And then, without firing a shot here, this one you can just do it with stealth, and if you don't do it on Veteran, you can easily do it on the easier difficulty. This trophy is pretty simple as well. You just have to be very careful. Just like flash your knife up and an enemy will show up. Or actually, no, you don't flash your knife up there. I think that your ally, you tell him to stand up and be live bait. Or meat shield, whatever you want to call them. And then just shoot the enemy as they show up. And it's much easier to do on the easier difficulty, but you can do it on the higher difficulties. It's not that bad. This is the other brutally hard trophy in the game. This one is terrible. So in the department store section of this mission, you have to kill every single enemy in the department store. There's about 40 total enemies using only takedowns, not melee kills. If it was just melee kills, it would actually not be that bad. It is the takedown maneuver that you can only do from the back, usually from stealth. So this trophy is absolutely horrific. It took several hours to work through, plus the first time I went for it on New Year's Eve, I did it correctly and the trophy didn't unlock. So I don't know if I either somehow missed something, but I'm pretty sure the trophy just glitched out on me to screw me over. So, yeah, that is the other really awful trophy in this game. Rats of Tobruk trophies are easy. The Stuka can easily be taken down with a pistol or a rocket launcher. This is a stealth section, and it's actually very simple. A lot of players get it naturally just by playing. These two trophies are also fairly easy. The getting run over by a tank you do right at the beginning. This one's a little bit harder to do if you're playing the game on Veteran, but it's not that hard. I think I still got it while playing on Veteran. You can do it that way, but if you are struggling with it at all, just play it on Recruit and you'll have no problem with it. And then the final level of the game, you're going to pretty much have to use the leadership command to help kill the Jaeger mortar, because those are the really annoying Juggernaut type enemies. And then no friendly fire. You just have to be very careful with this one. Just, play the level carefully. Just look at where you're firing at. Don't fire blindly into smoke or anything, and you should be fine. Then there are 4 multiplayer trophies in this game, but thankfully, since I did the PS4 version already, the PS5 trophies auto-popped upon loading into the game for the first time. So thankfully I did not have to do these again, but thankfully they are easy trophies. They're just a time sink. Level 55 particularly is a time sink. It's not hard, it just takes, it would take 10 to 20 hours depending on your skill at multiplayer and your enjoyment of multiplayer. I haven't enjoyed a Call of Duty online multiplayer since probably COD World War II was the last one I even played more than a few hours of outside of trophy hunting. And before that, the only ones I really enjoyed was Modern Warfare Remastered was the most recent one before that. Then you have to get the max level with an operator and a weapon in the multiplayer. Those are just for playing as a single operator and using a specific weapon a bunch of times. And you should easily get those while going for the level 55, or they just auto-pop. And the clan, you can just join one that you create yourself. That's all you have to do. And then we get to the Zombies trophies. Now, the Zombies trophies in this game are easy, which is really good. They're all very easy. But for one, they're very grindy, and two, they're very buggy. So, the PS4 version, there was no problem with them being buggy. The problem is, the second version of the game you do, all the Zombies trophies are going to be buggy, and they will only unlock if you go completely offline, disconnected from the internet while playing the Zombies mode the entire time. It's so stupid. I don't know why it's a problem, but it is for some reason. I don't understand why, but it's an issue with it, and it was never fixed. It was never patched. The Covenants are some sort of special ability from what I remember. Just equip 3 of them, I think, in a single game. That's not really difficult at all. The 13 Hearts, this can be done over the course of multiple games, so that's not a problem at all. The Demonic Fountains are the perk machines in this version of the game. Just drink from all 5 of them in a single game is very, very easy. You can get all 5 of them in the starting area once you unlock enough of it. Then there are a few trophies specific to each of the sort of special abilities you get. None of them are difficult, they just require a while to charge the ability, and sometimes the game just bugs out and the ability doesn't work at all. So that's always wonderful, but none of these are difficult as long as the game actually chooses to work and you're playing offline. But then you get to the real grindy trophies, the 2,500 kills with a Pack-a-Punch level 3 weapon and the 10,000 total kills. Because these are very, very grindy. The 10,000 total kills, you are not going to be anywhere near that by the time you get the other Zombies trophies done, just because you just have to run circles in certain areas of certain maps to keep spawning zombies. Because remember, this was not a traditional wave-based zombies mode, this was an objective-based zombies mode, which meant that once you finished the objective, you went back to the starting area. Now, every zombie you killed even there still counted, but 10,000 was a lot compared to older Call of Duty that are wave-based zombies modes. There were certain objectives that were better for grinding out zombies kills on. There were certain objectives where you didn't necessarily, or you kind of controlled when you could end the round, and that's how you could easily grind these kills, especially if you had the Pack-a-Punch level 3 weapon. This either required you to spend a ton of points to fully upgrade a weapon, or somehow manage to get one that was fully upgraded through digging up a pile in the ground, or the mystery box or something like that. Basically, I would suggest as soon as you get a Pack-a-Punch level 3 weapon, use that particular playthrough to make sure you get this trophy done so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Because all these trophies are just absurdly grindy and annoying. I mean, again, the zombie stuff is not difficult in this game. They're just all broken or grindy or just not a good time. So yeah, Vanguard was not a fun experience. Would not recommend this one unless you're trying to do every Call of Duty game like I sort of am. Next up, Star Wars Republic Commando. This was a pretty fun little game. It is a first-person sort of squad-based shooter. It was fun for the most part. It had a couple of slightly annoying parts, but overall it was a pretty fun game. I did enjoy this one. So you get a few trophies just for completing the main story of the game up here, so a few unmissable story trophies. You have to collect all the enemy weapons, so I got that before finishing the game. I don't think there's a ton of them, but you just have to make sure you collect all of them, so just look at a guide to make sure you're not missing any. 100 melee kills, that's about as self-explanatory as it gets. The weapons attachments, I think, is like an unmissable story trophy. This is a story-related trophy. This is unmissable. This is something that's unmissable. It just happens as you play through the game. There's certain areas where you can do this one. If you don't get it naturally, you can just get it in certain areas through like chapter select or something. There's certain enemies that are weaker, and I believe you have to beat the game on the highest difficulty, and it's better to do this by playing through a level on the easiest difficulty. This one, the scavenger droids are only in like certain levels, and you have to kill them before they manage to kill you if they like grab onto you or something. If that's what, I think that's what they do. This one is unmissable. This one is basically unmissable because your allies can revive you and you're supposed to go and revive them as well, so basically unmissable. Okay, so yeah, you did have to beat the game on hard, so all the difficulty trophies stack, thankfully. And hard difficulty for the most part isn't that bad, but there are a few tricky sections here and there where you can die pretty quickly. Your allies might do stupid things. Yes, they're not that bad of AI, given that this game was kind of an older game. But sometimes they can be very stupid, and if they decide to be really stupid, you might have to restart checkpoints because of it. But for the most part, hard difficulty is not that much to worry about, so don't be turned away by that. The game is fun. This, I think, is an unmissable trophy, but it might not be. I mean, I think that's an unmissable story trophy. This one, there's like 4+ squad commands you can issue. I'm not sure if you're going to get this one naturally because some of them are maybe less obscure, things that you might not do as often. This one, there's only certain levels where you can get it. There's like an early level on, I think it's Geonosis, where you can easily farm it because there's a couple of crashed gunships that you can use the turrets in. Okay, so this is a level-specific trophy, and you have to be very, very careful with this one because there's a lot of eggs, and if you get anywhere near them, they will hatch, and then you void the trophy. So you have to be very careful with that. You have to shoot them from pretty far away with like a sniper rifle or just something that's good for shooting at longer ranges and accurate. And just don't get anywhere near them, and then you should be fine, but this one might take a couple of tries. It's an early game mission, though. This one might come naturally. It's a little bit finicky, but it should hopefully come naturally. This is in like a vent in this Rescue the Squad level, so you just have to know where it is and just interact with it or just climb over it and you'll get it. That's pretty self-explanatory, a nice Florida Man type of trophy. This one's pretty much unmissable. You'll get it just by playing the game. This one, I don't remember if this is a story trophy or not. I mean, it's extremely, extremely common, but I can't remember if this is actually a true story trophy or if it's like a miscellaneous thing you can do. This one, I'm pretty sure, is a story-related trophy, like a boss fight in one level. This one is a little bit tricky because there's only a couple places you can get it in like one specific level of the game, and it's a little bit finicky if you can knock it out in time. You might want to replay that level on the easier difficulty if you're struggling with it on the highest difficulty. This one's going to come naturally with that 100 melee kill trophy. This is another collectible type trophy sort of later on in the game. You just have to interact with a speeder bike or just find it in a certain level. And this one is also pretty self-explanatory. Just let yourself go down a bunch of times in one mission. You're probably not going to get this one naturally, even on hard difficulty, because hard isn't that awful. So you might just have to farm this one on any mission, and you can do it more easily on the higher difficulties. So, I mean, that was an enjoyable game. I did have fun with that one. It wasn't my favorite game in the world by any means, but it wasn't too bad of an experience. Word Search by POWGI. So this is the North American PS4 version. I did like the European PS4 version a long, long time ago. This game is kind of nice because it's very relaxing. It's just a simple word search game. It just takes a really, really long time. And you're probably better off just doing like one category of puzzles a day for a few weeks until you get the Platinum Trophy, just so you don't burn yourself out and get super bored. So solve one puzzle, that's one of your trophies, that's pretty self-explanatory. Highlight any word backwards, that's also self-explanatory. Then you have to solve every puzzle in every category in the game, and that's where almost all of your trophies are going to come from. So there's a lot of categories, and that's why this Platinum Trophy is so rare. There's a lot of categories. They take a long time to get through because each category has like 12 or 13 puzzles a piece. And each puzzle, even with a guide, still takes several minutes. So several minutes times like 300 puzzles in this game means that the Platinum's going to take a while. Again, it's not hard, especially if you follow a guide. It just takes a lot of time, and it's best if you just, play one section of the game per day and just farm it out slowly that way. Just one section a day so you don't end up getting too exhausted and burned out by it. You have to find all the diagonal words in a list first. So for this one, just look at a guide and highlight the diagonal words first. It's pretty simple. This one, I think that the alphabetical order is what's already given on the side of the screen. So once again, if you're just looking at a guide, you can knock this one out pretty quickly. This one's a little bit more annoying because you have to do it in word letter length. So you have to do like all the 3-letter words first, and the 4-letter words, and the 5-letter words. If there's multiple words that have the same amount of letters, it doesn't matter what order you do those in, as long as you do them before doing the next set of letters. So, like, if the words Paul and Hall are both on the list, you just have to do both of those in either order before doing pansy. I don't know why I thought that word. And then you have to replay any puzzle and beat your best time. So for this one, there's not actually like a wait 1 minute trophy. For this one, just maybe try to do one puzzle legitimately, and then just go back and do it with a guide afterward, and you should be good to go. So again, it's an easy platinum. It just takes absolutely forever to get through. It's just so boring. So that's, again, why you just don't want to burn yourself out too much. Next up, we have the Valentine's Day 2024 game, Blow and Fly, because there was no blowing or flying happening in my household on Valentine's Day, so I decided to play this game. So this game, you control this fish thing, and you have to sort of launch them from one point to another on the map to try to get them into the fish bowls. Or, not fish bowls, they're toilets, because you're like drowning the fish or something, because that makes so much sense. So a lot of your trophies are just tied to beating levels of the game. You have to finish all 12 levels of the first two aquariums, so 24 total levels. But from what I remember with this game, there was a nasty habit of constantly going into bonus levels by accident if you launched in the wrong place at certain times, and then it was like kind of difficult to get the game to switch you back correctly. It's a weird scenario. It's not going to make sense if you haven't played the game, but it was like if you launched into the wrong place, you could go into a bonus level, and then you had to quit out of it, go back to the main menu, and then go back to the level you wanted to play. And a lot of those bonus levels were like accidentally really easy to trigger. So that's what made this just a little bit more annoying. The controls are not particularly great either for this one. I can't remember if this is East Asia. I think this is an East Asia soft game, if I remember correctly. It's one of the weaker ones that I played. But again, just finish the first 12 levels of each aquarium, and you're basically good to go for this game. I don't even think you had to finish all 12 levels. I think if you finished 10, it unlocked the last 2 levels, so you could skip like 1 level per world or something, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, again, it's not a hard platinum overall, but it was slightly more annoying than I was expecting because of that. And then there was the PS5 version, which took only 13 minutes, so I did the PS5 version a lot faster because I knew what to do. But just remember that whole thing about like the extra secret worlds and stuff that you can accidentally fall into, so just be a little bit careful about that. Next up, PowerWash Simulator. So, of course, this was platinum number, I think, 698 and 700 were my two. And the game has since gotten several DLCs. So, it looks like all 3 DLCs released during the time period of this trophy update. So, we actually have to talk about all 3 DLCs. But the platinum trophy, it hasn't changed as far as I'm aware, aside from... where is it? This trophy was originally a little bit different. It was known to be a little bit of a problem, but they did change it to make it more like simple and actually straightforward, which is good. But the game, the career mode trophy, was actually broken for several months. They eventually fixed it. But yeah, the career mode trophy was actually broken for several months, which sucks because it's such a long platinum, and to not get the platinum after finishing it because of a glitch is the worst. But so far, we have had 3 DLC packs, with a 4th one coming at the time this video is being recorded. It's coming sometime this summer. It's an Alice in Wonderland pack. So the DLCs are all very easy, thankfully, so there's not too much to worry about, except for the fact they're like $8, even though it's cross-buy, which is a little bit much. So the SpongeBob DLC is 6 total jobs, and for the most part, they aren't too bad. The Conch Street job is a little bit bigger because there are quite a few things in it. It's SpongeBob's house, Patrick's house, and Squidward's house. The Bikini Bottom bus is a pretty short job. The Paddy Wagon is a very short job. The Invisible Boatmobile is a very short job, aside from being a little bit hard to see, of course, because it's invisible and all. The Krusty Krab isn't terrible, but it is a little bit more just because it's both the Krusty Krab and the Chum Bucket, so it's more than just the Krusty Krab. And then the Mermalair is by far the most complicated of the jobs in this DLC. It's still not too bad, but it is definitely a little bit more time-consuming and complicated than the others. And then there are some miscellaneous trophies for several of the jobs. So with Conch Street, just make sure that you do all of Patrick's stuff last for this trophy. Krusty Krab, just make sure you do everything on the Chum Bucket first. It's very similar to the base game trophies. Paddy Wagon, just clean the 4 pickle wheels first. And Mermalair, find Patrick's identity card first. Again, you can mark everything in your objective menu from the pause menu. Mark whatever you want to clean first, clean it, and then you'll get your trophy, and then you can just go on to play the DLC normally. Then we had Back to the Future. So with this one, it was 5 jobs, and each one had its own specific trophy. So Doc Brown's van was very easy, as was the Time Machine. That's a DeLorean. Both of those are very quick and simple trophies. Clock Tower is much more time consuming just because it's a whole tower. There's a lot of stuff to clean. I think there's some stuff across the street as well. The Holomax Theater, this one just has a lot of little like nooks and crannies in it, so it's a little bit more annoying to clean. And the Time Train, it's not that it's particularly hard to do, it's just the fact that it again has a lot of really small, hard to see parts on it. And then there are a bunch of level-specific ones, so not all of them. The van doesn't have one, but the Time Machine, basically with this one, as soon as it's finished being cleaned, don't leave the level, wait and watch it, and it'll reappear after like a minute once it takes off, and that's how you get this trophy. Clock Tower job, I think all you have to do is just hit an interact button when you touch the bell or you get near the bell, and you'll get this trophy. Holomax Theater, the shark, you just have to stand in a very specific area, and it's like marked on the ground, so it's not really that much to worry about. This is one of those typical clean a certain thing first, so just clean whatever the grid wall is, make sure you clean it first, just mark it from your list and you'll be good to go. And then again, just mark these 2 particular items from your list and clean them first and you'll get this trophy. Warhammer 40,000 Special Pack, pretty much the same thing again, 5 trophies for finishing the levels and 5 trophies for miscellaneous objectives. So the Land Raider, the Redemption Dreadnought, the Rogaldorn Battle Tank, that one wasn't too bad because it's just, one vehicle. The Land Raider wasn't too bad either, but I feel like there was something in here that was really annoying. I think it might have been this Imperial Paladin Knight as well as the Thunderhawk. Both of these were pretty extensive. The first 3 weren't too bad, but I believe these last 2 were both very, very extensive. And then, like with most of the other trophies, you just have to clean specific things in specific ways. So for Land Raider, clean this particular plaque first, just mark it from your list and you're good to go. The Dreadnought, using only the yellow nozzle, is kind of annoying because I hate not being able to use different nozzles or being able to use different sprays and stuff. But I mean, it's not too bad because it is one of the earlier jobs, at least, thankfully. Then this one, it's just another clean objects first. Same with the Battle Tank, just clean objects first. And the Thunderhawk, clean the thrusters first, but I think there's a lot of them, so it takes a little bit longer to get through them, and you have to be a little bit more careful. So, it's PowerWash Simulator. I love the game. I can't wait for more DLC for it, though I kind of wish they would stop doing it on PS4 and just do it on PS5, so I only have to download one thing. But at the time this is being recorded, we're about to get an Alice in Wonderland DLC sometime this summer. So once that pops up, this game will again appear in the next trophy, sort of 100 Platinum update, whatever you want to call it. And the trophies are the same on the PS5 version. Got those done in the last year. So, yeah, definitely excited for more of this, but I do kind of wish they would just do the PS5 versions moving forward. It would make things a little bit easier. Alright, so this should be my final recording for 701 through 800. It took me a little while to get to this last part, because I was very busy, of course, in the last week or so before I'm currently recording this. Anyway, there's not too many more games to talk about. So the next game on the list is LEGO Batman 2 DC Superheroes for the PS3, streamed on the PS5. Now this game was a lot of fun, actually really enjoyed this LEGO game. This is definitely one of the better ones I've played in the last few years, along with like Skywalker Saga, even though that one's obviously such a massive game. So the Platinum Trophy for this one is easy as always, and it's very fun. It's almost like when you drive around and it's basically like GTA, but in LEGO, when you're just driving around the city and everything's going nuts and you can just like open fire on everyone with a Batmobile or whatever. So you get 15 trophies simply for completing the 15 story missions, so that's a little bit under half of your trophy list just for beating the game. As always, you have to collect all of the gold bricks in the game, and there's something like, 250-ish of them in this game, so there are quite a few, and a ton of them are out in the open world. There is a pretty big open world to explore. Big by, like, PS3 LEGO game standards, for sure. So it's a fairly big one by PS3 standards, but nowhere near the level of something like Skywalker Saga or something like that. And as with most LEGO games, you have to reach 100% completion, which means get all the gold bricks, get all the characters, get all the vehicles, fill the stud meter in every level, get all the red bricks, all of your very typical LEGO kind of stuff. But like I said, the game is nowhere near as massive as something like Skywalker Saga or the later supervillain or DC superhero type of games, so it's nowhere near as bad as some of them. Red bricks, there's, I believe, 15 of those. Those are your cheats, and you're more than welcome to use them, as always with LEGO games. Then test a custom character. You just have to create one and then go in and play as them. I think you do this in the Batcave. Then you actually have to use all the mini-kit vehicles this time around, which is a little bit of an unusual one. It's not that big a deal, but you do have to equip and use and drive for a second every single mini-kit vehicle in the game, and there's 15 of them because there's a mini-kit for each level. Though I'm not sure if you have to drive all the ones that you find around the city or anything like that. I can't remember if that part was required. You have to unlock all the characters. There's not a ton of characters in this game overall compared to some of the other LEGO games. I want to say it's maybe 100 or even less than 100. So it's not a ton of characters this time around. You have to fill the stud meter in every level. That's very typical for LEGO, and thankfully that's very easy, because once you get the red bricks, they're multipliers. You're not going to have a problem with this. The Citizens in Peril is another type of collectible that you sometimes see in the LEGO superhero games. Basically, there's one of these guys in each level, and then another 35 or so out in the open world that you have to rescue. So it's just basically another collectible type. Play any level in co-op. I think for this one you only have to play part of the level in co-op and it'll unlock, so it's not really that big a deal. You have another character unlocking trophy. You'll get that while going for the 100% and the unlock all characters trophy. The bonus level in this one is a little bit strict. It's one of those that doesn't have a whole lot of leeway for missing studs or anything. So just keep that in mind, that it is one of the sort of trickier ones compared to some of the other LEGO games. Then another character unlocking one. One cool thing about this game is that to unlock all of the villains, you have to find them in the open world, beat them, and then purchase them. So I think this might have been the first LEGO game that officially did that. Using the Metro, you just enter the Metro and it acts as sort of a fast travel. Fast travel on PS3 doesn't always mean very fast, but still. The finishing move is unmissable. You're going to get this at some point just by playing naturally. Obtain more than 10.1 billion studs. So that is quite a few studs, but once you have all your multipliers, this shouldn't cause too much of a problem. You should get it before you get the 100%. Another character unlock trophy, and then you have some various miscellaneous trophies related to using certain characters. So for this one, you have to play as Brainiac and then defeat any Lexbot. I think that's a thing that just randomly spawns around the city, or you might be able to spawn it just as a second player. This is an unmissable story trophy you're going to get early on in the game. This is just another, character-specific one, character-specific, so those are both very simple. And then for this last one, you have to get the gorilla out of the, I believe it's the zoo area. Yeah, you have to get the gorilla out of the zoo area, and then you have to be playing as a female character and ride the gorilla all the way over to Wayne Tower and then all the way up Wayne Tower. There's like one place you can go up it the whole way. So it's a very random trophy, but hey, you know, it's a pretty easy one like with most of this game. So once again, this was not a particularly hard Lego game at all. It was pretty fun. Definitely would recommend this one. I mean, it's definitely better to just stream it through the PS5 though, because I'm sure it plays better that way than it would have back on the PS3. And that was actually one of the earliest LEGO games to get trophies, because I want to say LEGO Indiana Jones 2 was before this, but I think that LEGO Indiana Jones 2 was the first one to get trophies, and then this was the next one after that. There might have been like one other one in between or something. So it was one of the earliest attempts at giving us trophies for a LEGO game, which is pretty neat. Pirates of the Caribbean was also probably around there somewhere. Next up, Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Now, I got this platinum far, far earlier down the list, as we're going to see here once it loads in. So I got this all the way back in January, so it was quite a few platinums ago, but it did get DLC, as you can see here, which I went back and did. So the platinum trophy for Spider-Man 2 is very, very easy, as with a lot of these modern-day sort of big PlayStation games. A lot of them tend to be pretty easy platinums nowadays, but they might end up doing like really annoying DLC later. But this one has not had that problem yet. We will have to see for later. So for this game, you get 2 gold trophies here at the top. One of them is just for finishing the main story. There's about 30-ish story missions. Some of them are really short. Some of them are a little bit longer and more difficult. The storyline's great. The game is a lot of fun, though I didn't personally like it quite as much as the original Spider-Man. And then you have to 100% complete all the districts. There are more districts to go through this time. It basically just means, you know, do everything in each of them. Do the story missions, do the side missions, and then the various collectibles in each area. And that's pretty much all you have to do. I mean, it's very similar to the previous Spider-Man games. So purchase all of your upgrades. That one's going to require you to get upgrade points that you get throughout the game. Same with the suits. I think those are purchased with something different, though. Grand finale, I believe that this was the Mysterio character, or whatever his name is, and it's his sort of series of side missions where you do the Mysteriums, and once you complete all of the Mysteriums, you go in and like do a final one against him. Reaching max level was, oh, it was 60? I thought it was only 50 in the base game, and then it went up to 60 in the DLC. I guess I'm wrong on that, okay. Then target identified, this is for getting all of those flying bird-like drones. Basically, they fly around the map and you have to sort of follow them through like a wingsuit course or something. Or even, it might have even been with the drone, but I think it's through like a wingsuit course. And you have to follow them and catch them, and you have to do that for all of them to get to the last one and get this quest done. Then this is the Flame, I believe was his name, and it's the one that we think might end up getting DLC later. Basically, you complete his whole storyline, which is like 4 different side missions or something like that. Symbiote nests are something that you're going to deal with very late in the game. They start popping up toward the very end. It's like one of the last sort of area clearing things you have to do. There's about 10 of those, and they're basically just a big enemy gauntlet. Then this one is for doing all of the memory fragments. There's about 30 of those throughout the game. You basically just go to them, defeat a few of the sand enemies, and then just pick up the thing and crush it, and that's like how you beat it. Then this is, I believe, the Predator Masks story or side mission. I believe that's what this one was. So it's like you do all the Predator caches, then you do like one more mission at the end of it. This one, I don't remember exactly what this one was. It might have been a story mission. It looks like it was a story mission given the percentage. And then maybe that was also a story mission because it's that common. Yeah, that must have been a story mission then. Okay, because it's been a while since I played the game. Then complete all the hunter bases. These are basically your large enemy areas that you just have to clear out. It's very typical for this kind of an open world game. Then the Friendly Neighborhood Spider Request. There's only about 5 or 6 of those in this game. They're a little bit longer in this game, but there's only a few of them, so it's actually pretty easy, and they're pretty good little extra storylines, so definitely worth completing, not just for the 100%, but just for the story and all. Then this is a story-related trophy from earlier in the game, or like midway through the game, I believe. Then the symbiote abilities, this one was a little bit more of a grind because it's not something you might do naturally. I would definitely say try to knock out as many of the combat trophies as you can before you really finish off the open world and story stuff, just because a few of them are definitely easier in story missions. But thankfully the DLC did add in the ability to go back and replay levels, so that does make it easier. The EMF experiments, there's about 9 of these throughout the game. They're basically just simple little side tasks of trying to make the world a better place, like environmentally better and all, stuff like that. Then you have to defeat 100 enemies each with Evolved Venom and Spider Arm. These are Miles and Peter's abilities, so just 100 kills with each of their special abilities. And then you have a story-related trophy right here from earlier on in the game. And then all of the suit tech upgrades, so that one's just another, purchasing one. This one I think is actually tied to side missions. It's the ones, there's like 4 side missions you have to do at the high school that Miles attends, and you do like 4 of those, and then you get one more, and it's this one. This, I believe, was a story trophy. I'm assuming that this was also a story trophy. Then the spider bots, this is another type of collectible. This is probably the most annoying type of collectible because they're kind of hard to see if you don't follow a guide. I mean, I didn't follow a guide for any of them, and they only show up when you get pretty close to them and you're doing the pulse, like spider pulse, whatever you want to call it. So that one was a little bit trickier. I would definitely say you might want to look at a guide for this one in particular. Then the suit style, that's pretty self-explanatory, just equip any other suit. This was one of the last trophies I got, and I would definitely recommend doing this one, farming it during the main story if you can, or you can now just replay missions now that that's available. But it's as simple as it is. Just stand on a web line and stealth kill enemies, but you might not get 25 just by beating everything in the game, so you might have to replay it or farm it a little bit. This one's pretty simple. Just keep jumping back and forth between buildings without touching the ground and just keep performing tricks, and you'll get this one. This one will probably come naturally. It's a strong ability that Miles gets a little bit later on in the game. Then this is just a location-specific trophy, as is this one and this one, so 3 little location-specific trophies. And then with this one is, from what I remember, pretty easy. You just have to make sure you hit the wind tunnels and everything correctly, but you probably need to be, like, fully upgraded first. This is a pretty easy trophy. Just start doing a trick and, like, continue doing the trick and then just hit the ground before you finish it. This, I believe, is one of the Friendly Neighborhood Spider requests. I remember the mission very well, what it is, because it's quite sad at the end, but it's a solid mission, and I believe it was a Friendly Neighborhood Spider request. The tech parts, you're going to get this one just by playing through the game and looting the tech stashes throughout the world that you need for upgrades. And then you have to actually complete these specific tech stashes. So these are the ones for Predator. So this is actually the Predator trophy, not the one earlier, or whatever he was called. I want to say it was called Predator, but I could be completely wrong on that. This is the very first story mission of the game, so you're going to get this probably as your first trophy in the game, or one of your first trophies. Then the photo ops, there are like 20 to 30 of those. Just go to the location, take the picture. Almost all of them are pretty easy. This one you can't get until a lot later in the game because it's an ability you get a lot later on in the game. And I believe this is either story-related or it's tied to specific side missions. So the Platinum Trophy was very easy. You could play the game on any difficulty, which made it super easy. Just play through it on the easiest difficulty if you just want your Platinum. I played through it on the second highest difficulty because it was a good fit for me. It wasn't too difficult, but it definitely wasn't, the easiest thing in the world. Made it more fun. And it got me prepared because I was worried that whenever we got the New Game Plus, we would get an ultra hard mode, just like we did with the first Spider-Man game. But to my surprise, didn't get that. Very surprisingly, all we got is just finish the game in New Game Plus mode. So you can do it on any difficulty once again, which means just blast through the story. Now, it's really dumb that they didn't have this right when the game released, in my opinion, because then you have to go back, reinstall everything, relearn the way the game works, instead of just being able to go straight into doing it. Now, the funny thing was there was a debug menu at one point that was available, and if you use that, you can skip all the way to the end of the story in New Game Plus and basically unlock this trophy automatically. So that was pretty amazing, and I really wish they had left the debug menu in because it would have allowed you to do things like playing as Venom and stuff just throughout the main open world and do other modifiers and such. So it would have been kind of cool if they had left it in, but I understand why they didn't. So it's not a difficult trophy at all. It's just kind of a waste of time because, again, I didn't like this game as much as the first one or the Miles Morales game. It was fine, and I won't be surprised if we still get more DLC in the future because that Flame character, I think that we could definitely get a DLC storyline for him, and I feel like they could probably make like one other DLC somewhere. But I mean, the game's been out for, like 7 or 8 months, and we really haven't heard much about any story DLCs, so I guess we'll have to see about it. Next up, Dead Rising 2 for the PS4. So There's a possibility I want to do all of the Dead Rising games on PS4 with the exception of Dead Rising 4 because screw that game, it's like not even good and it takes longer than the other ones combined. So Dead Rising 2, this was a fun game to play outside of the game being a crashing mess. The game crashes consistently and it's a serious problem on the PS4 versions that wasn't present in the PS3 versions as far as I remember. So if you're playing this on the PS4, there's a very high risk of your game crashing constantly, so you need to save very, very often. I'm pretty sure every single stream I did of this game, it crashed at least once, which is awful. And it's the main reason why I'm worried about doing Dead Rising 1. I'm not worried about doing Off the Record at some point, because that one's not particularly hard for the most part. A few of the challenges are a little annoying, but nothing too bad, and you can deal with the crashing with that game because there's no actual online multiplayer in it either. But then Dead Rising 1, of course, has the 7-day Survivor Trophy, which takes 14 real-life hours. And it's not that I know I could do it. I'm just worried that with my luck, the game will probably crash at like 13 and a half of my 14 hours or something. So we'll have all been wasted. Or, what if the power goes out? What if something else happens and just you can't finish it or something? That's what I'm worried about with it. So with this Platinum Trophy, you have your typical zombie kill trophies for a Dead Rising game. The 500 and 5,000 are pretty easy. But then you have these two trophies, and these were actually the last two that I got. It's not that it's particularly hard to do, you just have to dedicate a full playthrough to it. The best way to do it is to find the SUV magazine, or I think there's 3 of them. I can't remember if there's just 1 of them or 3 of them. But get any of the SUV magazines that are in the game, or 4-wheeler magazines, whatever they're called. Grab those and then use the SUV and drive it in like a figure 8 sort of pattern around the strip. But along the way, you also want to go ahead and do all of the story missions, just the case files. You don't need to do any of the other side missions and stuff, so just do the case files. And if you do that, it extends your time, because remember that you're being timed in this game. And if you don't do the story missions, you have something like a maximum of about 78 in-game hours, so a little bit over 6 hours of real life to be able to get 72,000 kills. Looking back on it, I think I could have gotten it without doing the story missions. I think I would have been able to do it. I would have been cutting it pretty close, but I think I would have been able to do it. But I honestly didn't really want to take the risk and just wanted to make sure that I would have the extra time needed to do everything. So I went ahead and did the extra story missions, or all the story missions, because that gives you an extra 19 hours while taking only a handful of hours to complete all the story stuff. So it definitely makes it a lot easier. Plus the density of the zombies increases after the military arrives at the end of the 3 days. And along with that, if you keep playing the story missions, you can also do the final story mission and then unlock overtime, which gives you like another 12 hours if you really needed it. So that's another benefit. Defeat 10 psychopaths. I think you have to do that in a single playthrough, but there's way more than 10 in the game, so it's not that big a deal. I mean, the snipers count for 4. 1,000 zombies barehanded. You can do this by sitting in the giant craps table is a good place to do it, and you can just kill the zombies in there with a later move that we're going to see down here. 1,000 zombies riding a motorcycle. You do have to unlock the motorcycle, which requires you to complete the Meet the Contestants mission. And then you're just going to want to put some chainsaws on the side of it, and you can get this in like one circle around the strip area. Then you have to use every type of weapon in the game on a zombie at least once, and there are a lot of different weapons, and several of them are missable. For example, with firearms, the BFG is missable if you don't play through the main story, and the 6-shooter revolver is a side quest specific one. Melee, same thing, there's 1 or 2 things that are limited to certain areas of the game. Same possibly with ranged weapons. I don't know about explosives, I don't think those are limited really. Novelty weapons, there's the painting, I believe it is. Yeah, there's like a painting or something that's required for one of the other survivors in the game. And with that, you have to use it on a zombie, but you also have to give it to Katie, so you might have to do that. The good thing about these trophies, though, is that they all carry over between multiple playthroughs, so you don't have to get all the kills in a single playthrough. So you can do the kill with the painting in one playthrough and then do all the gifts for Katie in another. Then escort 8 survivors at once. There's a few different ways to do this. I managed to do it naturally while playing through, but there's certain ways you can set it up to do it a little more easily. You have to save a total of 50 survivors out of the like 80-ish in the game, or maybe it's not quite 80, it might be like 60-something. But that's actually pretty easy. I can't remember if you have to do it in a single playthrough, though. Then you have to create all the combo weapons in the game. That can be done over multiple playthroughs. There's 50 of them total. You have to reach level 50, which can be done over the course of multiple playthroughs thanks to New Game Plus. You have to change into all the pieces of clothing in the game, which can be done over multiple playthroughs. Completing the facts is the main original story of the game, and that's where the game ends unless you give a certain character Zombirex during the final few in-game missions. You have to mix all of the mixed drinks and then drink them. There's about 9 of those total, so that's actually fairly easy. You can make almost all of them in the food court. You have to eat all the types of food in the game, which once again can be done over the course of multiple playthroughs. You have to kill 1,000 special zombies. I think you have to do this one in a single playthrough, but it's actually pretty easy to do, and you might get it while going for the zombie genocider trophies. You have to give Katie all gifts, and you have to actually do this trophy in a single playthrough, unfortunately, and there's about 10 different gifts, and several of them are a little bit harder to get because, one of them is Snowflake the Tame Tiger, and then another one is the Secret Painting. The rest of them are fairly easy to get, but you can only bring, one of the big stuffed animals at a time, so it's kind of annoying with that. Overtime mode is the extra sort of in-game 12 hours that you get once you give that certain character Zombirex near the end of the main story. You have to finish the case files in co-op mode, so for this one, it's just the case files. You don't have to do overtime again, but you do have to fight all the way through the final boss fight. And unfortunately, as you guys might know, I had a lot of problems doing this game in co-op because, I had multiple co-op partners that just could not get in contact with them, or they ghosted me, immediately after I made, a post on PSN Profiles asking for partners for it. They would join, then they just would never show up or wouldn't contact you. One of them, I joined in toward the end of his playthrough, so he was almost done with it, and he said he would stay to help me, and then we played back through, Act 1 or something, or Case 1, and then he just left and ghosted me, so yeah, I had a terrible experience trying to do all of that. Eventually, I finally managed to get a co-op partner, though, and we were able to knock it out, but then even when that happened, the game still crashed a couple times during the playthrough, so we'd keep having to quit out and rejoin each other. So, yeah, it was not the most pleasant experience, plus there's a lot of just sitting and waiting around, waiting for time to pass to be able to do the case files. Revive another player, though, is very simple. Just give them food when they go down. It's as simple as that. For this one, it's more about earning the 6 million. You want to grab the gambling magazines and then just play the giant slot machine in I believe it's the Slot Ranch Casino. And this doesn't have to be done in a single playthrough. It can be done over the course of multiple. Spend the money on, the SUV, the knight armor, stuff like that. Then all the stores in the game, this can be done over the course of multiple playthroughs. This one's fairly easy. Just make sure you have a full inventory of masks and just run around and do it in Royal Flush Plaza. It's an easy place to get it. Spray painting all the Zombirex posters, this one does have to be done in a single playthrough, and there's 30 to 40 of them, so just make sure you have a few cans of spray paint and dedicate an entire sort of partial playthrough to it. Then you have your 3 actual online multiplayer trophies. Now, these trophies, I did them all legit on the PS3 version back when the game first came out, but that was, of course, when the game actually first came out and the multiplayer was still populated. I was able to boost these all in a single night, as you can see. It wasn't terrible. It's mostly just winning all of the different events because it's completely random which ones you get at any given time, aside from the very last one always being the same slice sickle competition. So everyone has to individually keep track of their events that they've won, and you just have to hope that you get lucky with them spawning, and then the fact that you're going to be doing it with 4 people, because it requires 4 people to be able to even play the multiplayer to get a lobby started. You can't do it with just 2 people, you can't do it in private lobbies or anything like that, which would have made it so much easier if they let you do that, but unfortunately they don't. And then, of course, you might have bad co-op partners or bad boosting partners. Thankfully, my group actually worked out perfectly well, and we got it done for everyone in the group in one night, so it actually wasn't that bad. But obviously, if you have bad partners, it can cause a lot of other problems. There's also a lot of difficulty getting into the same lobby together, because the game will just throw you in an empty lobby for forever and just won't match you up, even if you're the only people in the world playing. This one requires you to take the bike that you get from the Meet the Contestants mission and spray paint it with any can of spray paint. It's as simple as that, as long as you do that mission. Then you have to get all the combo cards in the game. There are, again, about 49 of the cards plus the secret combo cards, so basically get all 50 of them and you'll get all of those trophies. You can do this over the course of multiple playthroughs once again. All data entries in the notebook, you can do this over the course of multiple playthroughs, but basically it means you have to encounter every single survivor, every single psychopath, and all of the main story characters, so it does take a while to get through. The smash skill move actually can combine with 1,000 unarmed kills, and it's best done by sitting in that giant craps table in Royal Flush Plaza. This trophy I was originally possibly going to save for last, but decided not to. Basically, you stick like a bucket, a pole, and a couple of paintings on a zombie, and that's how you do it. It's fairly easy, it just might take a couple of tries to get it to work perfectly. Taming Snowflake is done early on in the game. You have to toss 3 stakes to her, and hopefully it tames her. Sometimes it's very finicky, so I had a few problems with it on my playthrough, but I got it working eventually. And then the secret combo card is, I believe it's like Nectar combined with a Queen or something like that, so just make it, and it's one of the ones you have to do for the other trophy anyway. So, yeah, the Platinum isn't overly difficult, it's just very, very time-consuming and not a very functional game on PS4, plus, of course, I ran into all that bad luck with co-op partners and stuff. So just be wary of that if you ever want to do the PS4 Dead Rising games, or even the PS3 ones if they're even still available to do the online. Next up, Sakura Swim Club. So this was a super quick and easy Platinum trophy that I knocked out, both versions of, because I needed to get a few other quick, easy Platinum trophies before hitting number 800. So this is a visual novel game, and I don't remember if this is one where you got every single trophy just by beating it, or if you had to make special decisions. I don't think you had to make decisions, though. I think you just had to beat it, and that's all you had to do for both versions, so again, not really much more else to say about that. We've talked about other visual novels already, so just play through it. Takes like 3 minutes, skip through the text, and you get your Platinum trophies. It's as simple as that. Next up, Lego Builder's Journey. So this is a Lego game that has a 100%. It does not have a Platinum trophy. This is a puzzle Lego game, and it's okay. The controls can be a little bit janky in it, though, so it's not necessarily the best experience. But I mean, I finished the game in about less than 3 hours, like 2.5 hours, but I don't think I was playing the whole time. So it's not that it's a hard game, but you just might want to have a guide pulled up because a few of the levels are kind of tricky to figure out without it. But every single trophy, I believe, is unlocked simply by completing the game, which is kind of nice. Yeah, I think that every single trophy, maybe not all of them, but I think all of them might be tied to the main story. There might be 1 or 2 like miscellaneous ones in there, and I don't know if they're in the exact order that you get them. Okay, they are not in the order that you get them, so I think it is just all story trophies, just they're out of order in the listing here. So you can do it in like 2 hours if you follow a guide. It's nothing much to worry about, but the PS5 version, interestingly enough, you can actually carry your save over into the PS5 version, and if you just simply recomplete the levels where each trophy unlocks at, you can get this Platinum basically in under half an hour just by playing those specific levels. So as you can see, 1012 to 1043, so it only took me about 31 minutes to get it, and that was having to figure out what 1 or 2 of the levels was because I couldn't remember exactly what they were. So you actually can sort of auto-pop this Platinum, or at least just cross-save and carry the save over, and that just makes it a lot easier. So yeah, it's another Lego game done and off the list. I mean, I have many, many more Lego games still to do, including several very long ones. But hey, it's another one off the list, and it was a good little time fill and trophy fill while we were getting close to 800. Rage Among the Stars. So this game was an East Asia soft game, and it was a platformer, and it wasn't one of my personal favorite ones from them. You have to beat 12 levels in the game, so that's all you have to do for level beating, but a few of them are a little bit tougher just because, again, it doesn't have the best controls out there of every game. And you also have to, because like if you die on any level, you have to restart the level, I believe, unless it has a checkpoint on it a few times. It's just a 2D platforming type of game, but again, it just doesn't function the best. So beat 12 levels, that's pretty typical, then perform 100 double jumps and 100 wall jumps. You should get both of these naturally while beating the 12 levels. Die 50 times on the same level, you're probably not going to get this one naturally, so you're probably just going to have to farm it on any level. I mean, it only takes a couple of minutes of just running into a hazard, but it is something that you're probably not going to get naturally. You have to reach a total of 120 deaths, which you probably also will not reach naturally. You might reach 60 deaths naturally on your first run of the game, but you probably won't get 120 just doing those levels that you have to complete. So you can farm that in whatever location you do the 50 times in a single level. There's a couple of levels where you can die just by touching right on the control stick for like a second and it'll kill you. So thankfully those are pretty easy to farm. The hardest part of the game by far is getting the gold medals. They require you to beat the level in under a certain amount of time. And some of the levels times are extremely, extremely strict, down to like fractions of a second. So these can be a little bit tough, and you might actually want to play a couple of levels past 12, because I think that maybe like level 13 had an easy gold medal. So just keep that in mind, that the gold medals are a little bit annoying, a little bit frustrating. But overall, I mean, I finished the PS4 version in 21 minutes, and I finished the PS5 version in 14 minutes, because I knew what I was doing then, and I probably knocked out like the death one earlier or something, or maybe not. So, I mean, it wasn't a particularly hard platinum by any means, but just keep in mind it doesn't play the best, and it's a little bit annoying getting those gold medals. It's very strict on the timing. Next up, Puken Bye Bye. This is a 2D puzzle platformy type of game, and this game would actually be probably really, really difficult if you had to do it legitimately. But thankfully, this game has a debug menu to it. It was either debug or cheat codes. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was a debug menu, though. And it allowed you to basically just beat every level within a few seconds of entering it. So that was pretty nice. That's how you get most of your trophies. Then you just have to die a total of 100 times, which you will not get, which you would get naturally if you were doing this game the normal way. But if you're doing it the debug menu way, you're not going to get this naturally. So just go into any level where you can die quickly and just let yourself get killed 100 times. It only takes a couple of minutes. And then you just have to jump 500 total times, which you're also not going to get naturally unless you're actually playing the game legitimately. So just go into any level and just keep jumping. And that's literally as simple as it is. So I got this platinum trophy in about 11 minutes. I don't think it has a PS5 version or anything like that. I mean, it was, I've talked about the shovelware stuff before. I tried to cut back pretty significantly, and the only reason I was doing quite a few here was because I was trying to build up very quickly to platinum number 800, because I wanted to go ahead and knock it out because it was a quick platinum. Well, semi-quick at least. Then we have Organic Engine. The only reason I did this one is because it was the last of these engine games I was missing, so I went ahead and did this one as well. It's just like that Windmill engine game we saw like 50 platinums ago. Just like with the other engine games, you just have to install every single piece onto your engine. In this case, it's an organic one with really weird noises from what I remember. So just install all of the items in the game, learn the 3 different technologies that can make things more efficient, fully upgrade your press the square button to win, because square button is the replacement of X in this game for like just a press X to win type of game. I don't know where I was going with that. So just max out the square button to where you get the most money per press. Purchase every item in the game. You'll substantially make more and more money as the game goes on. Then you just have to purchase a few other items and technologies. And once again, when you make $1 billion, that's when the game completes. And if you don't earn one of the other trophies before you reach $1 billion, you're going to have to start over. Which I still find it funny that these games actually have technically missable trophies in them. But I mean, just barely missable, because the game takes all of 5 minutes to get the platinum trophy in. So was 47 my first trophy, or was 46 my first? 46. So the game took about 5 minutes to get the platinum trophy, so it's super, super easy. I mean, obviously don't worry about it. It was just another game to fill the gap before platinum number 800. But now I have all the engine games done, so that's kind of cool, I guess. They haven't made one in a pretty long time, so I guess we're not going to get any more of them, so that should be forever at 100% for that franchise. Alright, we are getting near the top at this point. So, Fallout 76. Of course, I obtained this platinum trophy a long time ago, but as is tradition, we got some DLC for it. So, because of that, I had to go back and play the new DLC. And this one, technically, we got 2 DLCs during the last 100 platinums. Did we get the Pit during it as well? No, Pit was a lot before that, okay. So the platinum trophy right now is up to 1% obtained on here. It's a lot higher on PSN profiles, of course. It's not a particularly hard platinum. It's gotten a lot easier with how many people have like ridiculous overpowered builds and how good the community is. And then me and a friend are working on a trophy guide for the game, which it should be up by the time this video goes up. It should easily be up by then. But the platinum trophy isn't particularly hard, but it does take a while. So you're going to get several story-related trophies. Everything through here is unmissable story-related early in the game, from like all the responder stuff. Then this is, recruitment is for the Brotherhood, I believe. So yeah, that's a Brotherhood trophy. Heart of the Enemy is a daily quest, despite being up here with the story quest. So I don't know who put that one here or why they would put that one here. Key to the Past is, I believe, the Raider quest line. Coming to Fruition, I believe, is the Free States quest line. Bunker Buster, One of Us, Officer on Deck are all the Enclave quest line. And then you have some very easy camp building trophies. The building your camp is unmissable. You're going to do that right at the beginning of the game. Building 100 items, you can literally just build like fence post level of items or crops or something that's really easy to build, so this shouldn't give you any sort of problem. Mistress of Mystery is a 5 side quest sort of quest line that you have to do. It's pretty easy, but it is 5 quests, so it isn't just one. Personal Matters is a fairly easy side quest that just requires you to go around the map and collect a few holotapes and then kill a specific enemy at the end. Queen of the Hunt, this is another either event quest or daily quest. I think it's an event, but it might be a daily quest. Actually, I think it is a daily quest because it's the one where you have to go to the shack or whatever and trigger the cryptid to spawn somewhere and then go hunt him down. Monster Mash is a fairly straightforward event. It's in the Watoga High School. Just go in and collect candy and avoid being killed by all of the giant number of feral ghouls that spawn in. It was a good place to get XP back when the game first came out. The Scorched Earth event was, of course, the original raid boss in the game, or the nuke boss as we call them. It's much, much easier now because, for one, it's not even the hardest one, I don't believe, or even... Yeah, I definitely don't think it's the hardest one. I think that the Earl's probably considered harder. I don't know about the Storm Goliaths, though. But nowadays, people will just nuke that spot and just go to farm killing her, and they can do it in like 5 minutes, so it's pretty easy to do now if you just server hop. Like, literally all you have to do now is just server hop for like half an hour, and you'll find people that are farming it and just join into the event, do a little bit of damage to the queen, and you will get the trophy when it's done. It's as simple as that now. Breach and Clear is a pretty easy event. I'm actually surprised there aren't like more event trophies that came in like DLCs or anything else. Joining 20 teams, this is a multiplayer trophy. Of course, every single trophy requires you to have an online connection to be able to play the game. But joining 20 teams, this can't be done in the same lobby unless you're joining 20 different people in that lobby. Basically, what you want to do here is, if you need to farm it, just go into lobbies and randomly invite everyone in the lobby to your team. And once someone joins, 9 out of 10 times someone will join, leave the lobby, go to another one, rinse and repeat. Or you can jump between different lobbies and join the same partner over and over again, but that might take longer. You have to craft 5 pieces of armor and a weapon. These are both very, very straightforward crafting trophies. Reaching level 100 is extremely time-consuming in this game. It is a massive grind. And it is a little bit easier now because there's so much DLC you can play, so you can work on other stuff while going for this. But even while completing all the DLC on my file where we were working on the trophy guide for the game, I'm still only like a level 90-ish. I mean, I didn't do that many expeditions, but expeditions are definitely your best way to get it now, and I'm definitely not spec'd the best for level 100. But, I mean, I was still short of it, so it's a very, very grindy trophy. It takes absolutely forever to get through. Reading 20 magazines, it can be the same magazine 20 times because they're randomly spawning all over the map in certain places, and it doesn't matter if you read the same type of magazine 20 times or 20 completely different ones. Just read them and, collect them and put them in your stash later on. Ground Zero of a nuclear blast. This one you have to be standing right in the middle of where a nuclear blast is going to occur at. That one can be a little bit finicky as to exactly where it will pop, but you can launch the nuke yourself, or it can be an enemy nuke, or not even, an enemy, just any other player in the lobby. Fully rank up any one perk. This is very easy. Just get the same perk card a few times until you can get it fully upgraded. That shouldn't be a problem. Pick 50 locks and hack 50 terminals. Very typical Fallout trophies. Lockpicking is, of course, very, very straightforward, and terminal hacking is still kind of weird, but it's still, pretty easy, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. You can always use the brute force method of hacking terminals by just picking the first 3 options, and if they're not correct, just back out and try again. Though a nice thing with this game is that you can't break locks because there's no force option, and even if you get locked out of a terminal, it's only temporary in this game, which is actually really, really nice. And another thing about this game is that no trophies in the base game, so no trophies required for the Platinum are actually missable, and no trophies in 3 of the DLCs are missable, but there are 2 that are missable in 1 DLC, which we'll get to that. Mod 50 weapons, just put cheap mods on crappy weapons to get this one. 20 challenges is extremely simple, and you're going to get this one naturally just by playing the game pretty early on. 20 revives, if you don't do this naturally, if you're not playing in a team or something, just find a boosting partner for it, and just have them go down and then revive them 20 times. You don't have to have all 10,000 caps on you at once, you just need to collect 10,000 total throughout the course of your playthrough. This one should come naturally while going for level 100. Play any holotape game, you can get one in Vault 76 right at the beginning of the game, but there's others you can also get. Just get it, play it, and you knock this trophy out. Then you have to kill 5 giant creatures. This one's not too hard in this game. They're a lot more common of a spawn, or more things count as giant creatures in this game than they do in Fallout 4. 100 locations, there's over 250 in the game, so this isn't going to be a problem. There are 3 PvP trophies. Once again, the player base is very friendly, so it's very unlikely that you're going to get all of these naturally, but you can easily farm them. Just get another partner that's willing to boost with you and just kill them 20 times. It's as simple as that, then they kill you 20 times. And for wanted, they just have to like shoot at your camp or something, or break into something at your camp. They become wanted. Quickly kill them before someone else swoops in and gets that, 5 cat bounty or whatever you get from it. Kill 300 creatures. This one's unmissable while playing through the game because every single enemy originally in the game was a creature. So at the very beginning, they were all creatures. There were no other human enemies, so that was the only thing you could fight. 200 pieces of junk. This one's pretty much unmissable. You're going to probably get this one naturally just from scrapping items over the course of the game. 20 photos. It can be the same photo 20 times. Bobbleheads. It can be 10 of the same type of bobblehead, but to get this one, you do have to basically server hop until they spawn into certain specific areas of the map where they consistently respawn at is the best way to get them. There was an easier method back when the game came out. I think you could just take it in and out of your stash, and you might have been able to do the same with the magazines, but that was patched a long time ago. You have to reach level 50, which is going to come along the way to the level 100 trophy. And actually, nowadays, you can start the game at level 20 when you exit the vault, which is really, really nice. It's going to speed things up a lot if you're going for the platinum nowadays. And then I Am Become Death is the quest for launching a nuke. It is a pretty long, kind of brutal quest with a lot of combat in it against a lot of robots. Definitely best to do in co-op. Wastelanders, of course, is the DLC that added in a bunch of stuff to the game, including an actual, more of a story and human NPCs. Elusive Crane is the Wayward quest line. It's sort of a new tutorial. The Overseer, you can go meet her pretty quickly. These 2 trophies are mutually exclusive and therefore missable. You can only get one of them per playthrough, which absolutely sucks. So you are going to have to play through this DLC twice, but thankfully, now that you can start the game at level 20, you couldn't do these trophies, you couldn't start working with these factions until you reached level 20. Now that you don't have to farm all the way up to level 20 on a second character, you can knock these out a lot more quickly than you used to be able to. You have to complete the 2 ally quest lines. They're not particularly hard, but they are very long, and they honestly just serve to drain your caps, which kind of sucks. Then you have to become allies with each faction. Now, with Foundation, this one, it's best if you do your main playthrough siding with Foundation, because if you do that, you'll get up well over halfway probably through the points that you need, or the reputation points. Maybe not halfway, but at least a third of the way through, so you won't have to farm as long because they only have one daily operation that actually gives you more, or daily quest that gives you more reputation for them. As for Crater, though, there is a glitch in the game that allows you to max out their reputation very, very quickly by infinitely turning in a quest, and it still works in 2024, which is fantastic. And then the Gold Bullion. Oh, Call of Duty's ready to play. Wonderful. Not looking forward to starting that soon. 1,500 Gold Bullion. For this one, you can actually... Did I just call it Bouillon, like a bouillon cube? Bullion, however the heck it's pronounced. With this trophy, you can actually just take the same treasury note and take it in and out of the treasury machine over and over again until it counts for 1,500. So that's actually really, really easy to get. Steel Rain, this one requires you to complete the 5 new missions in the Steel Rain DLC, which requires you to complete the 9 story missions in the Steel Dawn DLC, which for some reason didn't get trophies, so that makes a lot of sense. So 14 total story missions for the Brotherhood of Steel to get to this trophy. Elder Rewards in a daily op isn't particularly hard, but you're probably going to want to do it in co-op. That's going to make it easier. And then craft some legendary mods. This is pretty easy. You just have to get the modules and the other pieces for it, the cores. And one of those you purchase from the Rusty Pick. The other one you get from completing public events. So it's nothing too bad. It just takes a little bit of time to farm. It's a fairly quick DLC. The Pit DLC, this was the introduction to Expeditions. The trophies are actually pretty straightforward in this one, but they can be a bit time-consuming. You have to lead and complete both of the expeditions, which is not really all that difficult. It might take a couple of hours to get through, and you can solo them if you're a reasonably high level. 10 favors for people at the White Springs. Completing a favor is very, very easy, but you can only do one per day, so it takes 10 days to do this because they all have to be done on the same character, which kind of sucks. And then 100 trogs with the auto axe. So when this DLC first released, this was a lot easier because there was a seasonal reward that gave you the auto axe, and it was actually a pretty low reward. It was only like level 16 or 17 on the season, and you got the auto axe plans for free and could then go do the kills. But after the end of the season, that was removed, and you ended up having to purchase them with stamps in the White Spring Refuge, and it required initially 1,000 stamps, which would have taken dozens and dozens of hours to farm. Thankfully, it's gotten easier to farm stamps with the introduction of the Atlantic City expeditions, but initially it was way worse. You would have had to farm one of these two missions, and you could only get like 20 stamps at most per run, so it took absolutely forever. Or you could buy a bundle from the Atomic Shop that would allow you to get this for like 700 atoms or something, which was a much easier way to do it for sure. And now for the actually new trophies for Atlantic City. So the original 3 trophies released in December of 2023, and they weren't particularly hard. You just had to lead and complete the 2 new expeditions. They were both much shorter than the ones in the pit and generally a lot easier. 10 lesser devils with a melee weapon. You can only do this in like 2 areas in the DLC. Initially, you could only do it on one of those specific expeditions. I believe it was tax evasion. But basically, you would kill the 2 lesser devils with your melee weapon, you would exit the expedition, and then restart the expedition, and that's how you would unlock it. It was fairly easy to do that way. You could do it in under an hour. The casino games in your camp, this one requires you to unlock 1 casino game plan with stamps. But like I said, it's much easier to farm stamps by completing the new expeditions from this DLC. It makes it go a lot faster. And just purchase the cheapest ones for like 70 stamps or whatever it is, and just build it 5 times and you're good to go. Human Condition. So this was something that Fallout's never done before. They added in the second half of Atlantic City's DLC trophies into the already existing DLC list, which, I mean, some games do it, but it's not a particularly common thing, and it's never been done by Fallout. But these trophies are also pretty straightforward. Human Condition is the new expedition. It's a little bit longer, but it's set in stone, like what objectives you have to do, so that's kind of interesting. Sins of the Father is the new storyline. There are 4 total story missions and 3 side missions you can do in this DLC. You only have to do the story missions. The side missions don't matter. And for this one, you have to kill 100 Overgrown with a flamer. It specifically has to be a flamer to do this, and like 1 unique variant counts for it. But you can get them in the Neapolitan Casino, so it's actually not that bad. So yeah, Fallout 76, I mean, the game is so much better now. It has been fun to play through. I've enjoyed it overall. I mean, it is very time-consuming, though. If you want to get the 100%, you're looking at probably well over 100 hours to beat this one. And in fact, I'm currently at... Oh, it's not on the... Oh, right, I deleted it, duh, because that's how I managed to install this Call of Duty game onto here. Because, yeah, that's one of the next things I'm going to be doing. But I have well over 500 hours in Fallout 76 at this point, and I'm sure I will have more hours in the future. Alright, almost there, guys. So, interaction isn't explicit. This was a free game with 6 gold trophies that could be obtained in very little time, plus a bronze trophy. So, this is a very easy little game that was meant to be someone's, like, either experiment or school project or something. I think it was only made by 1 person. It was a decent enough little game for what it was. I don't have any complaints for it, especially given it was free. So, I mean, you can't complain about free trophies, especially when they're super easy. So you get 5 gold trophies simply for completing the game. Again, the game takes about half an hour to get through from start to finish, so it's nothing much to worry about. The 7 headshots in a row you can do like right at the beginning of the game because for whatever reason, like the enemies don't fully die at the very beginning, so you can just keep shooting the same one in the head 7 times. And then this one is pretty tough to miss. You do it in, I think, Chapter 2. There's a point where you have to like land on a platform and you have to shoot something to launch the platform, and you'll have to kill an enemy that's already on the platform. How many times can I say platform there? So it's a quick, easy 100% completion. No complaints there. Before we talk about Platinum number 800, we need to talk about the Platinum I got right before it. I believe that this was $7.99, but it actually got DLC. This was the first time we ever got DLC for a PSP game that got ported over to the PlayStation 4 and 5. So that's actually pretty interesting. So, Resistance Retribution, it's a little bit like playing through something like Killzone Liberation from the PSP, except that this game is a straight-up shooter. It's fairly straightforward and easy to get the Platinum Trophy in. Now, for some stupid reason, I played on normal difficulty when I should have played on easy difficulty, because then the game would have been a whole lot easier. The Platinum's actually pretty straightforward, though, because almost all of the trophies are just unmissable story-related, so every single trophy corresponds to a mission in the game. Some of the missions are longer, some of them aren't too bad, but honestly the game does unfortunately get kind of boring because the missions start becoming pretty repetitive. There's a couple of missions where you get to use a mech, but those are about the only ones that are actually really all that entertaining. And then Mother Chamber is the final level of the game, it's the final boss. Now, for a while, this trophy was actually bugged for a lot of people. Thankfully, it unlocked for me on the PS4 version, but I didn't want to do the PS5 version until I knew that it was working, and I still haven't done the PS5 version. I've been lazy about that. So just keep in mind that if you don't have the fully patched version of the game, you might run into bugs with this particular trophy. But yeah, just completing the game will get you almost all of your trophies naturally. But then there are 4 more miscellaneous trophies, so killing 50 enemies is unmissable. This will happen in the first or second mission of the game. Die 1 time is about as self-explanatory as it gets. But thankfully with this game you can use the rewind feature just like with all these other PSP games, so that's what makes this a lot easier to do. Because if you had to do it like normally without the rewind feature, the game would definitely be quite a bit harder. Then you have to use 10 different weapons throughout the course of the game. There's only about 12 weapons, including one that's in the DLC. So it's something like there's your starting assault rifle, there's a submachine gun, there's an upgraded submachine gun, the auger, the upgraded auger, so that's 5. Then there's grenades, there's a shotgun, there's a sniper rifle, there's a rocket launcher, there's maybe like one other normal weapon, and then there's the revolver that you get from the DLC. So there's not a whole lot of wiggle room on that, but thankfully you're going to be using all the weapons a lot because you're going to be needing to switch between them for ammo purposes. The Auger WS is one of the stronger weapons in the game. It allows you to see and shoot enemies through surfaces. Just shoot it 100 times, not 100 kills, just fire it 100 times. But then, later on, they actually added in a DLC called Infected Mode. Thankfully, though, Infected Mode is actually basically easy mode, which is really kind of nice that they basically gave us an extra easy mode. So on Infected Mode, your health heals automatically instead of by health kits, which makes the game many times easier. Plus, it also gives you unlimited time to breathe underwater, which is way better for the handful of swimming sections in the game. And it gives you the access to this HE-44 Magnum, which basically fires like explosive bullets. So yeah, basically Infected Mode just is an easy mode, and if you combine it with playing the game on easy difficulty, you're not going to have a problem with at least those couple of trophies. You can earn all these trophies during your one playthrough of the main game, which is pretty nice. You do have to find all the intel, though. There's about 20 specific pieces to Infected Mode. You don't have to find the base game ones, you just have to find the Infected Mode ones. There's about 20 of them, so just make sure you don't miss any of them, and you can get all 31 trophies in the game in a single playthrough. So yeah, it's much better with the Infected Mode. That actually made the game quite a bit more fun, but I was not a big fan of playing through it just the normal way. And by the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned this yet, but yeah, Minecraft did get its next DLC, which was hilarious how I mentioned that, but we're going to talk about Minecraft, of course, during the next, 801 to 900, because I'm sure that by then there might be another DLC out. And I have been working on a few other games, as you can see here, Fallout 4, Walking Dead Telltale Definitive Series, PS4 version of Battlefront Classic, Trooper Road Bustle. Those will all be talked about, though, in the next 100 Platinums video. Instead, let's go ahead and talk about Platinum number 800, Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection. So when I was a kid, Star Wars Battlefront 2 was one of my all-time favorite games. I've spent so many hours playing it on the PS2. Just love the hell out of that game. It's one of my favorites of all time. And getting the chance to play these games on PlayStation 5 now at any time is just absolutely wonderful. Now, I know that a lot of people were not happy with this game because of a lot of multiplayer issues that it ran into right when the game started. They only had 3 servers available or something, and it wasn't very functional. So I know that there were a lot of problems, but I never played the multiplayer back in the day anyway. I only cared about the chance to actually play Instant Action and Galactic Conquest and all that kind of stuff again. And the fact I could play, with Lizard Guy or any other friend now, I can't wait for the chances to do that because I love the game. The Platinum Trophy is quite easy, though I'd say it's slightly disappointing that they didn't do like map-specific trophies for the most part or anything. There's only like 2 trophies that are like that. They definitely could have been a little more creative with the trophy list. So with this one, you have to reach Sergeant, Captain, and General rank. These all require you to earn a certain number of medals. You need 300 total medals to reach General rank, which you will unlock automatically while going for some of the later trophies. Most of the trophies in the game are tied to reaching Legendary status with each type of medal. There's 9 different types of medal total, and you have to get 64 of each type of medal in order to get these Silver trophies, and that is where almost all the trophies in this game are going to come from. Elite status is a mid-tier status, somewhere like maybe either 8 or 16, and Veteran is 4 of that type of medal. So almost all the trophies are simply tied to reaching these legendary statuses. To get a Frenzy medal, you have to get 12 kills with a rifle in 1 life, although with this one you can actually, and with all of them, they actually become easier when you reach the halfway point of 32 medals. In that case, it drops down to either 8 or 9 kills with the rifle. I believe it's 9. For Regulator medals, you have to get 8 kills with a shotgun in a single life, or 6 once you reach the halfway point. Demolition, this is by far the hardest one to get naturally. You have to get 4 critical hits on a vehicle in a single life, or 3 once you reach the halfway point. Thankfully, there's an easy way to farm this. Just load up Hoth in Instant Action in Battlefront 2, and set it to have 0 AI and play as the Rebels, and you can fly out to the AT-ATs and shoot them in the neck, and that's how you can grind this out fairly quickly. Marksman is 6 headshots in a single life with the sniper rifle, but it goes down to 4 at the halfway point. Gunslinger is 6 kills with a pistol in a single life, but it goes down to 4. Technician is the second most annoying medal to farm just because it requires you to hack into a vehicle, and that can take a little bit of time, and you can only do it once per life, so it's kind of grindy. You might want to boost this one with a second controller. That's actually a lot easier to do it that way. And then you just have to reach these other medals that correspond to like the amount of points you get in a single life. War Hero is, I think, either 32 or 36 points, though it goes down into the 20s once you get to the halfway point. So you should get all of these naturally while going for these other ones. Thankfully, you can play the game on the easier difficulty. And there's also cheats you can use, but I never used them because there was no real need to. The trophies are easy enough as they are, as long as you farm the Demolition one in that certain specific method and maybe farm the Technician one in split screen. The game does have a handful of miscellaneous trophies, but unfortunately they could have definitely done more, like, fall into the thing in Jabba's palace, like when he opens the floor under you, stuff like that you easily could have tied in. So for this one, this is actually in Star Wars Battlefront 1, because only 4 of the trophies are tied to Battlefront 1. For this one, you have to make sure heroes are enabled from the main menu, and then you have to go on to the best map is probably the one on Bespin with the landing pads. Go in, spawn as a rocket launcher soldier, and just keep trying to kill the heroes with the rocket launcher, and eventually you'll knock one off with it and it'll unlock. It's just kind of luck-based, a little bit random, might take you a little while to get it, but it's not too bad. This one you can actually easily do during the story mode for Battlefront 1. If you don't want to just go to Hoth on your own, just wait until the story mission for it and just get it in the snowspeeder and drive it in circles around the AT-AT until the grapple hook latches on, and then just keep driving in circles until it gets taken down. And finally, there are 3 trophies related to the campaigns. So the Clone Wars campaign is pretty short. It's only about 7 missions. Most of them are easy, though I will say that there was one slightly difficult one where you have to take out those 3, droid ships or whatever they are that are trying to take off. That one gave me a little bit of trouble, but for the most part, it's nothing too problematic. Again, there's only about 7 missions. These missions usually are very similar to a standard match of Conquest, where you have to just take all the enemy points or kill all the enemies in time. Or not even in time, just kill all the enemies usually. The Galactic Civil War campaign is a bit longer in Battlefront 1 than the other one, but it's still nothing too hard. You can again play both of these on the easiest difficulty. And then you have to beat the Battlefront 2 campaign, which takes about 3 to 4 hours. It's nothing too bad. You can earn medals while playing in the Battlefront 2 campaign, and you can use cheats if you get really stuck somewhere. Thankfully, I didn't. And you can actually also skip the space battles, which is kind of nice. That actually speeds this up quite a bit because there's 4 or 5 space battles during that campaign. So yeah, that was Platinum number 800. I had an absolute blast playing it. That was one of the most fun Platinums I've done in quite a while. So very, very happy with that one. And yeah, that was Platinum number 800. So it looks like at this point we can actually go ahead and sync on up. So it's kind of funny because my 28,000th trophy, for some reason I didn't mention this, was actually the Platinum Trophy for Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection. So Platinum number 800 was also trophy number 28,000, which was pretty cool. But level 865, 3%, 28,204 total trophies, 804 Platinums, 5,323 Golds, 7,559 Silvers, 14,518 Bronzes. So that is going to be it for this video. That was Platinum Trophies number 701 through 800, so quite exciting. It was, obviously there was some shovelware in there, unfortunately, and I really have tried to cut back on it heavily, though. I've been earning a lot less Platinums recently because I've been heavily cutting back on the shovelware. The only one I've done that was shovelware in the new 100 so far is Road Bustle Online, and that was only because the game cost a penny. For one thing, it only cost a penny, and two, I didn't want to risk the servers going down on it because it actually requires an internet connection and servers, so I didn't want to risk that being a problem with it. Normally I wouldn't have done it, but otherwise, you know, you can see I did Truberbrook, which is actually a pretty decent point-and-click game. The other Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection got Minecraft back to 100%. Walking Dead Definitive Series, it's an easy platinum, but it takes absolutely forever to get through. Fallout 4, 100% on the PS5, obviously a solid enough game. So I've been definitely cutting back, though I do plan on doing a Platinum Dumpster Dive sometime pretty soon because it's been about 7 or 8 months since I've done one. Doing that only like twice a year is perfectly acceptable, I think. I think that's more than enough or just enough to get a few quick, easy Platinum trophies out of the way, and I have a few games lined up for it. But some of my future plans right now are to finish off that Walking Dead game, and then going to be starting on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 soon. And yeah, that is going to be pretty much it. So I want to thank all of y'all for watching. If you made it all the way to the end, I hope you'll leave a like and subscribe if you have not done so already. Share the video, ring the bell, and what should my word be for the end of this video? Okay, I was originally going to say to post F Adam because those of you who watch my streams understand that, but YouTube might not like that. So for my final sort of code word, if you made it all the way to the end of the video, please type perfectly preserved pie, because the night before I am recording this last part, I screamed and probably broke someone's eardrums when I got a piece of perfectly preserved pie in Fallout 4. So we'll go with that, because who doesn't like pie? Alright, well, again, thank you guys for watching. See y'all back here real soon for more videos, streams, everything, and eventually for Platinums 801 through 900.